Sí, 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 sí. Ok, ok, ok. Ok, ok, ok. Sí, sí, sí. Sí.
Buenos días.
Sí.
Los delegados y delegadas. Vamos a dar inicio en breve.
Good morning. We'll be starting in a few minutes. The second day of work of this fifth regional forum of the Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development. I'd like to call the members of the Bureau to just come to the table at this time. Thank you.
Por favor.
A todos los delegados que continúen manteniendo las medidas de autocuidado que repercuten en el cuidado de todos nosotros en esta sala, como el uso de mascarilla mientras no se esté haciendo uso de la palabra. E invitamos y reiteramos que por favor tomen asiento, que vamos a dar inicio en breve.
Está María.
Buenas.
Buenos días, ahora sí, tengan todos ustedes muy buen día, señoras delegadas, señores delegados.
Gentlemen, delegates, we will now be starting this second day of meetings of this fifth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. And we will begin today by commemorating International Women's Day. I would ask Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, to come to moderate this session for us. Thank you. The interpreter apologizes. There was no sound feed into the booth.
Porque sin las mujeres el mundo no puede progresar, la democracia no se puede profundizar y la economía no va a poder recuperarse, como nos dijo Alicia. Así que necesitamos ese esfuerzo entre...
The interpreter once again apologizes. There is no sound feed into the booth.
Para el cambio climático y la vulnerabilidad van a ser centro de conversaciones en la Comisión del Estado Jurídico de la Mujer, que empieza el próximo lunes, para ver cómo el género toma central aspecto en todo lo relacionado con el cambio climático y los desastres naturales. Pero hoy vamos a hablar de cómo la mujer puede transformar la vida de nuestra región, la política, la economía y, por supuesto, cómo podemos en conjunto eliminar la violencia, esa pandemia a la sombra, ese flagelo que tanto nos tiene preocupadas a todas las mujeres y debería de tener preocupados a todos los hombres también. Para lograr el sostenible y de la mayor igualdad de género es esencial seguir explorando oportunidades de
We need to continue giving opportunities and challenges. Today we will be celebrate progress made, but I want to tell you a secret. Progress has been desperately slow, and we're tired. We need to move faster. We need to pick up the pace of progress in every sector toward greater equality. For me, it is a privilege to be moderating this session. I would like to take this opportunity to give the floor to the exceptional women who are with us today. First of all, we will start with Alicia Bárcena, of whom I'm so fond, the Executive Director of LAC, because we want to hear your voice before we hear from anyone else. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todas,
I'll go until 20 after by the clock. I'll go until 20 after by the clock.
Panelists, ladies and gentlemen, friends, first of all, I want to greet Epsi Campbell, of whom I'm so fond, Vice President of Costa Rica, and a very special greeting also to all of the colleagues who are with us, including you, Maria Noel, as well, I'm so glad that you're still here on the firing line, and we've been able to partner with so many wonderful women. I also want to extend greetings to my colleague, John Gold. So good to have you here, the Regional Director for Latin America of UNICEF, Jane Go. It's so good to have you with us. She Alarcón, representative of Vecinas Feministas, Feminist Neighbors. I hear some cheering for her, and we are glad to have her here. Again, Feminist Neighbors for Sexual and Reproductive Justice in Latin America. It is wonderful to have you with us. Rosa Adriana Lopez Carrillo, representative of the Red Triceps of Guatemala. We are so glad that you are with us here today as well, because you are the focal point of the mechanism for this forum, so it's wonderful to have you here. I also want to greet all of you, ladies and gentlemen, representatives, colleagues from the member states, from civil society, the regional directors especially who are here with us today, the coordinators, resident coordinators. There are so many men and women doing that job for us. Today we are commemorating the International Women's Day. And this is a time, I think, to renew our commitment to equality. Gender equality, equality between men and women, and autonomy for women. We have pushed for economic, physical, political autonomy. These are three challenges that I think we have not yet been able to fulfill, as Maria Noel so correctly said. It's very important for us to take a stop today, take a moment to think, to rethink, redouble our commitment, pick up the pace toward achieving real substantive gender equality between men and women. I want to greet my team from LAC and especially Westman's, the Director for Gender Affairs, and also all of the directors who are here, the men and women who are directors, because here in LAC we have been able to mainstream gender issues. It's not just one division working on this. Instead, we are doing it all through the institution. We've been able to include every area. And today is a day to recognize the value of women if we want to achieve a sustainable future. It is a day to reiterate that everywhere, at all times, action needs to be taken. We need to act. And we need to be alert and make sure that no one falls behind, and especially that no woman falls behind. Our slogan has been nothing about us. We always say it, and we say it now. Nothing about over us, overstepping us. And today we are emphasizing the contribution of women and children, of women and girls to climate issues, and it's very relevant. Today I want to recall, as the Honduran delegate Alberta Cáceres said yesterday, Alberta Cáceres is where we have is the person to whom we dedicated the Escazú Agreement discussions, and we did so because she was a very powerful defender of the environment. This is what inspired us, and she was a defender of the land, of natural resources, and this is what we're here to talk about today. I want to extend greetings to Erica Moines. Thank you for coming, Madam Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, who speaks in a very powerful voice for women's causes. Thank you, Madam Minister, for being here. And I want to tell you that in reality, in order to promote the effective protection for the rights of women and do it comprehensively, we need to face a challenge that exists in this region. Gender equality, empowerment, autonomy for women needs to be at the center, and we cannot wait any longer for the answers. This is what we're talking about, and I want to stop to talk about that because the walls that block gender equality continue to be high and strong in the structures of power, of resources, of wealth, of employment, of work, time between men and women. These things continue to be remnants of the patriarchy and the way life is in this region. These things are devastating, especially for women, but also for all of society. Over the past few years, we have been able to position a proposal for in-depth transformation that recognizes the ties between the economy, society, and environment, and that empowers greater multilateral cooperation throughout the region. We have insisted that we need to change the narrative of development in order to include measurements that go beyond mere per capita GDP and are in fact multidimensional. One of the factors we need to incorporate into measurements of the economy is remunerated work, that together with ecosystem values are two systems that are not being included, but that need to be included if we want to understand where we are. Friends, our work in LAC has been to break the statistical silence, and so that we can have data that are broken down, because if you don't count it, it doesn't count.
Well, women have been disproportionately affected in this pandemic because they're the very front line as health workers, caregivers, and community leaders. But at the same time, we have very few leaders who are really at the forefront of politics. Of course, we have our friend Mia Motley, who speaks for all of us. We have Epsa, we have Erica. But the reality is that we need women who are leaders in our own countries. And why do we have to make break the silence of statistics? Because the participation of women has been set back 18 years, and 1 out of 2 women are not in the labor force because these women are in sectors that were broken and interrupted by the pandemic. And those who can be in the labor force receive 11% less income for equivalent work. So this is another subject that we have to to consider. And I must say that the young women are the most affected because 27% of women between the ages of 15 to 24 are not working or studying. I think it is very unfair for us to talk about ninis. We're against this term because most of those women who do not work or study are young women who have to work as domestic workers because they have been victims of rape, because they were pregnant as adolescents, or because you're working as caregivers, domestic workers, and this is one of the questions that we have discussed. Women dedicate 3 times the amount of time than men for unpaid work. If we look at their contribution to the economy, it would be between 60 and 24% of the GDP. And I think that this is a very important theme. Another thing that the pandemic has shown us, that is great digital exclusion suffered by women, because 4 of every 10 women are not connected digitally and or cannot afford to be connected. So it has been already said, but this is the pandemic in the shadows, the violence against women. 1 out of every 4 girls or adolescents are getting married for the first time. This is a question that UNICEF has dealt with exhaustively. And as I said, violence between 4,100 women were victims of feminicides in 26 countries in 2020. And 2 out of 3 women have been victims of some type of violence. Dear friends, just one message that I'd like to leave with you. Women are aware of the importance of caring, taking care of the planet, taking care of the land, because we're always at the forefront of the battle when there are natural disasters. And what brings us together is this women in a crucible, that women are committed to care, giving care. All of us are producers and reproducers in the society, and let us care for our heritage, because we have to take care of older adults, we care of our future because we take care of the children, and we take care of the land because we are great farmers. We are very central in the domestication of land, of plants in agriculture. We're also carers of the biodiversity, especially indigenous women in Afro-descendant communities, rural women who are dedicated to land and marine resources. They have transferred their traditional knowledge, but at the same time, they are the ones that have less access to land, to the control of productive resources, despite the ones that they're the ones who care for these resources. So in the last conferences of Women's Conference, we called for looking into putting women's and gender issues in as a cross-cutting manner. We have to look at the agenda for women. We have been doing this for more than four decades, 40 years in the Women's Conference. And I think this is where we have to look at. We think we are at a crossroads, a change of era, which makes it incumbent on us to have a deep transformation, so that we can have a society with greater participation on the international level. More than ever, let us have a new global compact, have new fiscal and policies, and work for the transformative recovery that will be based on feminist principles of redistribution of power, resources, and time, and the decrease of violence. We talk about these actions, affirmative actions, every day, not only the 8th of March, but we should promote this transformative change, because we cannot continue to do the same and expect different results. That's impossible. I think that feminism gives us strategic solutions to overcome disparities. So let us go and work towards a society of care, a community where we all protect the planet and people, and that the caregiving work should not be the sole responsibility of women. I think that we have to work towards this. And I'd just like to conclude by talking, of course, about a woman, Magda Portal. She was a Peruvian poet, a rebel, and she worked for the rights of indigenous people. And she says, "One day I'll be free. I'm talking about a woman who is talking about this in the 1900s, for example. She says, one day I'll be free, even freer than the wind. My verse will be bright with daredevil liberation. After I freed myself from this secret shame that plunges its sharp splinter into my heart. One day I'll be free with my arms open wide, with my eyes open and unshielded before the sun. Fear and memory won't be hiding, crouched in ambush. The better to rip me apart. One day I'll be free, I know it, with a huge smile that flowers from the heart, with a huge smile that I don't have today. And then I won't have the ghost of my shame, the cowardly silence that stamps down my emotion. Someday I'll have achieved the truth of myself. Thank you very much.
Querida Alicia, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I just like to say this, that we would not have a regional women's gender agenda to deal with the structural problems and constraints that undermine women's rights without Alicia's presence. And she is a woman who is active in the LAC. Thank you so much for Ami and to Amina Mahad. Neither would we have mechanisms of cross-cutting examinations of the gender considerations in macroeconomy, in fiscal policies, if Alicia had not raised her voice. So Alicia, we're going to miss you much more than anyone else because you have opened the doors of LAC to us. Of course, in this regional conference, we have been working for 20 years. It started in Cuba. And of course, thanks also to a former leader and former executive secretary of LAC, Enrique Iglesias. Thank you for all that you have done. You opened the door for us. And I'd like to recall the words of Antonio Guterres and as well as that of my Executive Director Sinova Foods to call for peace. We see that the Ukrainian women have also been making this appeal for peace. We have to express solidarity with these women and these girls who are suffering so much and in this unnecessary war. And I'm sure that if there had been men and women in power in those countries, there would not have been attacks that have been we see now, because first and foremost, women are mothers, and we think about our children. So in this International Women's Day, to think about the valiant, the courageous women of Ukraine who are working and struggling for their freedom, as well as all of the women who have taken to the streets to demand that these hostilities be put to an end. I just like to say that I'd like to propose to the women that are here with me in the panel, I'd like to ask them a few questions. Which are the women that you'd like to recognize in this commemoration? We already heard about Alicia talking about a wonderful indigenous poet from Peru. How can we work synergistically towards the compliance of all the SDGs with guaranteeing the economic, physical autonomy and the possibility of women to take decisions, because the SDGs are integral. And of course, first and foremost, we need gender equality before they can be complied with. And in this context of economic crisis, climate change, and so prolonged social disparities, how can we ensure that the rights of women should be more recognized and that their autonomy and equality should be at the very center of recovery in the region? So we are going now to start with another extraordinary woman who has been worked with us over these last 4 years and to deal with the rights and promote the rights of all women. And of course, we have one who promote the rights of Afro-descendant women and indigenous women. Thanks to her voice, we're all working. Thank you so much, EPSI. Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica, EPSI Campbell, thank you so much for being here with us and for having worked so hard for the rights of women. Thank you so much. Go ahead, please, EPSI. Good morning, all. Good morning, all. All right, this is International Women's Day. I can say good morning again to see if there are women in the room. Good morning. Well, today is a day for us to celebrate the strength of women. And today is a day to recognize that women have been carers of life. And it is a day for us to build and have stories. And I think one of the major issues that we have been discussing for the challenges of sustainable level of development is that the old stories, old tired stories are no longer viable. We're the logical of ignoring the accumulated knowledge of women and communities. And for this reason, I would like to pay tribute and a call for peace in the world. Because if we have to take care of life, we have to be capable of not killing each other. And really, we are united in our quest for peace, for women in Ukraine, for Afghanistan, women in Afghanistan, for the women who take care of the forests that are constantly mutilated, and women who are working day after day. And for this reason, I'd like to pay tribute based on the question that you've asked us, Maria Noel. Thank you so much for allowing me to work with you and with you, Alicia. I'm so honored. I'm a very lucky woman because really, there have been women, I've had women who of this caliber who have worked alongside with me. And when I look at Rica, this generation of young women who are totally decided and determined to change the world. It seems to me that we are making some progress. And of course, we have met on so many roads. Well, of course, I'm going a little old. So, of course, I've met people over the decades. I've met Carla, and Erica, and all of the people who are working, making such an important effort. So, the women who have inspired me, and I'd like to recognize, firstly, by recognizing my ancestors, nameless women who do not figure in the books and are being recognized. Of course, I recognize my grandmother Epsie, whose name I hold and who has given me the strength. Harriet Tubman for her struggle against slavery. She was never satisfied with the status quo. She worked hard to free women in those terrible times. She had a strength and a resilience, or Rosa Parks, because she worked for civil rights with such determination and knowledge that rights must be defended, and we must seize them when they're not given to us. And the women who died in the 8th of March, 1908. We commemorate and celebrate them too. To the women who have challenged patriarchal institutions and those that have carried out revolution at home and outside the home, because there are many revolutions that have changed lives and revolutions that have been waged. They are all of the anonymous, nameless women who, in different countries and different places, have struggled against the loss of biodiversity. Those who are in Colombia, in Peru, Costa Rica, in the Caribbean, in Jamaica, Dominican Republic, Argentina, Uruguay, in Central America, in Nicaragua, Panama. So many women who have made it possible for us to raise these flags. And truly, I'd like to recognize, the fact that we started on the 8th of March by commemorating the energy and the struggle of women, because we have to ensure that this day, at least to make sure that these spaces that we have, the spaces for decision making, to comply with SDG 5, that it is only possible for SDG is only possible if we have parity in the decision making within the United Nations, not only in governments, but in all of the organs of the United Nations. And when there is an imbalance, where there should be imbalance, should of course be in favor of women. And I think that if we start by commemorating and seizing power, the spaces that we have, I think that would be a great revolution. Of course, today is a very special day because yesterday I became a grandmother for the third time. So yesterday I confirmed the strength of women with the strength of my daughter Narda, who gave birth to a wonderful granddaughter, my granddaughter. And I am committed to her, by Amara and Malik, to have a world of freedom for women. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, grandmother Epsi. I can hardly believe that you're a grandmother. Congratulations. I would now like to recognize the Foreign Minister of Panama, Erica Moines. She is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. She has extensive workplace experience. She has worked at the highest levels of her profession. She has combined business, law, and human rights in New York and in Panama. She holds a degree in law, and since the time she joined the Foreign Ministry, she has been the critical partner that we have needed for our regional office. And thanks to Erica, we have a national program to fight against violence against women and to achieve financial autonomy for women. Thank you, Erica, for trusting us, for working with us, and for being here with us today. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everyone. It is a great honor for me to be here surrounded by such extraordinary women. It's a wonderful moment for me. With respect to the questions that you asked at the beginning, about what we can do on a day such as this, I think that, in fact, there is much to celebrate. Nevertheless, we need to talk about everything that remains to be done. So I would like to focus this responsibility of all of us, that pertains to all of us, men and women alike, on 3 things. Number one, Alicia has done a wonderful job, by the way, speaking about this, but number one is to recognize where we stand at this time. Number two, to lift our voices and do it together in one voice. And number three, activate, that is, get busy and take action. So first of all, where are we? Where do we stand? Ladies and gentlemen, gender violence is also a pandemic. It is a pandemic that sometimes we try to hide. It's a silent crisis, as Alicia has said, which becomes an awkward subject that no one wants to talk about. Remember that we live in a region where more than 4,000 women died due to femicide. In our region alone, we live in a region where teenage pregnancy is extremely common. And I will start with Panama. In Panama, 7 out of 10 births are to teenagers. Teenage girls, 7 out of every 10. What future do these girls have? What chance, what opportunity can they have? How can we talk about equality or parity when violence against women continues to be so strong? Every rape, every early pregnancy, every femicide is a failure of humanity, and everyone, each and every one of us, needs to feel responsible when it happens. Has there been progress? Of course there has been progress, but it's not enough. So we need to recognize the very serious situation in where we find ourselves. Another one, the work of women who are not duly remunerated for their work. We talk about those evasive places where decisions are made and we demand an accounting. We never get there. So number 2, we need to lift our voices, and we need to do it together, all of us together, men and women together. Faced with this critical social situation, feminist organizations have been active, and they've been outspoken against all forms of gender violence, against those outdated privileges. Friends, this is a job that needs to be done. And as we talk about it, I want to greet the women and celebrate the women who have been in this struggle. I recognize your anger and your justified frustration, and I urge you to gain new strength in this fight for equality. If you ask me who I want to recognize today, it's the feminist groups, the women who are out in the streets today, the women who are fighting that fight today. I can hear you, and I join you, because feminism is solidarity. Third point. We can recognize where we stand. We can all lift our voices as much as all you like, but what are we doing? So this is the most important part of this story, which is, what are we going to do now? How can we proceed? When we talk about important moments, we will take that push forward and we will break away from the impasse where we now stand. In order to do that, we need everyone, the private sector, the public sector, civil society. The only way to break away from this structure and to bring catalyst and new energy is by committing ourselves together collectively. We need to be consistent between what we say and what we do. So many talk about feminism, so many talk about politics, so many talk about guiding women, but when it comes time to take action, nothing happens. This is a formula, and it's a very simple one. Education plus opportunity. But we need them. But we need both of them. It is no use to have women who are well educated, trained, ready, if there are no opportunities available for them. So we preach by example. And in doing that, today we want to introduce a new proposal to you. It's the Panama Plan to promote the participation of women in public positions. In our foreign ministry, 63% of the staff is women and 3 hold the highest positions, in addition to the directors and ambassadors. We are determined, we are convinced that we need to support and generate opportunities for education, but hand in hand with opportunities for employment, for work that is properly remunerated. So it's a campaign to lend greater visibility, to help our young women get a jump start, to move ahead and be part of the change. Our hope is that this proposal will be replicated. We're looking for partners. This is a fight, ladies and gentlemen. It's the same as mitigation of climate change in the sense that it is worldwide. It affects all of us. Half of the planet cannot continue falling behind. We cannot afford to lose one more generation. A future of gender equality needs to begin today. Thank you. Very good, Erica. Thank you so much for reminding us that it's not enough just to talk. We also need to take action. So thank you for that Panama Plan. I would now like to introduce my dear friend, Jean Go, who is the director of the Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean at the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, since 2020. She is currently responsible for leadership, supervision, and orientation of all the countries of our region and the Caribbean, and she represents UNICEF to the donor governments, private sector, civil society, and has more than 27 years of service to UNICEF. She is a wonderful partner on subjects involving women in every sense. You have the floor.
Buenos días.
Good morning, panelists, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, representatives of government, representatives of civil society, colleagues from the United Nations. Good day. For me, it is a great honor to be here with you to commemorate International Women's Day. Thank you to the government of Costa Rica for receiving this 5th meeting of the Forum on Sustainable Development. Speaking on behalf of all of the girls and women of Latin America and the Caribbean, I want to recognize Alicia Bárcena. For your undying commitment to girls, to women, and to gender equality. Thank you so much, Alicia. I also want to recognize that lending homage to all the girls and teenage girls who live in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a region that is rich and diverse, marked by deep inequality, risks of climate change, migratory flows, and also because it is the region that has had to face the longest school closures of the world. A few days ago, I learned the story of Melanie, a 10-year-old girl who for 19 months waited for her school to reopen. As she was waiting, with no access to a computer or to internet, Melanie took virtual classes using her mother's cell phone. And in her own words, I want to share what she said. "I can't learn this way," she said. Those were her own words. Socioeconomic inequality and gender equality have conditioned the lives of millions of girls and teenagers, and the pandemic has made it far worse. So many situations have arisen to affect them. 1 out of all 4 girls or teenage girls are either married or cohabiting, and the epidemic has made it worse. If current trends continue, by the year 2030, Latin America and the Caribbean will be the world's region with the second highest level of child marriage. As the Minister of Panama just said, the increase in sexual violence, the lack of health services or contraception, the gap of available information has led to more unwanted pregnancies and greater risk of sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV. We have also seen that poverty and hunger have increased the exposure of girls to situations that are detrimental to their very survival or lead them into exploitation. Those most affected are teenage girls, indigenous teenage girls, especially Afro-descendant girls, migrant girls, those who live in rural areas, who are remote, or who have disability, are in institutions, or are being cared for. I want to talk about Delia, another girl, a teenager from Venezuela, only 14 years old. She was taken by her family to be married to a 28-year-old man. Now she lives in Ecuador, and she is the mother of a son who is 1 year old. Her story, and that of thousands of other girls, teenage girls in our region, who find themselves forced to set aside their childhood to become mothers. Here in UNICEF, we know that we cannot change this inequality without the participation of girls and teenagers, of young girls and teenage girls. This is why we have held numerous consultations where more than 1,400 girls have said that have talked about their fears and how the pandemic has affected their lives and the lives of their families. They have also said that they expect action by the governments, by civil society, and by the international community so that they can live a life free of violence, not be sexualized, be seen in statistics, to be treated without discrimination, to have access to sex education, to grow up in a world of climatic justice, to be able to break away, to have a voice for matters of interest to them. All of these are part of our roadmap for all of our programs in the region, where we are already working on initiatives that I would like to emphasize at this time. In the Dominican Republic, we are supporting the development of public policies to eradicate child labor and child marriage. And in Mexico, Costa Rica, and Bolivia, we are supporting leadership programs for girls to help them develop life skills. In Ecuador and Brazil, we support prevention of gender violence over digital platforms using artificial intelligence. In Peru, we are working on incorporating a gender approach into the educational curriculum and teacher training. This year, we will continue to support a number of countries in strengthening the co-responsibility in caregiving. We know that in order to change the standards of gender, we have a hard task still ahead of us, especially in the context of recovery that we are currently experiencing. As the regional director of UNICEF, I am convinced that our region cannot allow another generation of girls and teenagers to pay the cost of this pandemic for the rest of their lives. The most effective way toward recovery that we so desire is before us. It's simply to hear the voices of girls and put them at this as front and center of our political agendas. It's to make sure that they live a life where they are protected and safe, so they can invest in. We need to invest in their education and their health care. When your governments are developing your public policies, think about Delia and Mala and Manette. They are the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for reminding us that today's girls are tomorrow's adults. In 2030, they will be the adults, and they will be the ones who will be experiencing the equality that we will bring about. So thank you, Jean. I now want to recognize Dr. Carla Barnett. She is the Secretary General of CARICOM.
and as such is the first woman to hold this position in 2021. Think about that. Here we are in 2022, and we're talking about the first women to do this, the first women to do that. That's a pretty clear sign of flagrant discrimination, isn't it? That at this stage of the game, we are still saying that. Mrs. Carla Bennett is an economist. She has worked in the Caribbean, also including in the Caribbean Development Bank as an economist, and she has also served as the Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM. We will have her on video, and there she is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you're hearing me. It is a great pleasure and a privilege to participate in this panel of truly phenomenal women, including Erica, who I'm pleased to see so soon after our meetings in Belize last week. And of course, Alicia, who for reasons beyond her own control was not able to come to Belize for those meetings, but we're here. International Women's Day is a celebration of the important contributions and tireless service that women around the world give every day at home, in their communities, and beyond, in every sphere of life. We celebrate their many achievements and recognize the progress that has been made towards gender equality, while acknowledging that there is still a lot of work to be done. Within the Caribbean community, the issue of women in political leadership remains ripe for further action. And so it is a day on which we can pay tribute to women, such as the Honorable Mia Moore-Motley, the only woman who currently serves as a head of government in the CARICOM region, and who is currently in her second term as Prime Minister of Barbados, having in 2018 become the 8th Prime Minister of Barbados and the first woman to hold that position in that country. She's also the first woman leader of the Barbados Labour Party and the first woman Attorney General. Of the many accolades given to Prime Minister Motley, however, one of the most poignant in the context of this forum is the 2021 Champion of the Earth Award, the UN's highest environmental honor, which she received last December. She is truly an outstanding example for women and girls in this region. The global theme for this year's International Women's Day is gender equality for a sustainable tomorrow. Across the Caribbean region, there is an urgency of now to decisively chart a pathway to sustainable development and to do so in a way that ensures restructuring of social, economic, and political systems so that both women and men have an equal stake and an equal say in the way forward. It is increasingly recognized that insecurity, governance deficits, extreme climatic, health-related, and other hazards are not gender neutral. They affect women and men differently due to gender inequalities caused by socioeconomic conditions, cultural beliefs, and traditional practices, which continuously put women at a disadvantage. In many countries, the mortality rate of women and girls during disasters can be higher than that of men and boys. This month marks 2 years since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. Since then, COVID-19 has caused a staggering death toll, approaching 6 million at the end of February 2022. While the data shows that more men died from COVID-19, women were also hit hard, as they constitute 70% of frontline workers in COVID response, as doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers. Before the pandemic, only 52% of women versus 77% of men participated in the CARICOM region's labor market. But women have lost jobs at almost twice the rate of men. Yet we see Caribbean women being innovative in the midst of diversity, finding opportunities during this crisis. For example, whilst the education system in the region has felt the brunt of the COVID crisis, the evidence shows that women have been resourceful and innovative in trying to keep children engaged. Countries are now devising and implementing their COVID-19 recovery plans. And in this process, governments, businesses, and other stakeholders need to take into account the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on women and men and design gender responsive and sustainable policies where women participate equally. In the Caribbean region, women head larger households than men, and their livelihoods and that of their families are more vulnerable when disasters strike. They also struggle more than men to find alternative livelihoods and to re-enter the formal employment sector. Female-headed households are estimated to be 40% in the region. When we think of SDG 16 and how we can find Caribbean solutions for Caribbean problems, this statistic of 40% female-headed households may well hold the key to how the region looks at issues of citizen security and how it engages in inclusive dialogue to foster good governance. In CARICOM, gender equality is an issue that cuts across all our priority regional integration issues, such as the CARICOM single market and economy, regional food and nutrition security, maintaining the Caribbean as a zone of peace, and strengthening the region's security system. Success will mean that both men and women are included in key decision-making processes at all levels so that the benefits are equally felt by all. I want to give my personal regards to Alicia Barcena, outgoing Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Alicia, you have been a professional ally and a friend of the Caribbean region. We will miss you dearly. You will also understand, I know, when I say that as the Caribbean seeks to build back on equal footing, the region will find its voice and redefine its place. And you will not be surprised to hear me speak of the Caribbean and Latin American region. In closing, I wish to thank all our UN and other partners for the support you have provided and continue to provide to CARICOM member states, especially during the peak of the global pandemic. And I wish to assure you of the continued commitment of the Caribbean community and its secretariat to work collectively with you to ensure that the region not only builds back better, but also builds back equal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Bennett. Build back equal. That's what we need. Thank you very much for reminding us. Ahora quisiera darle.
At this point, I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Shi Alarcon, who is an activist for human rights, especially the rights of women and the LGBTQI+ group. She's also worked in the strengthening in strengthening organizational and political activity. She's director of the Casa Rara Foundation, a safe space for persons under the age of 25 of the LGBTQI+. She has worked among adolescents and children and worked together with families to work for a more just and egalitarian society. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd just like to start by just giving you a warning. I just want to be very clear about this. And secondly, is this when, as you say, as a feminist, feminists will always be welcome as far as I'm concerned. The civil society, through mechanisms for participation, has expressed our concerns for overcoming economic labor and all sorts of stagnation, ensure access. And all of these problems have exacerbated a crisis which has become far more difficult. Therefore, we have obstacles in achieving SDGs in the region. On this 8th of March, the commemoration, we must not avoid expressing the concern of the society, and because of authoritarian tendencies in the governments of the region and the setting up of public policies that are set back to human rights, especially including sexual and reproductive life. Questions of democracy and the rule of law in the region are empty words, where statistics show us that there is instrumentalization of institutions that defend human rights. We have seen that states do not respond to violence, to injustices against women in our societies. And when we talk about women, I'm referring to indigenous, trans women, non-binary, older women, Afro-descendants, sex workers and others, exiled women, migrants, imprisoned women, asexual, transsexual, queer, informal works, autonomous women, domestic workers, women in informal economy, rural women, women with disabilities, and students and others. Students, the states do not respond to the obligation to guarantee their rights. And now we have a pandemic which has left taken away the and ignore the rights of women and their demands. Women have been confined to the home and subject to violence and discrimination. In the face of the possibility of problems to sustain and of economic system that does not distribute the gains, we see that women are the first to be eliminated from the system, and these institutions that were created to attend to our rights have been threatened with disappearance. They have also been left without budgets. For example, there's no chance, not by chance, but feminist women have had to take to the streets to fight for our rights. We see with desperation in the region in Central America where civil society is persecuted and threatened by states that tried to make it impossible for us to have access to resources. Or women's organizations have historically resisted militarized systems, especially in the case of Nicaragua. For the 4th consecutive years, our friends from Nicaragua cannot go to take to the streets to demonstrate and demand their rights. And recently in El Salvador, because of fiscal reforms, have been set back. In fact, the effects of mega projects and militarization have affected indigenous people, especially young women, adolescents, and girls who are subject to sexual violence. We see populist discourse attacking discourses by religious and conservative groups, which seek to promote their agenda. We have to. No one tries to analyze what the other ones is saying. Everybody is sticking by their positions. We have women's bodies that are being violated. So there is general gender stereotypes are being reaffirmed. We denounce the fact that justice continues to be patriarchal in nature. We see trends that do not recognize the importance of women and the historic struggle of women. It is not by chance, there are no consequences recognized by the actions of some of the people who fight against women. I am sorry that in 2022 we have to continue talking about relationships of privilege, and where people who are privileged and do not wish to recognize the rights of others. We have to put an end to the culture of privilege. It is doing away with education for all, recognizing the rights of people of different genders. We have to defend the indigenous territories. We have to defend water. We have to defend the struggle of Berta Cáceres. We have to commit ourselves to education without discrimination to the LGBTQI plus community. For this reason, we demand that we put an end to all violence, criminalization, and that the state should guarantee human, civil, and labor rights, and that there should be reparations paid to those who have suffered from the actions of multilateral and big companies. For this reason, we need to adopt laws in the keeping with human, economic, labor, and cultural rights, part of the United Nations regulations, and ensure that they are binding. I appreciate the commitment with Agenda 2030. Climate justice continues to be pending. I hope that the agreement of Escazú will indeed be signed. We do recognize that our country has amazing touristic possibilities in defense of life. We see that Guatemala would like to declare itself the capital of Central America. We have seen that so many women and girls have been murdered. We say no to women being in a situation of clandestinity. We demand better living standards and demand the possibility for women who want to have abortions. We see more and more women, girls, and adolescents being expelled from their homes and being denied their identity and live a freedom of expression. There are families, in some cases, continue are cooperating with this. We think that work for women is ever more precarious, especially those of sex workers and women who live in a situation of clandestinity. People, women who search for better opportunities instead of being violated and raped and being made invisible. Not everything is bad, however. We see women continue to struggle. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Excelente palabras. Y también quisiera recordar que la democracia importa y no va a ser una democracia perfecta hasta que no haya paridad que necesitamos y exigimos. Y creo que también la exigimos en todos los poderes del Estado, porque el Poder Judicial, cuanto más mujeres tenga, esperemos que tenga distintas sentencias a la hora de nuestros reclamos. También quisiera pedir por las mujeres que están presas en Nicaragua por ser feministas. En este momento tenemos muchas mujeres que no tienen debido proceso y que necesitamos que su voz esté fuera de las cárceles. Ahora quisiera darle la palabra a la señora Rosa Adriana López Carrillo. Ella representa la red TRASEX de Guatemala y es punto focal del mecanismo de participación de la sociedad civil en la Agenda de Desarrollo Sostenible y en el Foro de los Países de América Latina y el Caribe para el Desarrollo. Rosa, adelante. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Quisiera iniciar mi discurso respondiendo a tu pregunta, María Noel. Hoy quiero reconocer la lucha incansable de estos 25 años de nuestra compañera Eva Elena Reinaga, una mujer trabajadora sexual que ha luchado incansablemente por la lucha y el reconocimiento de los derechos de las mujeres trabajadoras sexuales, pero también de nuestros derechos laborales. A ella, el día de hoy, agradecemos poder estar aquí, hoy, después de 25 años de lucha, hablando por y para nosotras, porque los cambios se deben de dar sosteniendo una agenda desde las bases, desde las mujeres, y no más que desde las mujeres trabajadoras sexuales. También quiero reconocer la lucha incansable de nuestra compañera trans, Andrea González de Guatemala, quien prefirió morir de pie, pero no arrodillada, y trabajando incansablemente para reconocer la identidad de género en Guatemala. Así que muchísimas gracias. Hoy estoy aquí en representación del mecanismo de participación de la sociedad civil. Agradecemos que se haya generado este espacio que sirve para conmemorar a las mujeres trabajadoras que fueron asesinadas aquel 8 de marzo de 1857, pero también para poder dar luz a lo que hoy debemos parecer las mujeres de la región. En estos 2 últimos años, las mujeres en toda la diversidad y la niñez han sido las más afectadas por la pandemia del COVID-19 debido al aumento de la pobreza y el hambre, pérdida de empleos formales, más agravado en el sector informal, la sobrecarga de tareas, de los cuidados no remunerados, como el cuidado de los niños, de las niñas, de los enfermos, de las enfermas, de las personas con discapacidad y adultas mayores, además del apoyo escolar a los hijos por la educación virtual y el trabajo para algunas, bien explicado por CEPAL, no se ha acompañado en la mayoría de los países por una atención especial de medidas de protección social que llegan a todas las mujeres sin discriminación. las trabajadoras de casas particulares, las trabajadoras sexuales, las trabajadoras a domicilio, especialmente en forma independiente e informal, mujeres con discapacidades, mujeres migrantes, mujeres desplazadas y mujeres del colectivo trans y de la comunidad LGTBIQ+. Han sido los principales colectivos excluidos. Es por ello que reclamamos se promuevan y expliquen medidas inclusivas que no dejen a las mujeres atrás. Insistimos en la adopción de políticas públicas de cuidado y su respectiva inversión en la eliminación de la brecha salarial de género. Asimismo, reclamamos que las instituciones financieras internacionales y los países donantes asuman la responsabilidad de apoyar a los gobiernos, eliminando las trabas restrictivas, incluidas las políticas legales y comerciales que imponen la violencia de género, que afecta a mujeres y a niñas de toda la diversidad. Registró un considerable aumento en todos los países del mundo, en la región, debido a los altos índices de violencia basada en género. Se registran aumentos significativos que persisten y que abragan las condiciones de vida de las mujeres en varios países de la región. La pobreza y el hambre sumada a la violencia e incluso a la persecución política que genera el desplazamiento de muchas mujeres y sus familias, exponiéndolas a mayores riesgos frente a la trata de personas, a los abusos sistemáticos en las caravanas y en los países de tránsito. Asimismo, exigimos que todos los países adopten medidas de protección a las mujeres y a las niñas para disminuir la violencia basada en género, lo que exige inversión en prevención y atención, incluyendo el asesoramiento legal y gratuito y la aplicación de la justicia, que cabe con la impunidad que se registra y alimenta la pertinencia de los diversos tipos de violencia. Cumplimiento de los acuerdos para la erradicación de la discriminación, la violencia y el acoso. La ratificación del convenio de la OIT 190, que los estados generen los mecanismos necesarios para contar con estadísticas o datos sobre todas las distintas formas de violencia contra la niñez, jóvenes y mujeres. Todo en aquello que viven en una situación de mayor vulnerabilidad, como lo son la población indígena, la población afrodescendiente, con discapacidad, migrantes de la diversidad sexual, entre otras. Es necesario transparentar los recursos de apoyo de la cooperación internacional para desarrollar programas para superar algunos
problemas. To develop to overcome some of these problems, we need the participation of groups and collectives of women and girls, especially in the use of data and resources. There is clear non-compliance with ILO Convention 169 concerning the lack of participation and involvement of women in the projects that affect them, starting with planning all the way to implementation and final assessment. In the Caribbean, women in rural areas, farm producers, grassroots women are not even considered in most cases in the face of exploitation and policies that are adopted and that undermine their very subsistence. We demand an end to all forms of violence, to persecution, to criminalization, and we call for full shouldering of responsibility by the states to guarantee human, civil, and labor rights, and also to pay reparations through regulation and control and monitoring exploitation of all companies, including multinational companies. This also requires compliance with international agreements that the states have signed and review of current legislation and adoption of laws that are consistent with human, economic, social, labor, environmental, and cultural rights in the framework of the standards adopted by the entire United Nations system, and promote and make sure that these measures are made binding. Moreover, the effect of mega projects and militarization of communities and indigenous peoples have a particular and lasting impact on girls and on indigenous girls and women. There are cases of sexual violence by the military and other players, damaging their health and damaging their bodies. through water, through contamination of the water and the land. In no country of the region is due care being provided for women who are sex workers. Measures to relieve the failure of the lack of employment in sectors, in informal sectors, and self-employment is not universal, and it leads to the exclusion of broad sectors of the population. We demand that the states develop public policies with no discrimination against persons, be it for their sexual orientation, ethnic group, because they are migrants, because of their gender identity. It is urgent to recognize and guarantee rights for everyone, men and women alike, informal workers, community workers, workers in the social economy, and the self-employed. During the pandemic, it was the collective groups and organizations of women who cared for cases of violence against women and girls in all that diversity. Women saw that political participation was undermined and community participation was undermined because they had to devote their time to taking care of their families and COVID patients, and the quarantine interrupted their lives. It's the young girls, the indigenous women, trans women, Afro-descendant women who are most affected by political violence inside and outside our communities, and also our leadership and our own forms of participation were undermined. It is the right of all women for the states to allocate earmarked budgets, progressive budgets, and also to provide the necessary support to address the forms of violence and other problems that hinder the full development of their lives so that no one falls behind. Particularly in my role as a sex worker, we need the states to decriminalize, to stop criminalizing our bodies, which are our territory. It is stop being paternalistic with us and let us decide for ourselves. We need the states to ensure our rights and not to continue pushing us into the hands of the mafias that feed on the clandestine conditions that we are exposed to. As my colleague Elena Reinaga said, we want to be free to work. We want to be free to decide. And above all, we want to be free of all oppression and for no one to tell us what we need to do anymore, because sex work is work. We want truth and justice for the murderers of sex workers in Peru, which happened last week. We demand justice. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Rosa Adriana Alarcón.
Thank you very much, Rosa Adriana Lopez Carrillo, for your words. I also want to point out that the ILO Conventions 169 and 109, especially 190, which still needs to be ratified by our countries. I would recall that it is about sexual harassment, and it would be wonderful if on a day such as on a day such as this, some of our countries that have not yet ratified to get it moving through their parliaments. I would also like to recall the 119 women defenders of human rights and environment that we have lost in this region. Our region has the most murders of human rights defenders of the entire world, and also environmental protectors. So it is the most dangerous region in the world for doing this type of work. So I would like to commend both of you for your courage. Now I would like to recognize the Minister for Women, Gender, and Diversity of Argentina, Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta. She worked in the judicial branch, in the judiciary, in the office of the public prosecutor. She's a brilliant lawyer. She has fought for the rights of women, and she has also served as a legal advisor in various public institutions. She is, again, the first Minister for Women, Gender, and Diversity of Argentina, and very soon she will be the chair of the Regional Conference of Women, which will take place in Buenos Aires this November. Elizabeth, you have the floor. Thank you. Greetings to national representatives, representatives of international organizations and civil society. It is an honor to be here with you even though it is virtually, to greet you and to take part in this fifth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. It makes me proud and pleased to be involved in this activity, not only as Minister for Women, Gender, and Diversity of the Republic of Argentina, but also as a representative of the host country of the upcoming regional conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean. This forum is the first intra-regional forum this year as we look ahead to the conference. Here we are starting to build a shared political narrative, which needs to be consolidated in the next session of LAC, which will be in November of this year. In every one of these opportunities, we will be able to get together and talk to each other and talk in depth about issues of importance for our peoples, and especially sustainable development in the region with redistribution and above all with equality. This is why it is particularly important for the agenda of this forum to include special emphasis on an honest exchange concerning the challenges that we have before us in order to ensure true equality between the genders. As we have held repeatedly in multilateral events, today's health crisis has led to a serious social and economic crisis as well, and it has also reinforced the inequality gaps that exist in all our countries. This gap of inequality, as we all know, particularly affects women who are lesbian, trans, intersex, especially those who are most vulnerable, and requires all of us to adopt radical policies with an eye toward emancipation in order to dismantle these structures, these sexist structures. It is especially critical to work on building the care society, as ECLAC has called it, societies that can ensure equitable distribution of care work, where this work is recognized, remunerated, and there is a right to care and a right to be cared for. The design and implementation of assertive, strong policies to guarantee equality between the genders is critical work that we still have before us as we approach the regional women's conference. But as we already said, it has to be cross-cutting. It has to be mainstreamed in all discussions, in all substantive negotiations that we hold in the region, because it's not just a matter of ministers and high authorities for women's affairs or gender affairs. This is why it's so important for the discussions we have or that take place in this forum concerning the challenges in order to ensure regional sustainable development needs to include front and center a discussion of shared views on the implementation of comprehensive care structures, what that will contribute to ensure true equality and that will allow women, especially LGBT women in Latin America and the Caribbean, to play an effective role in this development. We are excited as we look ahead to the conclusions of this forum in order to give them continuity in the Regional Women's Conference. Again, I extend my greetings, and we can't wait to see all of you with us next November here in Argentina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Now, to end, I'd like to give the floor to Amina Mohammed, who is our Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and President of the United Nations Group for Sustainable Development, who is here with us. Unfortunately, she's not able to be here with us in person, but she has left us with a video, which we will now show you.
My dear sister Alicia Barcena, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is an honor for me to share the commemoration of International Women's Day with this group of incredible women. I'm currently visiting the Colegio Superior de Señoritas to meet with another group of incredible young women, and this is the only reason I cannot be with you in person, but I am with you in the same city. Today is an opportunity to mark progress, identify the road forward, and renew our commitment to gender equality as a strong foundation needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It is only with women and girls at the center of our efforts that we have the best chance to succeed in addressing our current pressing global challenges. from the climate emergency to gender-based violence, to political divisions, to a sustainable recovery from this global pandemic. I would like to congratulate you on your regional gender agenda, which charts an ambitious path to advance women's rights and achieve equality. The agenda reflects commitments made by member states in this region over the past 40 years, thanks to the efforts of women activists and feminist movements. Women's civil society throughout Latin America and the Caribbean have championed change through difficult times, leading protests on women's sexual and reproductive health rights, working to end corruption and improve education, and contributing to drafting constitutional law. Recent gains for women's rights in Argentina and Mexico give hope, as do the opportunities of a parity constitutional assembly in Chile, and similarly positive achievements elsewhere in the region. I would also like to take this moment to recognize the work of my sister, Alicia Barcena, in her role as Executive Secretary of LAC. Her commitment and innovative proposals have made an important contribution to advancing gender equality, and she is a powerful voice for women's leadership everywhere. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this year's International Women's Day aims at recognizing and celebrating the contribution of women and girls who are leading efforts for a more sustainable and climate-resilient future. Women environmental leaders and activists are true heroes, fighting for a more just, sustainable world, often at risk of their own safety. Latin America and the Caribbean has shown the world that it is possible to collectively build a roadmap for inclusive development. But despite this progress, there are still great challenges to achieving gender equality. The pandemic has deepened inequality. Women's socioeconomic rights have regressed. Their physical autonomy has been under threat, and their full participation in decision-making continues to be limited. Women have borne the burden of increased responsibilities in the home as schools shut and medical and elder care facilities have been closed or overwhelmed. These inequalities have set us back immeasurably, and this is a setback we cannot afford. We have less than 8 years remaining to realize our shared global agenda to achieve a world that is equal and sustainable, and that we can be proud to leave for future generations. Achieving this is going to require accelerated effort and innovation from governments, international organizations, the private sector, and civil society together. It is going to require intensifying our efforts to reverse inequalities of all kinds, including gender inequality. On this International Women's Day, let's recommit our energies to achieving true and irreversible gender equality, because we all benefit when women have the opportunity to lead and rise for all. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Secretary General, Mrs. Amina Mohammed, for your message. So we have come to the end, ladies and gentlemen, of our commemoration. I'd like to thank all of the panelists that have been with us and for their thoughts and their proposals for action, because what we are expecting now is action on this 8th of March and every day of the year. I'd also like to share with you 3 thoughts. Firstly, is that this 8th of March has been declared Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow, as we said at the beginning. And we hope that all of the issues that have to do with our society will be impregnated with the whole question that the need to transform society. I would like to stress the commitment all over the countries represented here. And in the regional consultation that we had in January within the Regional Women's Conference that was convened by LAC and the UN Women, I would like to call upon states so that they should put forth and start to implement clear measures for the protection of human rights to ensure that there are more budgetary allocations in the entities for and mechanisms for gender issues, and that women should be at the very heart of the post-COVID recovery efforts, and that without a signpost, we cannot take actions. I'd like to call upon the national instances and mechanisms, and gender and planning should take into account this statement that will go to the setting up of the legal status of women. Also, the regional conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean, which has been going on for 40 years. And as you've heard from the gender minister from Argentina, will take place in Argentina, will be on this horizon for sustained recovery with equality. I'd like once more to thank our dear friend Alicia Bárcenas, our dear Vice President of Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell, Elika Mines from Panama, my colleague Jane from UNICEF, and my dear colleague from the civil societies, colleagues who have accompanied us and spoken with such great power and courage. I think this has been a very fruitful session, and this, of course, today is International Women's Day, but every day should be the day for us to take action to advance our cause. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Maria Noel Baeza. I would like to ask you all to remain in this room because we're going to continue with our agenda, the agenda proof for this session. This is panel 1, from development in transition to development for action towards renewed international development cooperation. Thank you.
No, sí, ya. Para que ellos sepan.
por favor, invitamos delegadas y delegados a que tomen asiento en sus lugares. Vamos a dar inicio de inmediato a esta mesa número 1 de la sesión de trabajo.
Welcome back. We are now going to resume today's work for panel discussion number 1.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We are now going to kick off the next session.
A continuación, silencio, por favor.
Please pay attention. Please take your seats. We are about to begin the next session. If you could keep silent, please.
A continuación,
Now, Mr. Rodolfo Silano Quiroz, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, will moderate panel discussion number 1, from development in transition to development for action towards renewed international development cooperation. Mr. Minister. Thank you. And good morning. I especially want to extend greetings and commend the women on this your day, which is so important in order for all of us to continue building a new society with your passion and with your hard work. We're going to start off this first panel discussion. The title is From Development in Transition to Development for Action Towards Renewed International Development Cooperation. This is an extremely important topic, which is why we have such important speakers up here. We all need to fit. We all needed to fit at this same table. We will all need to fit together, in this future we're building. So we need to be able to fit at the same table. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome all of you to this second day of work of the 5th forum, the 5th meeting, and we want to start off this panel discussion forthwith. As we have seen over the past 2 years, the economic and social effects of COVID-19 have widened the structural gaps, such as inequality, which is something that has been broadly documented in the work of LAC, informality, low productivity, and fragmented access to external financing. This is why it is so necessary and important for the multilateral response to address fully these needs that have been so clearly identified in the developing countries, most of our countries, to face the worsening of the crisis. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to take action. This morning, it is time for action. This is why it is crucial to address the country's development needs even beyond income-based, no longer effective, seriously eroded classification and graduation criteria, all based on income figures, to capture both their vulnerabilities and the multidimensional nature of sustainable development, in line with the provisions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Here at the head table, I am honored to be joined by Alicia Barcena, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mario Chimoli, Assistant Secretary, also Luis Yañez, who is with us. With us is Mr. Paul Chat Green, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Investment of Antigua and Barbuda, Yuta Unchalen, Secretary of International Affairs of the European Union, who will be with us virtually, Milt Annan, Minister Niels Annan, Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean at the United Nations Development Program. Assistant Minister for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, Abdul Nafer Al-Shali, the Minister for Latin American Affairs and Development of the OECD, Mr. Amateur, I hope I pronounce Ragnora Elin Arnadotir, I hope I more or less pronounce your number correctly. Chantal Monroe Knight, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office of Barbados. Carla de Palma, Director General of the El Salvador Agency for International Cooperation. And Enrique O'Farrell, Head of the Cooperation Division of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development. If I may, I will now move to the podium for opening words.
Creo que quedó muy alto, así que
seems to be too high. Thank you. I will start my words repeating a phrase by Franklin Chang Diaz, the Costa Rican astronaut, who said, "No one can ever get anywhere without the help of someone else." And I would like to propose, friends, that this be the thought that will inspire us this morning in our discussions at this very important forum. It is an honor for Costa Rica, for the 5 million people that live in our country, to receive you here and to be the scenario of this dialogue on common interests for the entire region of Latin America and the Caribbean, where our desire is to promote transformation and establish new measures for international assistance and development financing. The health emergency that continues to exist has affected our countries very strongly, but it also gives us the opportunity to promote socioeconomic rebuilding based on sustainable development, with the focus that takes into account the structural gaps of countries and their specific vulnerabilities, and that establishes priority for the welfare of our countries that need this. Traditional indices measure economic growth and generation of wealth, but it has been clearly demonstrated that this is not enough. This does not gauge the levels of social well-being and inequality or the vulnerabilities which so severely affect our countries. These things cannot be hidden behind the mirage of abstract figures that are not associated with human needs. From the position of LAC, Costa Rica, and the South-South Cooperation Committee, we've been seeking a strategy for cooperation in the region. This initiative has taken form in the document Development in Transition, Proposal, Concept, and Measurement for a Renewed Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, developed by LAC. This document that we have already discussed in our countries, technically, we consider the developments made by the committee on this subject, together with the European Commission and the Development Center of OECD. And this vision it's an outline, a new outline for cooperation. The European Union has identified 3 causes that lead to the concept of development in transition. First of all, undervaluing the multinational nature of development processes. Number 2, the persistence of the challenges for structural development that are not directly associated with economic growth. And 3, changes in the sphere of public policy and in potential sources of financing. In view of all this, Costa Rica believes that development in transition needs to be understood as a positive path that strengthens efforts by the countries to build their own development using new instruments, not necessarily limited to financial instruments, and that supports regional and national strategies through technical assistance, knowledge transfer, and adoption of good practices. Also, training human capital and many other approaches. In short, development can be achieved by seeking innovative solutions tailor-made to the specific challenges of each country in transition. It is very clear that middle-income countries, upper middle-income countries, graduated countries, or countries about to graduate still face many challenges and a long way yet to go in this path to development. Therefore, this is why there is such a need and such a great opportunity to offer this new paradigm for development in transition. And we, fellow members of the panel, unquestionably find that this is more than relevant today. It's a critical need if, in fact, we want to avoid leaving anyone behind. The concept of development in transition invites us to formulate a new paradigm for international cooperation led by a concept of multidimensionality, which links countries starting with graduation, setting aside dichotomies between receivers and receiving countries and graduated countries. It also urges us to see development as a dynamic process where transitions are recorded at any income level and should consider the peculiarities of each country. Therefore, it is useful at every stage of the development process in the different countries of the region. This is why we need a serious rethinking of development indices such that they consider the real value and welfare in sustainable development that is resilient and that protects nature, as well as the different considerations that reflect the true condition of the countries, even beyond mere economic growth. That is to say, we need a consistent governance with a focus on a measurable concept and dedication to sustainable development. Costa Rica, considering these conceptual developments, has promoted the use of a multidimensional poverty index whose purpose is to reflect more accurately the needs and shortfalls in the countries so that tailor-made solutions can be developed to seek welfare even beyond the nearsightedness of traditional generalizing measurements. Costa Rica's call, which unquestionably has been has also been understood by many of your countries. And the idea is to bring about transformative changes to leave behind structural barriers and achieve sustainable development that is more egalitarian, more inclusive, and more just. All of this would be done by building a multidimensional system of measurement that could establish a new narrative that recognizes the specific needs faced by the different countries as they find ways to reinterpret development. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, meetings such as this one give us an opportunity to share our perspectives and our national experiences, and they are one more step toward developing a consistent, energetic discourse so that that can be heard by the international community with specific proposals and feasible solutions that are evidence-based. To build the future, we need to think always about the most vulnerable, and this must be the essence of cooperation, based on true solidarity with an eye to the long term for everyone and not only for a few, and without being conditioned by income. All of us who are here are called upon to work to develop toward development, to strengthen health and technological facilities with a focus on equality and human rights in order to maintain stability at times such as this, so complex, and bring about better conditions and a better quality of life for our people without leaving anyone behind. Again, I want to welcome all of you here, and I look forward to hearing from our other speakers. As I say that, I would urge us to join hands and to work together towards better development. Thank you. This business of playing the music and turning it off at the same time I'm having trouble with these microphones, if you want to know the truth. Let's see here. We're going to start off with the speakers, our guest speakers, and I'm delighted to be able to introduce Alicia Barcena, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Good morning. I would just like to tell you that the person who will be giving the presentation for ECLAC is Maria Chinmoli. But before that, I would like to explain what brought us here and how and who we brought here, because there's a story to all this. And I have a few accomplices involved in the story. We did this together with the countries that will soon be graduating. Some have just recently graduated: Chile, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Antigua, and Barbuda. Thank you, Minister, for being here. And of course, El Salvador, thanks to Carla for being here as well. Thank you. And I do think that, and of course, Minister, the most important thing is that with these countries and their concerns about graduating, because graduating sounds wonderful, but the fact of the matter is means they kick you over the cliff, and that's the end of it. So you graduate from cooperation, and so we said that's not right. It can't work that way. So with the development center, Braga is here. It's a hard name, but we just call you Braga because we have trouble with your name, sir. And we put together, we put our minds together also with the European Union, and we said, what can we do? This is not possible. Middle income countries cannot be simply set aside, removed from cooperation. Economic development isn't the most important thing. The important thing is that they no longer have access to concessional funding, to trade, and that's what we're concerned about. So how can we create a new environment for cooperation? I want particularly to thank Germany, because Germany has worked side by side with us in this process, and it's been very interesting. I want to thank Spain, especially because Spain was the first country to be enacting a law on cooperation, and you will tell us more about it, Sergio, based on this concept and this question of transition. And also my partner in crime, Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, because I think what we're doing here is thinking together as groups, and I'm so glad that the United Arab Emirates are here too, because they too are considered high or middle income countries. We can't be left out. So this is something that we want to talk about today, and I want to thank all of you for being here today. I welcome you, and I want to say that these 3 or 4 groups are good, but we need more to join us. Raga, we want your voice to be heard loudly and clearly on the other side of the OECD, our CAD, and the Development Committee, because CAD, which is the DAC, the Development something, DAC, Development Assistance Committee, there it is, the Development Assistance Committee, the DAC, because that's where it all happens, and that's where it's tough. And we need to change the paradigm of cooperation. This, Foreign Minister, is what I wanted to say. I don't want to take any more time because it's Mario who has the floor next, and he is the one who has the knowledge, and we'll talk about this document on transition. So thank you, and thank you for being here. I need to go, I'm afraid, so I will leave you in the capable hands of Felipe, but so thank you very much.
Mario, por favor.
Mario, you have the floor. Well, thank you so much. Okay. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you, Alicia, for your introduction, foreign ministers, friends. Many of you were friends. As Alicia has said, we're going to put the points of the eye, as it were, and say where this whole question of transition, development and transition was born, and also put it into the present context, what we have experienced before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and now this concept. So this is a very current idea. So it was a very process. It was a very important process. It comes from far when countries of the region started to graduate. Well, we saw, as Alicia said, when wanted to see whether they were hit by the financing, by cooperation mechanism, and many were hit by many of the multilateral agencies which decided the lines that should be followed. So some of the countries started to graduate within the region. And then the crisis came in 2008. And then when it came about, we realized that the development model did not only talked about measured GDP, where they said whether they had growth. And then, so we saw after the 2008 crisis that the things were not so simple as Maria Mazzucato had said. It's a direction of development, but we talk about development of direction of development. That is part of development. That is investment, structures, process, distribution, investment, who is not investment, trade of the country. Each country has its own model. The 2008 really hit the countries, and then we decided it was important to discuss this. We had to rethink the whole thing. And at that time, also, and I hope that you're listening, the European Union realized that cooperation was ending because many of the countries had graduated. Chile, Costa Rica, Uruguay, and others graduated. And now we continue to maintain relationships. And what type of cooperation? This came out of a very interesting process of debate and discussion within the European Union. So the European Union decided, how should we rethink this? And this is one of the most important points. And here, LAC, with our development center, with the European Union, we started to have our first discussion that we can't say that development is a single soul, is linear in nature. It's very simple. No, it is, in fact, it is a very complex process. We talk about the process in transition. So the most important thing and interesting thing is this, that when we started to discuss this, the pandemic came. And when the pandemic came, we all realized that whatever development model, all development models were hit or impacted, and there was a big shock, and we all have to rethink everything completely, a complete roots and branch reform. So we had to rediscuss the development model. The Americans discussing it once more. And then we said we had to have a mea culpa. We had to think about it once again. And this is what pandemic did. And the pandemic was almost a justification, a motivation, a cause of understanding that development is not a linear process. It is full of variables, dynamics change, and situations change. And that's the most important. And that is what we have to say with the present war that's going on. We realize that economy and policies and politics are changing. Everything is becoming regionalized. We are still not regionalized. But the situation continues an open situation. So we have to really think about things together. So as the minister said, we have to look at structural gaps. It's a very a situation that we are discussing LAC. So no matter how much you advance, you grow, 13, 14, 50%, we continue to be poor, there continues to be inequality, and the structure continues to be the same. So the structural gaps define the type of model. So there's not a single one-size-fits-all model. So the model of development is not a one-size-fits-all or linear model. And that is what, when the graduation happens in countries that have had unequal distribution, poverty, and which have improved a little but not much, but inequality has improved but not so much. And then, of course, they take it and they they take it out of the class. And they're taken out of the class that they were in previously because of the whole graduation process. And we change in the trade model, we have access to credits, and there are different variables that come along, and the dialogue changes, the discussion changes. So when we do not resolve the problems, I'm excluded from the development process. So this does not really help. So when we look at the multilateralism, model of multilateralism, and we see that the development model is not taken into account. So we propose, therefore, and I call upon you to see how we can think about a renewed cooperation. I think that is extremely important, and it's a very ECLAC type system. The pandemic has strengthened and accentuated all of the indicators. We have increase in unemployment. The question of women continues is a question that affects us in more other parts of society. The question of poverty, unfortunately, has increased. And of course, we have it has affected a large segments of population in Latin America. So we recognize that it is not a question of just growing, it is how we grow, the direction we take, and the mechanisms. And I think that it is fundamental. This fiscal space is reduced. This development when we see it in the process, we see this in the process of vaccination, for example. And this is the drama, the paradox. When the pandemic came, there are some countries that can develop a vaccine, even those countries that cannot have access to it, but have a high income. We have this disparity between some countries that can vaccinate their population, others not. So the model of the development and cooperation that we had does not allow us to build together in a spirit of multilateralism. So we realize that even have a model of cooperation, multilateral cooperation, this model has failed because we're not able to have equal vaccination. And so this is very clear, and it shows that inequalities continues to be an important variable, as is poverty. So this is a question that really defines, and this is something that is very typical of ECLAC, but which we share with others, is that the structural conditions of development are unequal, and we have to rethink it. So I think this is the most crucial point, If we do not recognize, and we can, the weakening of multilateralism, but when we see that there's something that does not work. And in this context, the question of rethinking how we can cooperate, and the thinking how it is not a question only of having a middle income, the cost capacity for developing, the capacity to have the distributory variable, poverty, institutionality. All of these are important variables. So we have to rethink cooperation. This is a fundamental question. And we have to look at it has to be a bottom-up discussion. So we can say we can't have a situation with decrees coming from top to bottom. So this is a major challenge. Our concern is, if we're going to talk about cooperation, we see in Europe is becoming more and more regionalized, and there's Asia too. And we are divided in this structure. So we also think that we can do things go it alone, but it is not possible. We realize that the multilateral model has to be rethought and reformed. So we have to do this in our region, and that is very important. We have to look at the politics and the economy. So, and when sometimes we think that the question of middle income, middle income status, is that investment has to do with defines the statement. The level of investment defines the status of middle income. But they're poor many of the poor people are in middle income countries, and they have a high level of population. We have to when we think about development and reconsidering, we see that they're actors that are crucial in global economy, and they're crucial to rethink what is globalization. And this is a fundamental point. Sometimes we concentrate on something that is very small, and we realize that there is something else that is particularly important, which is crucial, and which have been overlooked. We have discussed and talked about it, and it continues to be a question that has still not been rethought in the light of the differences in the development processes. We can have indicators for growth. We can look at institutional gaps. We have the fundamental gaps that have to do with inequality, poverty. This is a history that predates this whole process. So the question of financing in this context is fundamental. And we know that we cannot talk about financing with great organisms and agencies, and they do not understand what is really happening on the ground. We can't have somebody at the top talking about developing, and this leads to a dichotomy with what is happening from the top to the bottom. So classification continues to be important for small countries. Don't think that it is not important. It's going to continue to be important. There are countries that depend on this. There are countries that are graded, for example. But what can say is that such a country has graduated and do not have access to help. And these are the most hard hit by environmental questions. They do not have the same industrial history as other countries may have had. So the whole question, this is a paradox that we see, and this is a question that we had to forced us to debate and have a discussion. It is very important. We're discussing this, and we have to change this completely. We have within LAC to rethink the whole question, to going from bottom to the top, bottom up rather from top down. When we talk about the most important question, when we talk about the SDGs in 2030, this is fundamental. This is the first indicator, the first development project led by the United Nations, which recognizes intrinsically that there's not a sole development model, and we look at indicators with one economy that is larger, one is smaller, and the discussion is to have this discussion within the international mechanism so that we can rethink cooperation. Thanks and congratulations to Germany, to Spain, and the European Union. So we as a region have to discuss it among ourselves. What are the priorities? There are many priorities, processes. There are so many processes. But this question has to remain in the discussion and remain in our history. What are we thinking, and what do we have to do? We have to rethink it and lead it as a region. We have to continue to have bilateral agreements, but we have to think a far more extensive process, have a more extensive process. Sometimes we have to rethink how we're going to collaborate amongst our countries at the regional level. And we have the project that has to do with health self-sufficiency presented by LAC. It's an integration project where we recognize that our countries have the capacity, but that we have to rethink development and the cooperation of those countries that are at a level, ecological level, with other variables is different. It's also fundamental, but we have to approach it in this way, a new approach to development. It is not linear, and behind this it's a lot of things and considerations behind this, and we have to rethink it among the countries and rethink it together with multilateral organizations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mario.
Thank you very much, Mario, for your presentation, and if the members of the other panelists will allow me, I'm going to change an order. Felipe Lopez Calva needs to leave early, as well as Minister Paul Chet Green. I'll call upon Luis Felipe to take the floor at this point. Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you to Alicia Barcenas and Mario for the invitation and for this very important work. I'd like to greet all of the other members of the panels and the other colleagues. I'm going to start with an idea which I'd like to summarize in two concepts on this question of economies in transition. Firstly, looking at the central characteristics. The first is the very weak link between income and non-monetary characteristics of development. When we talk about income, and we see some countries are going towards a development, but when we look at non-monetary variables, we see that in fact they are behind, and this lack and this weak link between income and monetary considerations. That's the first characteristics, the first concept. And secondly, as we make progress in this question of income level, there is greater difficulty to access to financing to continue the process. And these two rather simplistic perhaps concepts, but these are the concepts that define the notion of development in transition. Now, the first point, what we have is a model of growth model that is in transition. This is the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, which is a model based on accumulation of factors, and a model that has to be based on productivity, innovation, and a better allocation of resources, a model that is based on productivity. That is what successful economies in the world have achieved. This transition, a model based on factor accumulation, to one that is based on innovation and productivity. However, this is in fact a graph that we had for the human development a model from last year. It will break down from by countries. We see in these factors of more investment and more capital, and it is assignation of factors. So we can not walk towards greater productivity. And Paul Krugman says, on the long run, productivity is not everything, but it is almost everything. So why have we become trapped in this transition process? It is because the institutions have to be adapted. We have institutions that must create conditions for innovation and for creativity, for a better allocation of resources. So this is called the middle income trap by some speakers, is that we trapped in this transition process in the model of development, the change of development model. And in this graph, you can see this slide, you can see those countries that have managed to transition towards a higher level, a higher phase in terms of low, middle, and high income. And for those that have made this transition, there are 4 levels of governance. Typically, they have better indicators, governance indicators, less corruption, lower corruption, less reliability in the judicial system, greater level of transparency, better participation of civil society. And these are indicators. And this is where some countries have been trapped. In the Human Development report that was presented in the UNDP, we had these two ideas. We had a high level inequality and low productivity region. So the links between this will explain the reason for this trap. And we can say that there is a question of, as we see in the data in the report, that more than 80% of the population in Latin America believes that the situation in which they live is unjust. And secondly, that this institutional system is serving some groups and not all. And so this is a serious problem as far as perception is concerned. So what happens with this concentration of power? When we see this leads to a distortion, and we see leads to violence or the threat of violence, and this mechanism of contract enforcement, mechanisms to solve disputes. And for this reason, we have we are in the most violent regions in the world, and we have policies, well-intentioned policies, but which actually deepen this dynamic. And when we have the central problem is a problem of governance. And I'm going to finish with this idea. So how can we come out of this transition? How can we go from a transition to action? And that is the question that I'm throwing out to this panel. First of all, we have to create favorable conditions for investment to be a flow of capital. And this response to the questions that I asked at the beginning, to which makes the transition, a successful transition difficult. And secondly, we have to strengthen, reinforce the rule of law. What does this mean? Rules must apply across the board. Who applies the laws must also be subject to the law. And that is what is defined by the rule of law. Thirdly, we have to strengthen contract enforcement. When you have a question, when you have a firm that becomes a company that grows, that it becomes formal, it is subject to the judicial question. This sometimes implies a higher cost, and this can make the company fail. So we do not have effective mechanisms. This we will also remain in the trap. And finally, the last point, and this is the second question, that is, how can the international community help us to come out of the trap and go from the transition to action? Institutional change comes up agreements amongst local stakeholders. What we have, however, as I just mentioned, is a disparity in powers, asymmetries in reaching these agreements that are needed. How can we do this? We can ensure that the various instruments that we have can revalue these agreements between sectors. We can have the instruments such as lending, international institutional norms, technical assistance, and the global agendas, and we can rebalance and create spaces, alternative spaces for solving disputes. So we're talking about human rights. This is not only financing, but this will create a new balance, a rebalance. This is the intervention through norms or financial instruments. So we have to see who are we helping to improve their capacity for negotiating, and therefore we are rebalancing, changing the balance of power between these sectors. So the international system can help us in our countries to create coalitions for a change that will lead to agreements amongst the stakeholders, new rules that will help us to come out of these traps. And if we have these succeed in doing this, many of our other actions will be more successful. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Luis Felipe Lopez Calvo, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Development Program. I will now introduce the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Migration of Antigua and Barbuda, Paul Chet Green.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I cannot start my message without first extending greetings to our women. Greetings to all of you. I would also like, speaking on behalf of the men who are here, to ask a favor of the women. I would like you to please stand. The women, all women, I want you to stand. Please stand, women, so that we can applaud you.
Recording in progress.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. To all of those who have joined me here at the head table, and to everyone, to all delegates, I would now like to speak in my mother tongue, which is English.
I would like to thank the LAC for the work done on this proposal, which effectively outlines the challenges faced by developing countries approaching graduation to high income status. but with major structural issues that continue to limit their development prospects. The proposed development in transaction framework is critical to ensuring that middle-income economies, such as those in the Caribbean, are not left behind. The challenge, however, is to develop and give life and meaning to a multidimensional index that effectively encompasses all elements of the four major developmental issues, namely social fragility, low productivity, weak public institutions, and high levels of environmental vulnerability. Rather than the steep slope of graduation, we advocate today gradation for Caribbean countries that would essentially be a step-down process that eases the economy into its new status, while providing necessary buffers that make provision for the unique hurdles created by existing multidimensional vulnerabilities. Achieving this is both possible and necessary with international cooperation. What is perhaps most needed for this shift is an adjustment in the criteria for access to concessional finance. Instead of using solely the GNI per capita as the criteria, it is time for an index that takes a broader view of development to account for the multiple vulnerabilities that SIDS face. A truism is that SIDS are small open economies which are vulnerable to external economic shocks and natural disasters. The high likelihood of such events means that continued access to concessional finance is essential for funding investment necessary to achieve the SDGs. To achieve sustainable development, support for graduating and recently graduated countries on the path to development is crucial. It's also an established fact that finance eligibility criteria and systems are often not suited to the unique challenges and constraints of small island developing states. A more relevant metric that addresses access to concessional finance is the concept of internal resilience capacity that captures the structural and vulnerability factors that often constrains growth and development, distinguishes the magnitude and impacts of a shock event, and link these with access to finance to determine the duration to recovery after a shock event. The CDB has designed an internal, I would say, and a very interesting resilience capacity adjusted GNI measure, recovery duration adjuster, or the RDA, that adjusts the GNI on the basis of duration to recovery, which I would suggest is a more appropriate and equitable measure for use in the classifying countries for access to concessional finance, as we aim to better assess a country's exposure to extreme weather events and natural disasters and ensure greater access to much needed financing for development. The Recovery Duration Adjuster, or the RDA, is hereby recommended as an appropriate measure to be included in all of the objectives we proffer. The UN, I humbly suggest, should work closely with CDB to develop a vulnerability and resilience framework that is more equitable and appropriate for use by developing countries facing structural legacy problems, frequently decimated by exogenous shocks, and with much longer duration periods of recovery. As old as the mountains is the indisputable fact that a key component for strengthening cooperation is improved communication and knowledge sharing. Appropriate technology transfer can help those in the Caribbean build indigenous skills and raise the overall technical capacity of our workforce. Improved technical capacity is especially significant given the shift to digitization which has occurred in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is in the long run that this capacity will make the sub-region more competitive and assist in the generation of foreign exchange. Such cooperation is needed to restructure economies so that we are less vulnerable to external shocks and are able to build forward sustainably after each natural disaster. As agreed, ODA graduation undermines access to transfer of knowledge, good practices, and technical standards. Transition support, therefore, is needed, especially to renegotiate economic policy agreements, such as preferential trade agreements to help CARICOM SIDS gain market access in the area of services on which most of our economies are based, rather than goods where Caribbean cost structures generate little to no comparative advantage. Access to special and differential treatment in WTO agreements to graduating countries should also be extended for a period beyond graduation. A major component to achieving development is investing and upgrading statistical institutes. A key feature of a universal vulnerability index is its universality. For an index to be used that accurately measures the vulnerability inherent in Caribbean states, there must be an appropriate data to calculate the index. There needs to be investment in domestic statistical institutes and information sharing to increase local capacity in order for the sub-region to produce the necessary data to generate such an index. While graduation reduces access to concessional finance, several elements can be considered to provide support for graduating countries. And I mentioned it earlier. Innovative sources of finance can be explored. Climate finance, blended finance, innovative instruments, such as sovereign green GDP bonds, which can all be added to the mix to increase access. Support for hurricane clauses, and other state contingent instruments would also go a long way towards reducing the cycle of shocks which generate debt accumulation for the region. Any initiative that aims to reduce Caribbean economy's debt burdens and increase fiscal space can also, and I dare suggest, should also be developed. One such initiative is the Caribbean Resilience Fund being proposed by LAC, aimed at leveraging long-term low-cost financing for sustainable development in the Caribbean region. The fund will focus on resilience building, promoting inclusive growth and competitiveness, and addressing liquidity debt restructuring. Donors and financial institutions from the global south can also be engaged to increase support to graduating economies through finance, dialogue, cooperation, and knowledge sharing. Greater financial support is needed in creating or strengthening supply side capacity and building trade-related infrastructure necessary for Caribbean economies to expand trade and mitigate adjustment costs. In concluding, I'm forced to note that LAC's multidimensional approach to providing support for the region's development needs comes at a most critical juncture as the countries struggle to recover from the effects of the pandemic. It is important also that all stakeholders provide the necessary support to ensure the effective design and operationalization of this approach. It is only through such innovative initiatives and interventions that our sub-region can truly develop into a sustainable and in a sustainable manner. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you for your participation. I am now pleased to invite the Assistant Minister for Trade of the United Arab Emirates. Please proceed, sir. Mr. Al-Shadi.
To everyone and happy International Women's Day. I don't have any slides to show you. I don't have any presentation, so you just have to listen to my boring voice this morning. I was thinking about how to start what I'm going to say here today, and I could easily remember or go back to the time when I made the first connection between economics, economic development, and actual development. And I remember at the time reading a book called Poor Economics, and the two authors are now Nobel laureates. And in the book, it clearly mentions the connection, or at least it documents the connection between what having a bed net can do for the income of that person who had the bed net during childhood. And what this really means is that there are very small micro steps that could be done to achieve economic growth and to achieve development and to make sure that countries are not or do not continue to be trapped in a certain income level. In the UAE, a year and a half ago, we sat together, all senior ministers, assistant ministers, and other officials from the government to plan for the next 50 years. And our focus on development has not changed. So our focus in terms of making sure that we're contributing to the world and making sure that we are supporting governments in achieving their strategies and their policies continues to be the case, but we want to figure out ways of how to do it smarter, how to be more effective, and how to make sure that whatever that we provide to those countries is actually targeted at economic growth. So to give you an example, over the past 5 years, we have spent more than $30 billion, and more than 30% of that has been focused on achieving economic growth. We have also worked on making sure that our companies or our sovereign wealth funds are doing collaborations and cooperations in certain countries to encourage entrepreneurship and to encourage small and medium businesses, because we also fundamentally believe that this is one way for economic growth, and we apply it domestically as well in the UAE. 3 years ago, the UAE became the chair of the Indian Ocean Rim Association. And what makes this association quite interesting is that there are countries of very high income level, very high development, and there are also least developed countries. And so when we came in as chair, we were trying to think, how can we bridge the gap? Because we walk into a conference room and we want to talk about big ideas, big things that we want to do with the organization. And then you have other countries coming in and thinking, no, but we want to create jobs. And we want to make sure that we are going up the development ladder. And so we came up with an idea, which did not go through for political reasons, to establish an AYORA International or an AYORA Human Development Fund. And the idea from the fund was that that specific fund is not going to just provide cash to countries, but that fund was supposed to target very specific indicators in those countries when it comes to the Human Development Index. So instead of us just going all out saying, okay, we want to build this school, or we want to build this hospital, or we want to equip this institution, we want to be very specific countries. We want to make sure that it's tailored towards the needs of that country, custom-made to their development needs, and that this fund will make sure that the AYORA countries will reach a certain level, power level, where they can discuss similar topics. Again, it did not go through because of political reasons and discussions on voting rights and whatnot. But we made sure that that is there and that this could be reinvigorated at any point in the future. The other thing that we are also doing, for instance, with AYORA countries, is that we are offering scholarship in our diplomatic academy. In the diplomatic academy, we have a master's in human development and action, or human action and development. And we are in the process of providing scholarships to make sure that we have candidates from those countries coming into the UAE and learning how they can basically support the development process and progress in their countries. This is just to give you a few examples of what we have done through our international cooperation. We're obviously doing it as well through our contribution or participation in the G20, especially now during the Indonesian presidency, and before that, the Saudi presidency 2 years ago. We are a full member now of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and we are the 72nd shareholder. We are also a regional member of the African Development Bank. We are in the Asian Development Bank as well. We are committed to financing agreement. So the only reason I'm mentioning all of those examples is because the UAE is committed to supporting development in different countries. except that what we have changed today is that there's no longer cash aid. Instead, we go to a specific country and we make sure that we are supporting a very specific project that's going to create economic growth, it's going to provide jobs for communities equally, and that whatever we're trying to do is going to also support the other SDG goals. Another example that I could cite here is with the World Bank, for example. We provided funding of $50 million to make sure that we're supporting women entrepreneurs, especially that today we are celebrating International Women's Day. We're also providing different funds in multiple African countries to make sure that they can start their businesses and they have access to finance, especially that many of them, many individuals, they would have certain business ideas or they would like to start certain businesses, but the funding or the access to finance and funding is not there for them. So we're trying to do that to make sure that we can bridge the gap. Our focus has also shifted. Instead of focusing on one or two regions, instead of just focusing on the Middle East, for instance, or just Africa, that we try to provide aid to as many regions and as many countries as possible. To give you an example again, around 30% of all aid coming into the Americas is directed towards the Caribbean. And this is just the most recent figure that I have for the past 5 years. Now, the other thing that changed back home is also the way we look at our role in the international community and our role in development. So when we look at the needs of countries, we don't only look at the income level and the development level in those countries. We actually look at the specific needs and we try to assess those specific needs. And we also try to see how the UAE can contribute to that. One of the things that we have been doing recently is government-to-government collaboration in terms of institutional reform and capacity building. To give you another example, which has nothing to do with cash, has nothing to do with foreign aid. And what we do in that case is that we sign specific MOUs with certain countries. Government senior officials would travel to that country. They would show them best practices that have been deployed in the UAE, how we have been doing things over the past 50 years, and how we plan to do things over the next 50 years. And what we discovered is that sometimes it is better to make sure that those institutions are ready for whatever projects or whatever things that you're going to provide them with, rather than going there, being overly excited about starting a new project or working on a specific project, but then realizing that the capacity building or the institutions are not ready to handle such projects, or the capacity building there has not achieved the level that would allow them to do so. Now, to conclude and to make sure that I keep this straightforward and short in terms of what I'm here to speak about. We're trying, again, for the next 50 years to be a little bit more innovative and to be a little bit more creative. And we do understand that there are X number of needs in different countries. We do understand that there are different development levels. And we also want to make sure that whenever we go to those countries, we are providing them exactly what they need, which is why I mentioned a bit earlier that our focus or our drive today is need-driven rather than us wanting to go and making sure that we provide certain aid. Now, some would argue that this is not always what is needed in those countries, because certain countries might need to fill in financing gaps, or maybe they need some support in their budgets, or to do this or to do that. And the answer, like I heard just now here, is no, that's not going to work. We want to make sure that if we're going into a country, we do have very specific clear projects in different communities all across countries, so that even the economic growth is going to be created in the future, the jobs that are going to be created in the future, the development that we want to achieve in the future is equally distributed. Whether we're talking gender, whether we're talking regionally based or driven, or whether we're talking about making sure that we don't widen or we don't increase the income gap between one group in society and another group in society. I really do hope that I answered some of the questions that you have asked through the panel. I really did enjoy the deliberations, starting from yesterday and continuing to today. I do know that this is quite a thorny issue to many countries, and trying to make sure that we push countries towards recovery, especially hearing that COVID-19 has significantly undermined countries' progress in terms of their development, in terms of their economic, or in terms of the income level goals. And I just want to say that us being here today, us taking part in this, is a clear, simple, and a clear indication of our true and genuine intention in trying to support in whatever way possible, and trying to make sure that whatever we go and do with certain countries is also genuine, is targeted towards exactly what those countries need are, and to make sure that we help in elevating countries from a certain development or income level to another development and income level, making sure that they don't continue to be debt trapped, or making sure that they're not trapped in whatever development level that they're at. I thank you again, Minister, for having me, and thank you all for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, Mr. Assistant Minister for Economic and Trade Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Economic Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates. During the pro tempore chairmanship of LAC, we have seen great interest by the United Arab Emirates in working more closely and intelligently with the region, demonstrating good practices, and we are grateful for this. I would now like to invite our next speaker, the State Secretary of the Parliament of for Economic and Cooperation Development in Germany, Niels Ahnen. Please proceed, sir. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Minister, Rodolfo Solano, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I too would like to begin by making reference to International Women's Day, and if I may, I would like to make a brief comment to the effect that, as was done in the previous panel, I am here on this special day thinking particularly about my women friends in Nicaragua, inside and outside the country, but Nicaraguan women. But I would also like to make a brief comment because what is happening right now, the war that Russia undertook against Ukraine, is having a brutal impact, in particular on women, on girls, on children in general. Even though we have a very important topic before us for discussion today, nevertheless, it is important to pause and make this reference because, colleagues, I am deeply convinced that what is happening right now in Europe, I know it's far away, but it will affect the entire planet. This violation of international law is also affecting and will continue to affect the companies of Latin America and the Caribbean. This is why I am grateful for the vigorous support that the great majority of the countries represented here today have demonstrated. For example, at the special session of the United Nations, of the General Assembly of the United Nations, it is extremely important for us to stand together and cooperate with one another in this direction. And the impact that this still has for the entire world, and even for this hemisphere, can be seen clearly already in the price rises that we're experiencing. Food prices, starting with that. My colleague from Antigua and Barbuda was talking about the debt, which will have such an impact on our ability to guarantee sustainable financing. So I wanted to start off by focusing on this. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, before these recent developments, the COVID-19 pandemic, in some sense, has fallen to a lower spot on the agenda. Nevertheless, its consequences continue to be very much today's, as they hinder the sustainable development goals. I think it was very clear in what the previous speakers said that perhaps no hemisphere has been affected as harshly as the Americas have been. We're talking about health impact, also about economic and social impact. Earlier, I mentioned indebtedness and how it has grown, and also recovery, economic growth have also been hit hard for many people in the region. The pandemic means unemployment. It means poverty. And It also means an economy that has suffered. I'm also talking about access to education that will have such an impact on coming generations, the generations that we need if our countries are to be successful. In order to meet the goals of the 2030 Agenda, all countries all over the world need to speed up their efforts. I think that LAC has very clearly shown this in its report that it launched as a roadmap for achieving this. So first of all, there needs to be a majority of the population that's been vaccinated. This is something that has an impact on all of us. And if I may say so, our countries, the wealthy countries, have a particularly acute responsibility. And that is why I am so pleased to see that this item has been so clearly raised in the report. It is, as we heard before, the vaccination rates in many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean are now more than above 80%. But this is not the case for all the countries. So we need to keep working in order to achieve equal opportunity in this regard as well. The World Health Organization is providing support over the COVAX vaccination platform in this direction. And this is very important for the new administration in Germany as well. This is why I want to say that the federal government of Germany will take part with $1.5 million this year to the platform. And this, I think, it gives a very clear message about the desire of Germany's new government to work in the international framework with friendly nations and to emphasize multilateralism. Every crisis brings opportunities. We need to rethink cooperation and give a push to sustainable cooperation. As all over the world, the economies and societies face the need to become more sustainable, economically, environmentally, and socially. Sustainability creates resilience. Indebtedness and climate change, inequalities, all these things are what we need to address now together with a joint approach. Sustainable cooperation calls for inclusive measures, particularly here in this region that is home to more than 50% of the world's biodiversity. Nature lays the foundation for subsistence and provides a livelihood for many of the people here. The coastal areas and the seas of this region are essential for mitigating climate change for the rest of the planet. That is to say, it does not affect only your countries, it also affects all the rest of us. This is why Germany is supporting the region by diversifying its economic models with approaches that are resilient and climate friendly. We are encouraging resilience in agriculture and mariculture, and also the circular economy and the use of renewable energy, as well as sustainable employment for the most vulnerable populations. Ladies and gentlemen, LAC is a very close partner in this effort. For example, with the great push forward for sustainability, for sustainable growth, and for green and inclusive recovery. The future needs to be sustainable, and it needs to be multilateral, because only together can we ever meet the global challenges and thus achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the goals of the Paris Agreement involving climate change. And I would like to thank our colleague from the United Arab Emirates because of the role that they will be playing in this process as they host the next COP in a few years. The region of Latin America and the Caribbean plays a particularly important role in this context. If working with the nations of the G20 and other multilateral organizations in climate policy and biodiversity, for example, CARICOM. LAC is a driver, but you are the ones who lead transformation and address and keep these issues on the agenda for the governments of the region. The federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany and ECLAC form a strategic partnership with all of you, and together we are determined to continue in this same direction. Thank you for your attention as we discuss this very important subject at this forum, and have a good day.
De cooperación económica.
Economic Cooperation and Development, Niels Anand. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite the next speaker, which is the Director of the Development Center for Economic, the Director of the Development Center of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to tell you how deeply grateful I am to be here with you in person, finally. I've been in my position for a little over 6 months now. And although I haven't met many of you in person until now, I have met very many of you several times virtually. And as a matter of fact, on day 3 in my job as the director of the Development Center, I addressed a conference, the extraordinary meeting of the Committee of South-South Cooperation in Chile. And that's exactly when I first got really acquainted with the term development and transition, because that was, of course, the topic of discussion there. So I'm extremely honored to be here. And I would also like to thank Alicia Bárcena, and Mario, you will portray this thanks to her, I hope, for her kind invitation to me to be here today and to be here alongside such distinguished panel as I have here next to me. And Alicia and Mario Timoli, they gave a very good background of the development and in transition narrative and how it came about. And I was very, very happy to hear about the good cooperation that I have sensed since I took office between ECLAC, the European Commission, and the Development Center. And I can ask you to tell Alicia, Mario, that will not change in my tenure at the Development Center. Also, I would like to congratulate Costa Rica for hosting this 5th Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. And it's truly a pleasure for me also to be here in Costa Rica, a country that leads by example in so many ways and ranks high across very many development indicators in the region. And on this particular day, the International Women's Day, it is especially relevant and important to highlight that Costa Rica ranks very high on those indicators, second in the OECD for the share of women in ministerial positions, 5th for the number of women in parliament, and 1st in the OECD Pilot Index on development of a diverse central government workforce. So I would like to congratulate Costa Rica on those accomplishments. And I would like also to mention how deeply inspired I was listening to the inspirational panel of all of these impressive women who started our day off here this morning. And I want to thank for their encouragement and very good presentations. But ladies and gentlemen, this forum comes at a crucial time for the region and for international development cooperation. The COVID-19 crisis has shown that we were ill-prepared to deal with unpredictable global systemic crisis. The health crisis that soon turned into an economic crisis with global consequences has demonstrated the importance of working together to protect and provide global public goods. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the region has experienced a sharp setback. In 2020, the poverty rate rose to that of 10 years ago, while extreme poverty climbed to levels last seen over 20 years ago. This is happening in a vulnerable context where 45% of the region's population live in a household that entirely depend on informal employment. In 2015, the SDGs charted a new course for development thinking and measurement. The impacts of the pandemic are a stark reminder that development frameworks need to prioritize the well-being of people and of the planet, take into account how global and local dynamics are connected, and identify synergies between different policy areas. The crisis also revealed how development is a multidimensional and continuous process that can be reversed in a moment. As highlighted in the Latin American Economic Outlook 2019, jointly produced with LAC, CAF, and the European Union, Development and Transition seeks to better understand the region's interlinked development traps: low productivity, high informality, and insufficient social protection, weak trust in institutions, and the obstacles to a low-carbon development model. Development and Transition also seeks to identify the international frameworks that can help LAC countries break out of these structural traps and reach higher levels of development. But how do we put development in transition into action? I believe that first, by building broad public and political support and creating development plans that anchor well-being priorities into long-term government operations. For that, we need to have well-being indicators in place to measure the success of these plans and the diverse dimensions of well-being, such as life expectancy, employment, homicide figures, and air quality, only to name a few. Although we see a progressive increase in the number of development plans adopting this multidimensional perspective in the region, focusing solely on economic objectives still prevails. Recent work on adapting the OECD well-being framework to Latin American countries was a step forward. For instance, the well-being framework was adjusted to address the key challenges of informality in LAC through dedicated indicators. We have also analyzed the current availability of data, shedding light on areas that need investment in statistical capacity. Moving forward, we need to explore how this multidimensional well-being approach could also serve orienting new international partnerships. Secondly, we need concrete policy tools to further align national and international priorities, because global dynamics affect national capabilities and capacities to overcome development traps. For instance, we will need to face the digital and green transitions together. Understanding and responding to different starting points and endowments will be the essential for recovery. We need to create spaces for dialogue to build coordinated and integrated international support, including innovative finance. For instance, the debt for climate action swaps would be a good example. The co-creation of standards and norms, very much relevant when it comes to cybersecurity, data protection, and transparency in data management, or the ethics of artificial intelligence. And we need capacity building to support countries in getting closer to agreed international standards and norms. The third requirement, I believe, is strong regional integration. Regional collaboration provides a unique space through which countries facing similar challenges can share best practices and guidance on how to design policies and compare results and outcomes. International cooperation and partnerships should support important regional efforts, such as LAC's Sanitary Self-Sufficiency Plan, approved by 33 LAC countries at the recent summit of heads of state and government of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. This plan that sets out lines of action to strengthen capacities to produce and distribute vaccines and medicines in the region. Supporting this effort is contributing to create stronger health systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. Dear colleagues, a number of countries in the region have sought our support in putting the development in transition approach into action, including Costa Rica, Chile, and Uruguay. At the latest Ibero-American Summit, some European countries as well have also agreed on the need to update their cooperation with the region to address the multidimensional and prevailing vulnerabilities of middle-income countries following the DIT approach. Let us continue to foster the partnership and take innovative measures to secure a strong and sustainable recovery and a prosperous future for LAC. The Development Center stands clear and ready to be of all assistance possible. And again, I will take Alicia Bárcena up on her challenge and promote and promise to ensure a loud voice of DIT in Paris. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to continuing our cooperation and the discussion here at this forum. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the director of the Center for Development, Development Center of the Organization of the for Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'll give the floor to Mrs. Jutta Buttamishen, Commissioner for International Partnerships of the European Commission. Greetings from Costa Rica, Jutta. You have the floor. Could you confirm to me whether we have her on the line? Yes. Now she's just adjusting her camera at this time. So perhaps we can do an audio check. I cannot see Jolita at this point. I hope she hasn't left. I think Mrs. Jolita is having problems or connection problems. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Unfortunately, I cannot. You can't see me. I'm going to change something here and see whether or not you can see me then.
Nos abandonó, Jolita. No.
I hope Jolita has not abandoned us. I see that the screen is black, but I don't know how to change that.
Este video está ahí. ¿Sí?
Dice video settings y ahí selecciona la cámara que usted necesita.
So you have video settings and then you have to choose the function that you want. All right, I think it's okay. Okay, here I am. Here am I now. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I'm not, I can't be there with you in person, and Mario and others who are now in that beautiful country. But I am representing my commissioner, Jutta Urpilainen. Thank you so much for the invitation to meet with you in this forum. Of course, as you like all of you, I do share. I have been experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic for the last 2 years. And of course, this has made our lives more complex. But it would be far more complex if we did not have this collaboration. As was always stated by Mr. Niels Annen from Germany, this shows that we are truly European team, because I must say that I share all of his ideas. Some of this reason I'll be very brief in my intervention, having shared his ideas. Of course, the geopolitical developments that are underway makes it incumbent on us to unify more than ever. No continent can face the challenges of our times in isolation. We need a multilateral solution based on solidarity, and for this reason, we need cooperation together. Non-Europeans and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean represent almost a third of the United Nations membership. And for this reason, this forum is particularly important for the renewal of this commitment with the European Union, with the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to have a basic interest cooperation based on shared interests, like real partners. And that is the real crux of my message. Firstly, in December, the EU launched a global strategy, the Global Gateway, in which we recognize that we live in a globalized world. And this agenda is an ambitious one and multilateral in nature. It means significant investment in infrastructure, in people, institutions. Global Gateway therefore tries to connect people, economies, and countries. To begin with, the EU has allocated almost 3.5 billion euros for a digital, green, and socially attentive cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean. And this leads me to the next point. That is the question of climate change, the digital gap, but also the human development challenges, which are priorities for both the regions. And I'm going to just share a few examples with you. It is very important and indeed vital that ECLAC plays and will continue to play in the future an important role in facing all of the challenges that the EU, together with Latin America and the Caribbean, would like to face and implement actions to be implemented. We have almost 50 million euros to help our partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to comply with their commitments with respect to the SDG. On the digital side, we have a new digital partnership which was launched last year in Brussels. And together, we want to work together with the Latin American and Caribbean countries to promote digitization, which is based and centered around the human being, that is innovation, digital innovation, respecting the needs and rights of people who depend on this digitization. We have almost 50 million euros have been allocated for this. Also, the EU is ready to support regional initiatives and similar to the plan presented by ECLAC for health self-sufficiency, to have greater levels of healthcare in Latin America and the Caribbean. I do recognize the leadership of Mexico would like to play a preponderant role in this also. We need a private sector which is strong, which creates jobs, decent work, and promotes investments and places people at the very heart of its efforts. For this reason, we have set up the EU Fund for Sustainable Development, and this will increase sustainable investment for sustainable development. What we want to do is to mobilize more than 12 billion euros for public and private efforts within Latin America and the Caribbean. Dear friends, I do not want to speak at great length. I think that we are much stronger when we work together. We need ideas, the ideas represented by LAC. And I hope that we can strengthen even further the ties between our regions, having exchanges on public policies, and together we can build a greener, more sustainable, and more just and more shared future. Please allow me to use this opportunity to recognize and thank our shared friend, our common friend, Alicia Barcenas, for her inspiration and her inspiring work throughout the world. Alicia Barcenas, you are in our hearts. You have worked so hard to strengthen this partnership between the EU and the Latin America and the Caribbean. We will never forget you. We will thank you so much for this opportunity to take part virtually with you in this meeting. Thank you. I would like to thank the Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the European Commission. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Director General of the Agency of El Salvador Agency for International Cooperation, Mrs. Carla de Palma. Good morning, all. I think this is a beautiful day for us, a wonderful day for us to stress the role of women in this question of cooperation. At the same time, we are women, mothers, daughters, and every day we work so that no one should be left behind and so that we can give opportunities for women throughout the world. I'd like to recognize all women represented here. And I'd just like to inform you that the government of El Salvador is committed to implementing 31 initiatives for cooperation. And when we have more than 500,000 women will be direct beneficiaries in the implementation of these initiatives for development, with between 30 and 50% of participation in priority areas such as economic growth, water and sanitation, energy, youth, education, agriculture, tourism, and the environment, as well as climate change. In all of these areas, this government has also approved the law on being born with affection, so gives priority to women and babies. We're working for the best results for cooperation, incorporating and involving all in the search for joint solution to the problems. As long as we work with following a single vision, we have strengthened our education and health system, agriculture, as well as digital transformation, among other areas. We believe in multilateralism, and for this reason that we have set up the Alliance for Development, and recently we have signed the cooperation agreement for sustainable development between 2022 and 2026. This is a successful example of work amongst governments, between governments and the United Nations system. And here I'd like to reiterate the important role of resident reps. We have Birgit, who is a friend, our res rep. And we have also defined the strategic priorities that will be rolled out in the next 5 years in collaboration with our partners to encourage promotion and development of our countries, and with a view to achieving the SDGs. We're also part of the Spotlight Initiative, which is an effort that is funded by the EU and which El Salvador is implementing in its second phase. And we will participate in the agents for the Agency for Coordination with Government Institutions during the pandemic. Like other countries, we were affected, despite the fact that we are a small country, and since there were many shortcomings that have been accumulated over years, we made a complete change of direction. And the government of El Salvador, under administration of President Nayib Bukele, was able to position the country amongst those that are best to manage the pandemic. Just yesterday, Alicia Barcenas in her presentation told us that El Salvador has 75.2% of a vaccination rate of its population. We have given also such a limited medical kits. We have had a successful vaccination campaign, and we have, with respect we're a reference point for health for other countries, that we try to develop and improve things, leaving no one behind. If it's with economic development, access to vaccines, and we have seen it as a global public good, also the environment. These are questions and issues that have to be dealt with in the firm commitment that these are the major priorities of the countries, and which also coincide with the SDGs. International cooperation can give us very successful results, especially when we're combined with the SDGs, the Addis Ababa Action, as well as the Paris climate change agreement, as well as the 17, the SDGs. Despite the pandemic, we must say that government would like to make a change with respect to international cooperation. It is for this reason, in 2020, in July, the middle of the pandemic, we set up the El Salvador Agency for international cooperation. This means El Salvador cooperation. We want to make a giant step, which make us also a reference point for cooperation and lead the process of management of international cooperation in the countries, putting up multi-stakeholders, partnerships, and coming to synergies, and with our national instances with different development partners, which we have been empowering since our creation. An example of this is that El Salvador is playing a preponderant role in the creation of South-South as well as triangular cooperation. And through this dual role, we're not only receivers but also offer as it were. But we want to have concrete benefits for the population of our country. Recently, we heard about the catalog of South-South cooperation of Costa Rica, and through with the support of the United Nations system, we'll have a catalog or a list of technical cooperation of El Salvador, where we'll be able to provide cooperation. And we all have also worked with the UN system on projects that are aligned with the 17 SDGs. We are working for great opportunities, health and education, as I stated before. It is very important that as a region, we can have a greater with international cooperation for results-based, quantifiable results, where we look at the effects of the prioritized interventions. And this is important, so that those who implement public policies will have quantifiable and qualitative data, because of poverty and the development challenges of countries are quantifiable. Latin America has a great challenge to make this step forward, which is measured on the basis of results. And we will achieve this if that cooperation should be successfully through these important undertakings that we make. We must also strengthen statistical capacities in our countries, which is extremely important for any measurement. And this will allow the populations that are most vulnerable to develop policies, plans, and projects, so that they can actively participate in the implementation of these steps.
We think we can also promote sustainable development in the region by widening the lending capacity of our institutions. Yesterday, we were also hearing from all the banks when they talked about the regional banks, the global banks, and the development banks. Unquestionably, yesterday's presentation for all of us was a lesson that we needed to learn, so that we can understand that we can work together with international cooperation. We also want to promote exchange of information over platforms, knowledge-sharing platforms, in order to share good practices and financial innovations, as well as green technology. Speaking for ESCO, we have also worked together already with a number of countries on their committees. We are working toward a shared goal of cooperating more, of being active, of not letting cooperation to be lost as it so often was in our countries. We now have a program framework with the European Union, and soon we will be signing a partnership agreement with Spain. We will be developing a blended commission with Uruguay. We do not We want El Salvador not to be only a receiver of cooperation, but also to provide it. This international agency for cooperation is the first one of its kind in the region, and we will be sharing our experience very soon with the Dominican Republic, Belize, and also with Guatemala. And it will be an honor for us to be able to talk to them. We want things to happen, and I think this forum has been a good opportunity for that to occur. Before I close, I would particularly like to make reference to the government of the Republic of Costa Rica, your foreign ministry, and your whole team, and thank you for the support you've given us. Also, Alicia Bárcena, who believed in ESCO from the beginning, and thank you to your whole team who believed that we could play an important role in this forum. Thank you. Thank you, Carla de Palma, General Director of the El Salvador Agency for International Cooperation. I'm now pleased to invite the next speaker, Enrique O'Farrell, Head of the Cooperation Division of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development. You have the floor.
Señor Rodolfo Solano Quiroz.
Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiroz, Foreign Minister of Costa Rica. Mario Timoli, Assistant Director of ECLAC, also recognition to Alicia Bárcena, and most affectionately from Chile. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be able to share a few thoughts with you from the Chilean Cooperation Agency on this panel. Chile is a developing country in transition. We, like so many other countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, have a dual character. First of all, we work in partnerships along with bilateral and multilateral partners in order to contribute to and support sustainable development. But at the same time, we also cooperate through South-South and triangular cooperation on development projects for the benefit of requesting third countries, especially focusing on our own region, Latin America and the Caribbean. Since 2016, 2017, our Chilean International Development Cooperation Agency has carried out efforts to contribute internationally to development and the graduation of countries through the OECD Committee for Development Assistance. We had active participation also by Uruguay and other countries of the region. Our agency, in cooperation with UNDP Chile, published a document measuring the impact of graduation on Chile, which was submitted to the CAD of the OECD in 2017. It did not help much, obviously, because Chile and Uruguay were graduated by the CAD that same year. Antigua and Barbuda were saved at the last minute because they hadn't graduated yet, but that's the reason. Now, in 2022, graduation will be next for Panama and Antigua and Barbuda. In this context, of course, we have been supporting the concept of development and transition, and we've done this through dialogue among the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. ECLAC, of course, has been leading the process. Without their leadership, the concept never would have taken shape. The European Commission and the OECD Development Center. The idea of transition was not conceived outside the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a framework of analysis designed to restore the multilateral view of development for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. It is therefore applicable to all countries, regardless of their income level. This approach sees the development not as a linear process, but a continuum to narrow gaps and close off the traps that catch so many of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm citing ECLAC because since I'm the last speaker and this has been a long panel discussion, we've seen the multi-dimensional picture, especially when we talk about per capita GDP as a measurement of development. I simply want to cite the ECLAC document on development and transition, which says that you cannot consider per capita development as overall level development for a country. The development trap affecting so many of the countries of our region, economically, socially, environmentally, has expanded and it's graduated because of the consequences of the pandemic. the COVID-19 pandemic, not only because of the increase of problems such as poverty and unemployment, but also making it much more difficult to develop capacities for carrying out change processes oriented toward innovation of technology and knowledge. All of this is particularly relevant in the case of the countries whose per capita income actually rose in recent decades, but are still very vulnerable as they move into sustainable development. 8 countries in our region, including my own, have been graduated based on the unidimensional cooperation index that is used. Following the same line of thinking, it is quite likely that in the next few years, other countries from our region, defined as middle-income countries, will join the ranks of the so-called high-income countries. Graduation means that high middle-income countries, such as my own, lose access to the flows of development support, but also access to other types of financing, which are granted on a preferential footing. And of course, access to technical cooperation and opportunities for training, for human capital development. In the spirit of the universal and indivisible approach of the 2013 Agenda, Chile agrees on the need to rethink, redirect, and innovate international cooperation for sustainable development for all the countries of the world. For this reason, the approach of development and transition would replace the idea of graduation with a process of gradation. Graduation is based on the notion that countries move from one level of income to the next and simply cease to be eligible for development assistance. By contrast, gradation is a gradual, scaled approach that combines flexible use of public and private financing instruments for all countries, based on a country's ability to mobilize domestic and external resources, the willingness and their ability to contribute to public and private goods, regional and internationally, and also the public good to which we are all devoted. This means not only that we need new metrics, new measurements of well-being, which have been extensively developed by LAC and also by the OECD Development Center, also new players, new tools, new modalities, including South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, which make it possible to implement international cooperation and adapt it to new changing contexts in the region and in the world. In terms of converting development and transition into development for action, Chile, a number of years ago, began to propose the creation of partnerships for development involving all partners. In this sense, and to mention only a few, Chile has deepened and renewed its partnership for development with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, especially with respect to disaster risk preparedness through the joint fund for the Chile. And we've also worked together with Spain to develop a joint fund so we're talking here about development partnerships. Also, after creating and financing, but after the European Union created new mechanisms for development and transition, we have designed, structured, and co-financed the Fund for Development in Transition between Chile and the European Union, which currently is developing projects on the ground, including green hydrogen in Chile and socioeconomic regional recovery post-COVID-19. This fund was conceived as an innovative type of cooperation and partnership. We think it is pertinent to point out that even beyond mechanisms and modalities that all the countries of the region may carry out together with the so-called donor partners from the past, and also the ongoing and dynamic South-South and triangular forms of cooperation that we have developed among one another and with partners from other regions as well, we feel that it is highly necessary to achieve convergence of our region in terms of the need to renew international cooperation to bring about more sustainable development for all of our people. We think that regardless of true differences or shades of difference that we may have in our approach, for example, to development transition, we need to be practical. We need to be pragmatic as we seek a regional consensus on international cooperation that would allow the region of LAC, which receive only 6% of global development assistance, to speak with just one voice in the forums of international assistance. One of the best opportunities for moving ahead as a region is cooperation for development. It is our obligation and our duty to persevere. Thank you. Thank you, representative of the Chilean Development Cooperation Agency, Enrique O'Farrell. Thank you so much for your contribution to this panel. We will now hear from the representative of the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation. This agency has been extremely active in our countries. And the speaker is Sergio Colina Martin, head of the Department of Cooperation with Andean and Southern Cone countries of the agency. We look forward to hearing from you, Sergio. Thank you. I will try to be brief because we are running somewhat behind, but I did want to take a moment to thank the organizers at LAC for organizing this event, and also the government of Costa Rica. Also to thank you for the opportunity to be here in person for this exchange of ideas on this date, which we have honored today. And I speak as the representative of a country that is proud to have a feminist foreign policy. And today this gives us particular pleasure. Spain has been working for years, decades in cooperation, which does not follow the traditional mentality of being a donor country. We have kept away from rigid bilateral approaches based on transferring funds only. And not only that, also within the European Union, as Maria was saying a moment ago, we have also led the discussion about such concepts as graduation and gradation. Also, development in transition. We have done this hand in hand that is based on our close ties with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and also with a very clear belief in aligning our ways of working with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. So, as you can see, it's been years now that we have been trying to develop mechanisms, the necessary mechanisms to overcome difficulties such as income calculations for our partner countries, and have preferred to focus on joint work to protect global and regional public goods, get a grip on vulnerabilities, and seek greater levels of social cohesion, the development of participatory democratic governance, and societies that are more just and inclusive. As the executive director Alicia Bárcena was saying as well, the new draft law for sustainable development and world solidarity, which was recently submitted to the Spanish Parliament, makes direct reference to the agenda for development and transition. This draft bill focuses on a renewed agenda for international cooperation, especially with countries that, despite progress in income levels, nevertheless are facing serious inequalities and have very serious pockets of poverty and inequality. In order to understand them and in order to address them, unquestionably, we need new multidimensional indices, such as those that have been repeatedly addressed by this morning's speakers. In this scenario of sustainable development, we cannot be talking exclusively about a problem limited to the less developed countries. Instead, it is conceptualized as a worldwide partnership, an issue that affects all of us and concerns all of us. So if we understand development this way, then we realize that the agenda is very complex, and it addresses inequality at every different level, and justice, economically, digitally, environmentally, disaster risk mitigation, climate change, and of course also needs to include strategies for dispute settlement, conflict resolution, and democratic life. The Society Institution on Development and the Spanish approach to development and transition is very clear. If I may, I would like to focus, therefore, on trying to briefly describe some of the concrete mechanisms by which the Spanish International Cooperation Agency is trying to give a concrete shape to this to this view, to this concept of development in transition. These mechanisms, first of all, are possible to a great extent thanks to the close contact that our agency has on the ground with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a network of cooperation offices, cultural centers, training centers that have been present in all the countries of the region and have made it possible for us to keep an open conversation with public institutions, with civil society, and the academic sectors of the countries, and helped us to have a close knowledge of the conditions, as Mario was saying, and not to be blinded by a single model, which keeps us from being innovative. Instead, our desire is to listen. It's a model based on listening. If we want to describe briefly how we perceive this development in transition in our agency, it would be, first of all, as I said before, a clear focus on global and regional public goods. This is why we attach such high priority to issues such as climate change. Number two, a clear focus on South-South and triangular cooperation. Number three, a sound technical cooperation based on innovation. And number four, clear emphasis on equality and inclusion. This final pillar, unquestionably and above all, focuses on women and diversity to narrow the gaps, the gender gaps that continue to exist in our countries, and this is a high priority for the Spanish Cooperation Agency. We also want to focus on vulnerable, marginalized populations such as Afro-descendants and indigenous groups, groups that have been marginalized from development programs such as vulnerable youth, people with disabilities, and so forth. Going back to the pillars I mentioned before, the four pillars, and also taking advantage of the fact that we had that the Salvadorian Agency for International Development is here. One of our areas of focus has been to work hand in hand with our countries to build capacity, sharing the experience of the Spanish agency with other new cooperation agencies, the Chilean agency, the Uruguayan agency, and in this way, to come alongside the creation of a network of institutional players, cooperation workers, and agencies, and in this way be able to offer shared resources involving all of the countries and all the partners in cooperation.
As logical complement to this concept and in keeping with what we have always done in a clear and precise way within South-South cooperation and within the ACID, we have also worked towards triangular cooperation, and so that we will have the traditional flows rather than to transform it into a multiple flow. So I hope that the alliances and partnerships will that we have formed will contribute to joint objectives, which should be in keeping with the mandate, the 17th. And in number 17 of the Partnerships for Development, we are exploring new innovative models. For example, we are working to position our Uruguay office as a hub, a reference hub for cooperation and development for the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean. We're working intensely on technical cooperation on the Interconnector program for Spanish cooperation with Latin America, and we are trying to ensure the building of knowledge, exchange of good practice, best practices in the region so that we can promote a dialogue on public policies. We have set up also partnerships with Ibero-American entities, but as I said at the beginning, the draft law for cooperation in Spain places particular emphasis on multidimensional nature of development, with special attention to gender gaps, climate change, as well as most vulnerable group or the groups that have been made most vulnerable in specific contexts. I think it is important that this draft law expressly mentions the struggle against all types of discrimination, including, for example, discrimination because of gender identity and against LGBT persons. This is in keeping with the work that we have been doing with respect to inclusion, the protection of persons with disabilities, other programs and the agencies, for example, for programs with indigenous people, Afro-descendant people. All of these programs have are programs that are not led by schemes for macroeconomic development, but they go onto the ground and they work closely hand in hand with the specific groups that have been traditionally excluded in development efforts within Latin America and that have been left behind. So this is a development causing potentially unsustainable development trends. So this question of vulnerability, we have vulnerability that has there have been a worrying rise because of the pandemic. And this, of course, we have the repercussions for health. There has been also an increase in the gaps of inequality. We try to concentrate on these groups and Spanish Incorporation working in all types of countries, least developed countries, middle incomes, and highly developed countries. We try to diversify the lines of work and strengthen and build the capacities of the persons through political intervention, participation in the economic and social lives of the country. So programs such as the school programs that has been working, program that has been working in Latin America for the last 30 years. We try to train persons so that they can get decent work. We concentrate on young people who are generally in excluded sectors and who are particularly vulnerable. And this is a good example of concrete action that we work and what we try to do to share this vision of development in transition that goes beyond macro considerations, macroeconomic considerations. We're highly aware of the obstacles in this with respect to macroeconomic development. So we try to work for projects that are aimed at inclusion. So we are doing this, of course, hand in hand with our partners in the European Union, international organizations, civil society organizations, public agencies, and in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share these thoughts, not only on development in transition, but also how we can transmit these visions to concrete action for development, so that we can continue to make progress. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And I wish you every success in your continued discussions. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Sergio, for your contribution and especially for the presence of your agency in our respective countries. I'd just like to call on the next speaker, Mr. Walter Clarence and Indara from CELA, to be as brief as possible in view of the time lag or time constraints in this panel. Of course, discussions are important. Of course, the time is our great enemy. And at this point, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Walter Clarence Indara, who is the Permanent Secretary of the Latin American and Caribbean Economic System, CELA, who will be greeting us and who will be joining us virtually. I'd also call upon him to be as brief as possible in his presentation. Mr. Clarence, you have the floor. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you, or good afternoon. I'm going to try to be bear the kind in mind. I'd like to greet the other panelists. I'd also like to thank you for giving me this opportunity on talking about how we can have new opportunities for development. I'd like to thank the government of Costa Rica for organizing this very well organized forum. I'd like to thank Alicia Barcenas for her team promoting discussion on the challenges of Agenda 2030 for development. I think that it's important for we, the sectors, must comply with the objectives, major economic and social transformations that we have undergoing, experiencing, and which are facing the countries of the region, the transition develop, show the need to have a new focus for the design and excessive implementation of international cooperation so that we can support development objectives. The economic crisis and social difficulties are recurrent and particularly severe. New technology has caused a change of paradigm in the generation of solutions, and this paradigm has been shown great inequity. We need to capitalize the benefits of global, both international for Latin American resources. In the context of regional integration, we think that one of the greatest assets that countries of this country have we see that there has not been modest progress, which have nevertheless not been sufficient to exploit all the potential for connectivity and articulation. And then the example of this that we have trade relationships which involve about 84% of the goods that we proceed with an average of 8% of import tariffs, and the countries that use these have used 38 or just 38% so therefore the interregional trade is alarming. It is therefore important to inject greater energy into the trade so that we can have greater number of dividends. So it's indispensable that this forum should deal with the urgent need for multilateralism that will support regional cooperation and integration. If we need to lay the basis for international cooperation on the analytical basis of development transition is correct. However, it does not take into account some considerations that I'd like to share with you. On the one hand, we need to build a multidimensional concept of development that can make international cooperation more effective. But the definitions and classifications are complex, so we need greater institutional capacity. This new direction means that it is to focus more effectively aspects of international cooperation. But if there are solutions, financial solutions, and solutions that respond to the tangible needs of the population, it will not be effective. So we need to renew the conceptual basis to facilitate the exchange of good practices amongst countries that have the same challenges. Even though for this we need to have wide-ranging consensus and involve a larger number of stakeholders. We need a greater level of consultation on strategies and common strategies and positions that will guide our strategies for greater integration and cooperation in order to strengthen and this new vision and have a work that is more in keeping with the recognition of the obstacles that like to share some guiding principles. For example, which must guarantee and ensure that international cooperation is first and foremost in keeping with the objectives that have been placed in the national development plans, in having symmetry between national priorities and the compliance with the SDGs. In order to do this, we must have an effort to recognize national realities and see how these are articulated in international strategies. Secondly, we must place greater attention to follow up the variables on capital, human and security in health, education, and others in order to need to monitor the social expectations far beyond the traditional methods. And we must ensure that the compliance of the quantitative premises are important for social development. We have to make sure that administrations that have a high level of compliance with the present indicators, we have we must also ensure that we have mechanisms that are clear for the evaluation, impact evaluation, not only to these standards of efficiency, but it is also a permanent need for innovation of actions and effectiveness of cooperation. Fourthly, we must extend the concept of cooperation, overcome the questions of financing, have actions for transfer technology, and policies for research and development. In conclusion, I'd like to state that on the basis of the arguments that I've made from the SALO, we have made efforts to renew our actions and areas of action and to ensure direct communication with their countries on their priorities so that we can comply with their efforts to fulfill the SDGs. In other way, we can have a more dynamic compliance with international needs, have creating spaces for greater reflection and with respect to public considerations and the exchange of good practices, and to ensure greater integration with the region. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias.
I'd like to thank the Secretary of SELA, Mr. Walter Clarence, in view of the late hour. And since he's the last speaker on our list, I think that we have to omit the participation of that is statements of delegations and that will go straight on with the rest of our program. Of course, time is always our greatest enemy at this time. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Mario Simoli to conclude this panel. I'd like to thank all of those who have made contributions and for their great contributions to this interesting question. Of course, this is one of the major issues which we'll continue to work on in the future. Thank you, Mr. Simole. You have the floor. Thank you so much. Thank you for moderating this session, and thank you for all the panelists for their interesting input. I just like to express one source of concern. I think this would have liked this session to be a question of this debate, because it's obvious that in many of the situations that we'll be having in the few years, a large number of European countries are changing their budgets and from social cooperation and more, and with greater emphasis on military considerations. So the question of preparing infrastructure and cover and support the economies. So this is a subject for this discussion as never before. We have United States, Germany, many countries have increased their military budget to the detriment of cooperation. And of course, we have to look at the political and other repercussions of this war. So we have to see what we are facing, and far beyond political considerations, as was rightly said by the German delegate, we in this region have to be very aware of this. It's a very current issue. It is something that we have to think about. It is something that we have to keep on the agenda, and we have to talk far less and do far more. So having said this, I'd like to finish this panel session. I'd like to ask you to work together. Of course, ECLAC will continue to partner with you, and we have to go far beyond rhetoric. Thank you so much. It has been a great pleasure. And on behalf of Alicia Barcenas, I'd like to thank and greet you all. Thank you very much. For me, as a Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs on multilateral affairs of Costa Rica, it has been a great effort to be present in the closing part of this panel on behalf of the Foreign Minister. Unfortunately, I was not able to open the floor to delegations. However, time is difficult, making things difficult for you. So we'll go right into the second panel. Thank you.
Por favor, pedimos a las delegaciones.
Delegates, would you kindly take your seats? We are going to be continuing right now with panel number 2. We are behind schedule, and so we appreciate your collaboration in taking your seats. We would ask members of the panel to kindly come forward to the head table to take your seats. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Would the rest of our delegates kindly take their seats so that we could get started on this second panel entitled Statistical, Quantitative, and Territorial Tracking of the SDGs. The Secretariat has the pleasure of giving you a message that was left pending yesterday during the delegation's interventions from the delegation of the United States. We will now hear the message of the Deputy Assistant Secretary, Nerissa Cook, in the International Affairs Department of the State Department of the United States of America.
With fellow LAC members at this year's Forum on Sustainable Development. Thank you, President Alvarado, for hosting this event, and thank you, LAC executives. We similarly seek to eliminate disparities in our own education system and ensure equal access for marginalized populations. The protection of our natural ecosystems, life below water and life on land, is one of President Biden's top priorities, and we look forward to the Our Ocean Conference in April and the UN Ocean Conference in June. The United States supports launching negotiations for a global agreement to combat ocean plastic pollution. USAID is also implementing the Clean Cities Blue Oceans Initiative in Peru and the Dominican Republic to reduce the estimated 11 million tons of plastic that flow into the ocean each year. Domestically, we have endorsed the goal of conserving or protecting at least 30% of land and sea by 2030, and we support including that goal in the global biodiversity framework under the Convention on Biological Diversity. I want to congratulate Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Panama for the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor, a unique model for regional cooperation that shows great potential for ocean conservation and ocean-based climate solutions. The United States is committed to making real progress to achieve the 2030 agenda. Multilateral cooperation, as we see at LAC, is the only way to solve our global sustainable development challenges. So I'll conclude with a request to stay in touch. Please reach out to me and my colleagues at our embassies in the region with ideas on how we can deepen our cooperation and accelerate the full implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Gracias. Vamos.
Thank you very much. We shall now begin this panel, and I'd like to briefly introduce the panel on statistical, quantitative, and territorial monitoring of the Sustainable Development Goals that will be moderated by Mario Cimoli, Deputy Executive Secretary of LAC. For the full implementation of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and its 17 goals, countries have implemented statistical developments, amongst other things, in order to undertake the statistical, quantitative, and territorial monitoring of those goals, to look at the statistical capacity supporting the 2030 agenda. And in that vein, we are very pleased to have with us wonderful experts who will be able to give us information that's very useful to all of us. I would ask all panelists to please be mindful of the time allotted to you so as to give a chance to colleagues on the floor to take part. And this thus will be not just be a monologue, but an interactive discussion. And thus I will give the floor to our moderator, Mr. Cimoli. You have the floor, sir. Thank you ever so much. As was well said by our colleague, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Costa Rica, this is a crucial, important panel that has a great deal to do with the countries and their contributions and the UN system. We have a wonderful panel for you today. Marco Lagraña, the Director of the National Institute of Statistics and Census, Carol Coy, Director General of the Statistics Institute of Jamaica, Juan Daniel Oviedo, Director General of the Department of Administrative National Statistics of Colombia, Graciela Marquez Colin, President of the National Institute of Statistics, and Luciana Mermet, Representative Resident of the UNDP. Without further ado, we would ask Rolando to please stay within a time limit of 10-12 minutes so that we can then have comments and go on to the interventions of each of our panelists. You have the floor, sir.
Muy buenos días a todos ustedes.
Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be with you today at this forum. The idea of what we wanted to present to you today is to look at how all of the statistical and data information is brought together in the territory for use of the SDGs. So we'll have two platforms presented in this time frame. One that has to do with SDGs, with CEPAL-STAT, which is a CEPA or ECLAC rather platform, and then some additional elements that we've incorporated in the SDG Gateway, which was the platform that created by all of the agencies to be able to follow up on the 2030 agenda in our region. Briefly, CEPAL-STAT arose with a database in 2006. It is just in 2013 when it has its public portal, and as of then, ECLAC incorporated different elements until reaching 2019 when we created, amongst all of the funds and agencies, we created the SDG Gateway. And in 2020, we created, at the request of CELAC, the incorporation of other statistical information and follow-up of the pandemic. In 2021, last year, we did a renewal of CEPAL-STAT, including a portal, and now we're including SDG Gateway with these elements, in particular a geo portal where we can see the follow-up of the 2030 agenda. What is CEPAL-STAT or ECLAC-STAT? It's a series of data that has geographic content and coverage on 33 governments, 14 associate members. It's structured on the basis of the pillars of demographic, social, environmental, and other cost-cutting aspects, development. The sources of information are is the information produced by all of the countries. That's what we've included, in addition to other information that we produce, but that's also produced by funds, agencies, and programs and other international organizations. All of this is aligned with the structure in the process of our Secretary General in terms of the data strategy. This entire platforms are in open code with open data that are interoperable amongst each other and comparable, that enable a comparison of data throughout the territory. Very quickly, let's take a look at the main figures. This is the web page of CEPALSTAT, where we've got the main figures that are updated on an ongoing basis, databases that we have for following up on each of the pillars of development and international topics and issues, all of the apps or the APIs that we've developed to open data, information that can be downloaded by countries or researchers or the general population during the entire process. The Geo portal that was launched last year for CEPALSTAT, where we've got some elements and where we can visualize different layers of information. These two layers of information are that dots are the conflicts, the armed conflicts during a process of time that we've seen in the region, events and location of armed conflicts. On the lower area, we've got the rates of feminicide for every 100 inhabitants in each of the countries in our region. Obviously, we see a great number of conflicts, but if we expand the map, it's very small. But what we do have from a statistical and geographic point of view, we follow all of the guidelines and the technical standards that Statistics Commission and the group of experts on geospatial committees of the United Nations informs for all countries. We also have information with the databases, from the databases of other sources, such as what's produced by our colleagues in CELA from a census point of view, so that we can follow up on other topics. This one has to do with the proportion of the population that uses sewage systems. In the same way, we've got information on points and cities and urban communities. And now I'm coming back to CEPALSTAT, where we've got a platform to follow up on the regional profiles of our region in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as specific national profiles that we've identified from the information that we produce and that is produced by all of you and that we have collected within this great platform, such as the statistical annual databases. We also have access to microdata and census information through online information, as well as access to databases from other divisions that we have working with us. We also have the tie-in to all of the monitoring territorial mechanisms of ECLAC, as well as access to over 100 databases that can be incorporated and for viewing information and searching for information that we might need. All of this has to do with the information of the countries with the global databases so as to follow up on the 2030 agenda. And as a result, amongst all of the agencies, funds, and programs, we've created this platform, which is called the SDG Gateway, which is for follow-up of the SDG agenda. All of the information that funds, agencies, and programs are producing and incorporating for statistical information at the global level for follow-up on the agenda. Here we've got three elements that we'd like to underscore in terms of the platform. I'd like to highlight that we are visualizing the base of the platform for the basis of the statistical analysis that was something that was requested of us. But we're also adding in a geo portal to be able to see and follow up on each of the indicators relative to the 17 goals of the 169 targets. For each of these, we have a tie-in and can view them in the territory for each of them. These are the three elements that we're updating. On the one hand, everything that has to do with regional architecture, where we're incorporating several elements. Number two, here you can see our geo-portal. And thirdly, some of the actions that we've undertaken with the actors in society and other elements that we're including for countries as a whole. In terms of regional architecture, we are including the collaborative platform of all of the agencies, funds, and programs, how we're organized so as to follow up the 2030 agenda through thematic or theme-based coordination, and all of the information that the agencies, funds, and programs are producing, how that is tied in and incorporated, not just in their independent portals of each of the agencies, funds, and programs, they all have them, but into this platform on follow-up of the 2030 agenda and how it's included and how it's tied in, on the one hand, per agency, but also in each of the thematic coalitions that we have. We also have the regional architecture where we've got for the LAC organizations, but they're also being included in this portion of the platform for follow-up. Now, in terms of civil society actors, this is an exercise that we've included in the SDG Gateway, and that is on the basis of the COVID-19 Observatory. Each and every one of the countries took different measures to contain the dissemination of the pandemic, and those measures were of an economic, social, educational movement within the territory, closure of borders, etc. All of these measures were inputted into the observatory, and together with CP, we undertook an exercise where we were able to provide visualization or be able to see each and every one of the measures that were taken to follow up on those to see what indicator, objective, and goal they are associated with, whether the process had a positive activity for the country or effect, or if it had meant a setback for the country. All of that is included in the platform, and that's just an example of what we can see here. Now, in terms of the geo-portal, the geospatial information that we're including, not just the geo-portal, but the entire initiative of the United Nations, where all of its representatives take part in the group of experts on geospatial information, UNDGIN, where we all take part. All of the countries meet yearly for the past 2 years in a virtual format, but we are all meeting so as to follow up on the 2030 agenda and other activities. We also have the observations of the land with other observers and instruments and the geoportal. Together, we are developing this, and there in the geoportal, per goal, per target, per indicator, we are including each of all of the data on that basis and on that level of detail. I don't want to get into a great amount of detail on this, but number one, that has to do with the proportion of the population that living below the international poverty threshold. All of this information, it comes from the global database of the statistics division in New York, and that is the division that brings all of the information together and inputs it into this segment with the data that comes from you. So 1.1% of the population is living below that threshold. And then 1.6% of the population uses sewage systems, for instance. in extreme poverty. We can relate. The platform allows us to be able to see how we can tie in different data sets so as to compare, for instance, amongst the people living in extreme poverty, how many of them actually have sewerage systems, etc. And all of this is done through the inputting of the documents and the data from each of your regions. Here, again, the objective has to do with goal 15, that has to do with forest surface area vis-a-vis overall surface area on the earth. Here, this allows us to see not just in terms of the SDGs, but other issues, so sources of deforestation. We've got certain geographic layers. We look for areas that are forested and others that are not forested, and we can overlay layers and include this in this information. Now I'm going to go much faster so we can have a look at the follow-up of the databases that you can see, statistical regional databases per goal, follow up on each of the goals. Yesterday, our Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcena, mentioned that 32% of the goals are in arrears or have had setbacks. All of those that are gray are the ones that don't have a platform for follow-up of the 2030 agenda. We've got national profiles of those that do have follow-up, and that is public. But what's interesting here is that we have a diagnosis, we've got a follow-up undertaken by the agencies, but we're interested in having more data and continuing to delve deeper in this process. This is information where each agency is including the activities for training, what they're doing in each of the countries, updating it on an ongoing basis through update of the contents. The same thing is being done for each of the countries in terms of the contents, the managers of the contents, where we can follow up on the platform. You can decide what the objectives are in your countries, who is responsible for following up on what goals, what indicators, following up on that, and we will present it within the framework of the Statistics Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean. And here you have it. You can review it. We will be dealing with this with each of the countries so that you can have follow-up reports, status reports for the voluntary reports, and to be able to continue to follow up on this in your countries of your goals and your indicators. And with that, I would complete my presentation. You've got the links before you so that you can see the information, and they're there for all of the elements that are in development, in transition. It may be the only way to be able to follow up through the actual statistics that are presented and that are obviously placed at your disposal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rolando Ocampo. We would invite all of you to the statistical conference. You're all invited to go to that great analysis. And now let's go on to the panel. I'd like to have enough time for the Q&A session. So I'm going to be very strict on your timelines. First, Marco Lavagna, Director of the National Institute of Statistics and Census of Argentina. Marco, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I'm going to do my best to be quick. Thank you very much. First, congratulations to all of the women. I'd also like to congratulate LAC for the organization of this event, and obviously the Republic of Costa Rica for hosting this event and the wonderful hospitality shown to us all. It is wonderful to be once again back together again. Here, as Alicia Bárcena, I won't go into everything that's already been said. I could only say thank you for everything that you've done, and I'm sure that we are going to continue to see a great deal of you. Now, specifically getting into statistics and follow-up, CEPALSTAT and the SDG Gateway, I think that the first thing that we have to highlight is the evolution in this region of Latin America and the Caribbean on the 2030 agenda, following up on the agenda, and the commitment shown by the countries of the region for implementation and follow-up. It seems to me that this is an example for many countries in the world, and the progress made is notable. We can see this not just in terms of the participation in the different international fora, but the creation or the striking of different groups, international groups, so as to coordinate and articulate the indicators so as to follow up on the SDGs. Now, in particular, in terms of the SDG Gateway and CEPALSTAT, I think that this is a meeting that the LAC has placed at the disposal of all countries in terms of the evolution in the region on the SDG goals. It's a platform that's very friendly, it's very easy to use, it enables you to see the different cross sections and the geospatially what's happening, which is very interesting. I don't have a great deal to tell you about what needs to be added to the platform because it's quite complete, contains all the information that it needs to have. I think that the suggestion that I might make is to look at what is the work that we need to set for ourselves jointly for the different countries. And I think that under the coordination of LAC, we will be able to do this in an easier fashion. I'll give you a few examples. First, methodology. How can we begin to better coordinate methodologies amongst countries so that when the information appears in the portal, it's easily comparable, that we don't have to analyze its methodologies, and definitely as a region, we can have a clear position vis-a-vis how we're progressing. A very concrete example would be the following. Looking at the International Day of Women, essential when we are talking about the society of care or care society, remunerated or non-remunerated work in the world amongst men and women. There are different things that could be analyzed and followed up on, and it's an example of how we need to move forward in the region in terms of unifying methodologies and how we undertake these surveys that are so very important to respond to this, the care society. We need to work on training programs, and this ECLAC has an essential role. ECLAC has an essential role to play this for technicians in the statistics office, but also different areas of the different governments at the federal, regional, etc. level, so that we can compare statistics and generate better data. That data that we as the statistics office have to provide to use so that public decisions and policies can be developed and made. Implementation of exchange agreements for data sharing, if you will, which is so very important to begin to have more and better statistics. There's increasing demand to have real-time statistics. And for that, we need to begin to work with administrative records and sharing data that the states have. For this, we need standards, we need protocols, we need to be able to understand how to protect and analyze the data, how to have governance of the data, everything that has to do with the stewardship of the data that ECLAC has been working on to a great extent. And it's essential so that we can begin to incorporating that information increasingly. Information records or registers are essential. We need to work on this so as to be able to use the information intelligently and to share the data. All of this data administration management has to do with the international data management system, not just national governments and statistics office, but this includes civil society, public-private participation. That's where we have to make great efforts to work together. And in closing, I must also mention in particular CEPALSTAT and everything that has to do with geostatistics. The geo-analysis of data is something that enables us as the statistics office in ECLAC or different bodies to provide information that's quick and comprehensive. Often there are huge databases. It's very difficult to do cross analyses so as to be able to provide those reports. This platform enables us to do that, to have that cross analysis of information much faster and much easier to understand. And what it ends up doing definitely is to provide better contact between the statistics offices, the organizations, and the different users in civil society, NGOs, government, any and all users. And that's why it's so very important to work on that line of activity. I'm not going to tell you what we're doing in Argentina in that sense, but it does have to do with this. Now, in terms of this matter, how do the bodies of the state do this? How do they work? It has to do with geospatial information that deals with the topic. And here, this is where ECLAC can help the countries in how to improve the coordination of those offices so as to be able to provide better indicators in a clearer fashion. Final point, everything that has to do with systems per se. There's a very important matter, which is development of systems, and a platform such as Cepalstat enables us to have a starting point to be able to look at all of this. We need to unify and develop it, and it's hard to develop these systems, and it's essential so that we can work on that line of activity. Once again, thank you very much. Given the time delays, I won't go on further. I would just remind you that whatever is not measured cannot be corrected, and whatever is measured can be solved in time, over time in the future. And the statistics offices and ECLAC statistics offices are at your disposal for any help you might want in this sense.
Bueno, gracias, Mark.
Thank you so much, Marco. Now we'll go to the next speaker, that is Carol Coy, who is the General Director of the Institute of the Statistics of Jamaica. You have the floor, Carol.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to participate in this. I must congratulate you and ECLAC on the development of this interface, which I think has come at a very opportune time. The demand for data has expanded significantly with the adoption of the SDG, and the recent COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the importance of having timely data. This data, as I said, it has to be timely and it has to be disaggregated if it is to allow for effective policymaking. With a rapid improvement in technology, users are now accustomed to getting information in the shortest possible time and as easy as possible. You click on Google and you get whatever you have. And this is being translated to statistics office, the need to supply that data quickly. In the past, statistics offices, we focused heavily on data production with less emphasis on dissemination. There has now been a shift in the statistical community where dissemination is being given equal priority. This interface satisfies this need with easy access to regional and national information. It's in open data format, it's easy to navigate, and all this does it makes it easier for our stakeholders. And the availability of geospatial information is welcome, as well as the provision of metadata and the sources of this data, which is critical to our users. Speaking from the perspective of the Caribbean, there are some points I would like to recommend. So for example, when we're looking at the regional profile, maybe we could break it down into Latin America and Caribbean. The issue is that when you have a regional presentation, Latin America and the Caribbean, What it represents most is Latin America, because the issue is there's such a wide disparity in size between Caribbean and Latin American countries. Most Caribbean countries are small island developing states. And so this is one area I would recommend. Yes, I know when you go into the statistics, you see, but on that regional portal, it would be recommended. What this portal does, which is good for us, it highlights the weakness in the statistical capacity of the Caribbean. Because when you look at it, you realize that a number of important indicators are missing. And this in the region is because of our underdeveloped national statistics system. And so what I would recommend is for UNEC to lead the process of strengthening the national statistics system in the sub-region. This would result in the statistical capacity improvement, not just in the NSOs, the National Statistics Office, but actually in the line ministries, which are an important source of data for the SDG. It would also, as was said by Argentina, it would also provide easier access to administrative data, which is an important factor in providing timely official statistics. We have seen during the pandemic where face-to-face surveys, we had to curtail this. It's the access to administrative data that allowed and would have allowed a number of countries to be able to provide official statistics in a reasonable, easier way. I would also recommend increasing the dialogue with countries regarding the indicators on the platform, because when I looked at it from the Jamaican perspective, there are some indicators which I know are available and but was not on the platform. The metadata, which I think is critical, but we need again dialogue with the countries, because maybe because of their weak systems, it's not available on their website, but they actually do have information. And working with UNECLAC can improve the dissemination of these countries. But overall, I think it's a welcome addition to data dissemination in the region. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol, very much, very much. Ahora pasamos.
Now, we'll hear the next presentation from Juan Daniel Oviedo, the Director General of the National Administrative Department for Statistics, so DANE of Colombia. And the Argentina, the Statistics Conference is now being presided over by Argentina, if I'm correct. All right. Thank you very much, Mario. I'd just like to warmly greet my colleagues from DANE and the panel and all of the delegates represented here. I'd like to take this opportunity to use the time constraints and just refer to the important work being carried out by LAC, and I'd like to present two platforms, and I think that they are linked to what was being presented by Luis Felipe Lopez Calva in the presentations on development and transition, because the new concept of development makes institutional changes incumbent on us. And one of the most important institutional changes is governance organization. And this governance is based on very clear principles of interoperability, and so this is the leadership that the Executive Secretary Mario Rolando have shown to ensure that all of statistics offices of Latin America and the Caribbean should coordinate amongst ourselves and should present a unified platform when we have to fulfill our role of providing useful information for the development of public policies. And all of this should be shown through these separate platforms and the portal on SDG Gateway on sustainable development. I'd just like to share with you that this is the result of global as well as regional agreements. For example, in the last Statistics Commission, in its last session, we adopted the Eurospatial Roadmap, which it's going to be the reference point to decide how we can integrate spatial information with statistical information so that we comply one of the major challenges that we have in Agenda 2030, that is to measure the impacts of development that are centered on the citizen and territory. As Rolando presented to us a map of connectivity of the whole region. And we see that the whole region is full of points, and these are common points that we can bring to the fore when we need to guarantee and ensure that the information is stored in one place. But I'd just like to remind you that these are important achievements made by ECLAC and CEPALSTAT, as well as the SDG Gateway, and these are the results of the empowerment of each of the statistical offices that make up the Latin American and Caribbean region. It is important to recognize that at this time of recovery and rebuilding of the development models, we must not forget that investment in capacity, the statistical capacity at the national and subnational level is a priority issue. Sometimes we think that we're the last level of prioritization, but as we have heard today in the discussions and models for development in transition, we also need to change the measurement focus. We need to have granular information, more specific information. We must move towards information which will help us to recognize how we will proceed in CEPALSTAT, even in the subnational region, keeping in mind the social and economic conditions. That this can only be possible if we have a common effort throughout the country, so that all of the companies shall have to pool together their information for their national institutes, statistical institutes. So in the region, we will have a whole set of conclusions in this region that is presented over my friend Marco Lavenia. That is the Statistical Conference of the Americas, which we already discussed at the beginning of the year. We talked about the challenges of a measuring development in transition. So in the statistical offices, as well as the ECLAC unit for statistics, you'll see we'll find strategic partners so to help us to make measurements, as said by Felipe and Marco, so that we can go from transition and development in transition to development in action based on evidence, and as well as the availability of information in these areas such as CEPALSTAT and SDG Gateway. These are the two basic messages that I wanted to share with you at this point. Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan Daniel. It's important to know the relation between development and transition. It's very important to have new means of measurement. So thank you so much for your observations. And now I'll go to Gracilo Marquez Colin, President of the National Institute of Statistics and Geography of Mexico. You have the floor. Yes, is that okay? Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this panel with such distinguished colleagues. I'd like to greet you, of course, to Alicia Bárcenas, who has shown true leadership in the need to follow up and monitor statistics in the region. I'd just like to share with you something that happened a long time ago, and that's the 24th of June, 1948. The Economic and Social Council approved a situation that the Statistics Office of the ECLAC should give support for agricultural and demographic censuses of the countries of the region. It was also agreed that the member countries should organize with this office an exchange of documents and technical and statistical documentation. From that time, that is 1948 to the present, We have seen, for example, in 1961, the statistics supplement, and on the basis of from 1964, we have seen the statistics bulletin from Latin America in keeping with this mandate. In 1962, we saw the first volume of the statistical documentation for Latin America and the Caribbean. So now we no longer have these these publications. So no, we don't need to wait. We just take our computers and we connect to Sepalstat. I think that Rolando's presentation did not really pay due tribute to what they actually present and what they do. He said that what they are presenting was a database, and I think that what I have seen, and I'm calling upon all of you to use this as a tool, because it is a powerful tool for statistical offices in our countries, and also to support us in decision making, monitoring, and follow up of these SDGs. It is only in this way that we will honor the provisions of ECOSOC dating from 1948. I think that today we're honoring this using this Sepalstat tool. We can see with this tool exactly where we are and where we're going, the gaps that need to be filled, the regional differences that exist, the differences between the various groups within the region. Also, this interface is not just another interface that we so often see in the internet. Actually, this interface gives us the possibility to integrate a geoportal, which is very closely linked to a statistical basis, completely linked. It may seem simple, but actually, in reality, what it's going to give us is information that we very very seldom see. We see national, regional profiles. And of course, this is a great achievement because in just one glance, we can see some of the most relevant and important indicators and the most specific one. It has an additional advantage because it does not present the information which is only for specialists, but it also presents information that can be digested by the common citizens. And yet I think this is one of the most important aspects of this database. To have a database such as this one is an example, it's a model that National Statistics Institute should follow. And it also gives us something more. And as Rolando says, it gives us access to the API. So we do have open data. We have the possibility of replicating multiple exercises with the data that we have. But of course, we can always ask for more. And I'm going to ask for more. For example, I think that the national profiles should be included, should include statistical data or geographical statistics that are specific to a given country. That is data that were produced and with some level of innovation. And I like to thank the representative of the Alcoides Foundation who is accompanying us. And I'd like to recall the fact that in the case of Mexico's profile, we can include the results of the National Survey on Sexual and Gender Diversity. And this survey, we started this survey last year from household to household, and we're doing it via web now, so that we think it is to give the possibility for other countries to teach and to share their lessons learned with other countries in the region. Well, I'd just like to repeat what has already been said. I'd just like to call on you once more to consult this database, and that we can all share this link, and I think that our monitoring and follow-up of the SDGs will be strengthened on the basis of what we find there. And of course, I'd just like to note that we're always ready to cooperate with ECLAC. So I therefore like, on behalf of INEHI, to congratulate you for this initiative, and we're committed to give you all the support that we can possibly give. Thank you. Thank you so much, Graciela. It's giving the data available to citizens. I think it is great. I think that we are making citizens able to access this data, and we're making it accessible at the regional level. Now, I also give the floor to Luciana Mermet, who is a rep of UNDP. So if there's a process on the reform that is really working, it is this one. And thank you for being here with us, Luciana. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mario. I would like to greet the Vice Minister Rolando and all of the heads of the national institutes. And I think that everything has already been said, but I'd just like to briefly note the fact that UNDP, as was said, together with ECLAC and all the efforts of the programs in the region, are now making available to the citizens in the region all of the statistical information. I think that this is important for the changes for the achievement of the SDG. I think that a lot of progress has been made, and this is very important when we remember that a few years ago there was a real paucity of data. I think that we have come a long way, and I think that we have to recognize the great effort and the excellent work carried out, as well as the excellent presentation by Rolando, to see how Sepalstat is giving us a wealth of data and how this is being reflected in the national statistics and data institutes. We do have challenges, however. We have challenges within the countries and in subnational data, as well as data concerning specific population sectors. And that is the work of the UN. Our agencies and programs should identify this gap and support you through our programs for technical assistance. And I think this is how we can help you and support this type of work. Firstly, very rapidly, the question of spatial dimension. I think it's fantastic. I think that this brings us forward in the discussion. Thank you so much, Rolando, for showing us this type of progress that has been made. Secondly, I think that the ECLAC platform and the SDG gateway, as well as Sepalstat, show us how this type of information can be used to identify gaps. And I think they're in the right direction. And countries are calling upon the United Nations to give assistance, not only technical information, but also information on the sequences and all of the information around the SDGs. And thirdly, I think that perhaps based on the SDG gateway, perhaps we have some ideas on how we can organize ourselves so that we can place ourselves at the disposal of the institutes. And I think that there is a great appetite to come coordinated so that we can rationalize the available resources. And I think that this is a mandate that we're leaving this meeting with. I think that this work, not only of the UNDP, but also the funds and programs and agencies that have worked on the multidimensional aspect of data. I'd just like to conclude simply by saying that the innovations of the gateway are going in the right direction, and that we have a task not only to promote access to information and data, but to ensure that the platform will be a platform for action, collaboration, so that we can reduce the transaction costs that we often encounter in our programs and platforms. So, in conclusion, I just said 2 ideas for the future, for ECLAC, for the SDG gateway, and for Sepalstat. and it was already stated by the directors of the various statistical institutes. I'd like to talk, I really like the idea of the modeling transition, the connection of the model development modeling transition. It also is linked to the question of statistics and the governance of data. And Marco Lavagna talked about administrative registers, but it's lastly the question of investment technology, investment so that we can digitization science. I think that's the next frontier, the next discussion. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Luciana. I know that you have to leave, but I'd just like to hear from my friend Christian, who will talk about the. Thank you very much, Mario. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the panelists because they have really noted fundamental aspects. Firstly, the ecosystem of data. I think that is extremely important. It's a very interesting work that can be done within our region. But what is fundamental is that if we do not measure, we cannot really take the proper decisions. And I think that this is what we have to do. Take the appropriate decisions and decisions that will convert it into public policies that have an impact on people's lives. This is what I consider to be fundamental. I just have to accompany my minister to a bilateral meeting, but I'm going to leave at this point. But Romario, perhaps we can open the floor of delegations. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for their contributions. Thank you so much, Mario. Thank you, Christian. I now open the floor to delegations for comments and observations. So know that you have time constraints, so please observe these time constraints.
Aplaudámonos nosotros mismos.
Let's applaud ourselves. Of course, we'll applaud the audience as well. Statistics, numbers, there you go. Are there any questions, comments? It's a very useful-ish matter. Venezuela, you have the floor. Yes, thank you. Members of the panel, distinguished representatives of countries, representatives of the agencies. In the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, we are undertaking the latest census, the fourth generation. Because of the pandemic, we've had to accelerate this, but we're saying that we have the last word because this is the motor of being able to develop ourselves, and statistically, from that standpoint, the results of the census have enabled us to face the pandemic. The data is there to be shared, as well as the methodology, everything that's been developed, as well as the complementary aspects of the system. It's a route of work that is at all of your disposals. If we look at the building of the national statistical system, that basis is a great effort. Its building seeks to have the basic geostatistical information and thus the cornerstone for the strong basis for sectoral and industrial information in the country. We have a challenge amongst the traditional measurement instruments that we have. It's not coercive. They are generated if they're lacking. And however, there's a great need in the country to have this information. In a situation such as this, 76% of the country's budget is devoted to social investment, social missions, and different impacts on the country. 3.9 million houses have been built. We've been dealing with the utmost in poverty, social transfers, supplies that all imply alternative records, subsidies for gasoline, the cost of services, power, water, healthcare, education. These costs and these subsidies, these efforts we ask ourselves if they're expressed in the traditional indicators and the conventional indicators. Over 5 years in our country, income declined by 90%. However, more than $13 billion were devoted to social programs without accounting for the free education and healthcare system. We see these indicators, and our challenge is to amalgamate the national registers and the records with the international system. And that's why the records in Venezuela is of great interest amongst all of the statistical information that we have available. Once again, we'd like to thank the LAC, which is always willing to support us, as well as the UN system for analyzing the construction of national statistical systems for having effective use of non-monetary social transfers that we have in the country, which has been a big challenge. Technical analysis of the records that we have today in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you, Venezuela. We'll now go on to a question by a virtual question. Guatemala, Mr. Eric Chuquier, Director of Follow-Up. You are online, sir. You have the floor. Thank you. Greetings from the country of eternal spring to the entire forum. Can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. We can hear you. We can see you. Everything's working. Thank you very much. Thank you for this space. I simply wanted to refer to the fact that Guatemala joined the commitment to transform our world by tying the 2030 agenda to the national agenda. Through this coordination, we established fields of development that are made up of 10 development priorities with their strategic goals. We coordinated our national development plan with the 2030 agenda and its 10 development priorities. The statistical and quantitative follow-up of the SDGs is being undertaken by following up on implementation and progress of these development priorities. For this follow-up, we have two basic tools. One, the pn.gt page and the statistical compendium, which are indicators of the national development priorities, both of which enable us to visualize, measure, and follow up from a statistical point of view through indicators on the progress and implementation of those development priorities. This is an ongoing process that requires the participation of all actors, the public sector, the private sector, civil society, academia, local governments, and of international cooperation, so that we all contribute actively, incorporating actions and interventions that promote the scope, the reaching of the SDGs or attainment thereof. I would call on the stewards of some of the indicators to say that even in Guatemala, we don't have information for them. We are interested in updating the data, but we need that support and that assistance so as to be able to make the metadata operatives, and this will enable us to have better follow-up and monitoring of the SDGs. For this platform, we'd like to make the most of thanking the German Cooperation Agency in Guatemala for the support they've given us in strengthening this increasingly. Advance on our on our national development priorities has been moving forward within the framework of public policy and with international cooperation, so as to generate inputs that facilitate decision-making on the country's path to development. We invite you to get to know our pnd.gt platform. Thank you very much. We accept the invitation. I think that there are no further questions, or perhaps a very brief question could be taken at this point. Thank you very much, Mario. I'd like to make the most of the comment that Luciana made. It seems to me that it's very important. It's a small progress that could help to coordinate all agencies in the United Nations system in all countries, and that is to say that the objectives have to be looked at in terms of their progress, but they also have to be looked at in terms of the steward agencies. This platform is a complementary element that is used by all of the stewarding UN agencies to avoid a duplication of efforts and hopefully to improve the capacity to produce data and to further head the efforts made on the SDGs effective. And now Jazz at Salvador Leal in Costa Rica has asked for the floor, and then we'll have some other technical questions take the floor. Thank you. We'd like to thank the moderator and the panelists for their interventions, at the same time as we recognize the interventions of the delegations on a topic that's so key as statistics that enable us to measure how countries are moving forward in implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I congratulate you. We're very pleased and we feel very satisfied with this. So please continue to move forward on this. And in closing, without further ado, Rolando has to do everything. You have the floor again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mario, Ambassador, thank you. I simply, very briefly, in terms of the comments made by Argentina, Marco Lavagna, that indeed all of the elements that are being mentioned within the statistical portion are being followed up on through the Statistical Conference of the Americas, where, by the way, we also have the participation of the colleagues from the agency's funds and programs so as to be able to work on and follow up on these elements. They are part of this process of follow-up, as are the funds, agencies, and programs in the Statistics Commission of the UN every year when we meet. Carol, you're absolutely right. We will have a specific broadening of the Caribbean data, and of course, to be able to structure a process of capacity building directly with countries for building the 2030 agenda. We've moved forward on some of the matters, and we've a tie-in with you as well, not just through the Statistical Conference of the Americas, but also through CARICOM and our friend Philomena Harrison, with whom we're also working together with the countries Spanish-speaking Caribbean and others. Now, in terms of Daniel, in terms of all of the statistics of in transition development, thank you very much as well, Graciela, for reminding us of this history since 1948, that now by just clicking on our phones, we can see all of this information and how to include in these national profiles that information that is as specific as the sexual and gender diversity information that we have available to today. Juan Daniel and Graciela, thank you. All of this is joint efforts. What you were mentioning about what Juan Daniel said in that question, indeed, there is the entire follow-up in the SDG gateway for the agencies, funds, and programs through the collaboration platform of the statistics group of the platform, where all agencies, funds, and programs take part, and we follow up on this part of the statistics so as to tie in the information produced on the one hand by the agencies related to the objectives and global follow-up, but also follow up on the statistical capabilities that each agency has and undertakes in coordination with the offices of each of the countries on the platform. And with this, Mario, I would complete my remarks. Thank you very much. We will directly go on to panel number 3. Thank you all very much. I think we almost made it within our deadline. Thank you all.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. We would ask the delegations to kindly remain in the conference room because we are going to continue with panel number 3 on natural disasters and asymmetry of climate change in the Caribbean.
Invitamos a los miembros de la mesa.
Would the members of the next panel kindly come forward to take a seat at the head table? We're going to be getting started on this third panel right away.
De acuerdo al temario aprobado,
according to our schedule, we will now deal with panel number 3, natural disasters and the asymmetry of climate change in the Caribbean.
A continuación, le doy la palabra.
I'll now give the floor to Ambassador Charles Hernandez, Deputy Director of the Department of Foreign Policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, who will moderate this panel on behalf of the chair. You have the floor, sir.
Buenas.
Thank you very much. Small island developing states, many of which are in the Caribbean, face nature and climate change every year, and we see this every season of tropical storms and hurricanes that are able to generate human and material damage and losses, which make them be set back in their development. I'm very pleased to introduce Madam Diane Corliss, Chief of the LAC sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean, who will be in charge of moderating panel number 3, natural disasters and the asymmetry of climate change in the Caribbean, which deals specifically with these challenges.
Muchísimas gracias, embajador.
Ambassador, thank you very much.
Colleagues, I know that we stand between you and lunch, so we are going to be very, very efficient. You know, we Caribbeans love our food. It is my pleasure and my honor to moderate this panel entitled The Natural Disasters and the Asymmetry of Climate Change in the Caribbean. This panel devoted to consideration of the unique challenges of the countries of the sub-region, which we have every year at this forum, is an integral expression of LAC's Caribbean First initiative in action. It underscores the resolve of the Commission to explore in depth the critical issues undermining the development trajectory of the Caribbean, and it affords widest consideration of the strategic responses to address these concerns, not least through advocacy, through solidarity, partnership, and international cooperation. Today, we are spotlighting one of the issues central to the multidimensional vulnerability of the Caribbean, natural disasters. Because as President Leon of the CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, so viscerally explained yesterday, these extreme recurrent exogenous shocks lay bare the structural and institutional fragility of these countries and demand a comprehensive, multifactored response. Last year alone, even as a sub-region struggled to cope with the devastating impact of COVID-19 on the health and social welfare of its populations and on the tourism-dependent economies in particular, this pandemic effectively is a slow-moving disaster. The Caribbean experienced a full range of natural shocks, extreme flooding events in Guyana and Suriname, a volcanic eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that impacted neighboring countries, earthquake in Haiti, and tropical storms and hurricanes barreling through the sub-region. Over the past 30 years, the sub-region has experienced more than 400 such events, most of them hydroclimatic. Finding the best way to mitigate and moderate the impact of these shocks by planning for and investing in resilience must be at the heart of an effective sustainable development strategy for the sub-region. What optimum measures for adaptation? How best to improve forecasting and planning for more effective risk reduction? And yes, this is a tall order for middle-income countries, largely ineligible for concessional financing, confronting persistently low growth, declining ODA and FDI while shouldering high and higher levels of indebtedness, facing a less than sympathetic international financial environment. We're here today to discuss how best to recommend to the governments of the Caribbean, with the support of the regional and international community, the strategies to meaningfully and practically enhance the resilience of the subregion. And we speak often of the social and the environmental, financial resistance. Yesterday, we learned to add to these imperatives, the need to strengthen the resilience of national institutions and the production capacity of the subregion to address the serious implementation deficit if resilience building is to be pursued holistically for maximum impact. We have assembled this afternoon an eminently distinguished panel of experts and political leaders comprising senior representatives of government, leaders of the principal intergovernmental organizations of the Caribbean, critical UN partners, representation from civil society to ensure that we have widest possible perspective on what has worked or what might work in tackling vulnerability to climate change and natural disasters in the Caribbean. In the interest of time, I will proceed immediately to invite our first speaker, and I may adjust the speakers list given the fact that we're starting so late and there are representatives of our panel that need to head to the airport. So I may have to mix it up a little bit. But without further ado, I would like to offer the floor to the Minister of Finance of Guyana, who will participate virtually, the Honorable Ashni Singh. Minister Singh, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Diane. Can you hear me? Very excellent. So thank you very much.
Gratitude to my counterpart minister in the Costa Rican government, and also to the executive director of LAC for their kind invitation to participate in today's very important exchange. Today, we collectively brainstorm on matters relating to the very survival of our region. And if I may, at this very juncture, permit me to offer congratulations on a successful meeting thus far. Climate change, we all know, is a challenge confronting our region with the capacity to undermine our future development and prosperity. Its impacts are real, whether it be rising sea levels, more frequent and extreme weather events, extremely hot temperatures, to an increased risk of dislocation for coastal communities, placing our region at even higher risks and in need of urgent interventions. Permit me, Madam Moderator, to pronounce at this time on three key interventions. Firstly, biodiversity. Our region, as we know, is home to an important proportion of marine species, including mangroves. All under threat, severe threat I may add, due to increasing degradation and destruction, in addition to the accretion not being able to keep pace with rising sea levels. Also, the region's coral reefs are said to have declined by as much as 80% as a result attributed largely to continued and unabated pollution, sedimentation, and overfishing. A rise in sea surface temperatures is also impacting the region's stock of coral reefs, leading to coral bleaching. Water scarcity. Some Caribbean islands, including my own home country of Antigua and Barbuda, have been facing prolonged periods of drought, indicating our extreme vulnerability to climate variation, including no rainfall. Issues like food security, water rationing, the requirement of an exorbitant amount of already scarce financial resources for the production of desalinated water, and repairing an aging water distribution network are daily plagues and challenges, I might add, for Caribbean governments and peoples. Thirdly, the impacts of climate change on our tourism sector. This is no secret, absolutely no secret, that there is a significant dependence on tourism with respect to the economies of the Caribbean. Some impacts of climate change directly undermine the industry, ranging from sea level rise, beach erosion, degradation of coral reefs, including bleaching, and loss of cultural heritage, which will most likely reduce attractiveness of small island states to tourism, and consequently, a diminution in receipts required for economic growth and stability. Increases in the frequency or intensity of hurricanes and cyclones has a strong impact on the tourism industry, requiring significant infrastructure investments for rebuilding, causing a level of indebtedness to skyrocket as governments are forced to source monies at high rates of interest from international capital markets. My esteemed moderator and colleagues, there is a major role for the international community to play in support of resilience building in the Caribbean, whether it be individually or through partnerships with existing regional organizations, including the OASIS Economic Union, CARICOM, ACS, or ECLAC. This support can be technical, technological, and financial, or a combination of all of the above. However, to attain any impactful groundbreaking support, it is my humble belief that the international community needs to fundamentally recognize and acknowledge our high levels of vulnerability, including but not limited to climate change and natural disasters. Therefore, the onus is upon us to unequivocally make our case. The case we make today is for the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index as an excellent initiative which we need to continue refining and to lobby for its international recognition and acceptance. Just how do we mitigate and adapt to climate change? I submit that the time is ripe. As we pursue opportunities through South-South and Triangular Cooperation to assist in mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Climate Change Technology Cooperation initiatives is a major area and can allow for a bottom-up approach, utilizing local practices and indigenous knowledge as a starting point for designing climate technology-related intervention. Also, ongoing South-South and Triangular Cooperation projects can incorporate research and development to inform future ventures and projects. Equally important, moderator and colleagues, the cooperation needs to be accompanied by sufficient financial resources to secure sustainability and regional replicability of these projects. Another opportunity involves the increased
Okay, I think we had a technical challenge there. Will we be able to get to the end of this? That was in fact a pre-recorded message by Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda, Minister Green, who was also participating in panel one this morning. Perhaps we could proceed to the virtual contribution from Minister Ashley Singh now, Finance Minister of Guyana.
Thank you very much,
Madam. We
Madam.
are unable to hear the end of.
You can proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Proceed.
Can you hear me, Diane?
If we're unable to, here we have Minister Singh. Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much, Diane. So you can hear me clearly. I will assume that you can. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies.
Minister, we're not hearing you. Could we have a check on this?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
No se escucha el audio.
We have no audio.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello, test. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please proceed.
Excellent. So thank you very much, Diane. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Let me first of all thank the organizers for arranging this panel focusing on the Caribbean sub-region and on the very existential threat we face from natural disasters and climate change. Let me moreover thank the organizers for drawing attention to the asymmetry we face in the sub-region in relation to climate change. Indeed, whenever I think of climate change in the Caribbean, the two words that come most immediately to my mind are asymmetry and disproportionality. And I wish today to highlight why these two words invariably come to my mind. To begin with, of all of the countries around the world, the small island developing states of the Caribbean, and indeed our brothers and sisters in the Pacific, have made the most minuscule, the tiniest contribution to climate change over the history of time. The carbon footprint of most of our countries is insignificant compared to almost the entire rest of the world. If one were to list the cumulative greenhouse emissions of all of the countries of the world over the past 100 years, the Caribbean countries would be at the bottom of the list. Indeed, at current levels, many of our countries would emit less greenhouse gases in 100 years than some cities elsewhere would in 1 year alone. At the same time, the Caribbean is more susceptible to natural disasters than any other region in the world, with some of our countries being the most vulnerable to natural disasters, both on a per capita basis and by land area. In 2018, the International Monetary Fund reported that of the 511 natural disasters that had struck small states worldwide since 1950, 324 were in the Caribbean. The Caribbean is 7 times more likely to be hit by natural disasters than larger states, and twice as likely as other small states. And when disaster strikes, the damage is devastating, often exceeding the size of the entire economy. Hurricane Maria is estimated to have cost Dominica 225% of its GDP, while the hurricane damage to Grenada in 2004 was 200% of GDP. The steady march of climate change has compounded this vulnerability we face in the Caribbean. In summary, while the Caribbean accounts for a tiny part of global greenhouse gas emissions and has historically accounted for a tiny part of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, we are more vulnerable to climate risks than anywhere else in the world. And when those risks materialize, as they unavoidably and frequently do, they cause more devastation in the Caribbean than anywhere else in the world. If I were to turn to my own country, Guyana, approximately 90% of our population lives on a low-lying coastal zone that is below sea level and that relies largely on engineered or constructed sea defense structures to provide protection from the Atlantic Ocean, a literally constructed physical seawall. As a result of the extremely low-lying coastal plain, Guyana is highly susceptible to flooding, a vulnerability that has been exacerbated over the years by rising sea levels combined with more volatile and extreme weather, rainfall patterns. In 2005, we faced devastating floods that cost us the equivalent of 60% of GDP. We therefore face a disproportionate vulnerability to climate change. At the same time, Guyana has made and continues to make a disproportionate contribution to the global fight against climate change through the preservation of our pristine rainforest, which covers about 85% of our country's territory. We have the second highest percentage of forest cover on Earth, and our deforestation rates are amongst the lowest in the world. We are one of only 4 countries in the world and one of only 2 in the Amazon basin verified to have sustained a high forest, low deforestation state. Estimates of the economic value of Guyana's ecosystem services to the world are considerable. Guyana's forests alone provide value that is estimated to range from 40 to 54 billion US dollars annually. Yet this value is not recognized in monetary terms. In summary, Guyana makes a disproportionate and largely and almost completely unremunerated contribution in the global fight against climate change through our standing forests, while we face a sharp and disproportionate vulnerability to climate change, a reality we witness every year as our coast is battered with annual floods with invariably devastating consequences. So where does this leave us as a region? And in particular, what are the issues that we feel the global community must address its collective mind to? First, the very survival of the Caribbean requires investment to safeguard our physical survival and safety from a disaster that was not of our making. Whether it is the sea defense structures of Guyana or the hurricane-proof infrastructure needed by our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean islands, the required investment is substantial. Meeting the cost of this investment requires fiscal resources that are simply not available. There has to be a conversation about the investment needed to protect the Caribbean from the physical consequences of climate change and how this investment is to be financed. Secondly, our economies have unavoidably borne the consequences of the sustained vulnerabilities to which I referred earlier. This has resulted in highly volatile growth, especially for economies that are heavily dependent on climate-sensitive productive sectors such as tourism, as well as the accumulation of debt that is unsustainable in many cases. This raises 2 critical imperatives. The first is addressing the debt overhang that has accumulated as a result of the inherent vulnerability of the small states of the Caribbean. And the second is addressing the need to diversify the productive sector into activities that will ensure greater climate resilience. This requires heavy investment in technology and in human capital. Thirdly, and related to the two previous points, we've been debating now for perhaps 3 decades the importance of criteria based on vulnerability rather than on per capita income to be used to determine eligibility for development finance. The case is so obvious that one wonders at our seeming inability as a global community to build consensus around the self-evident value of a multidimensional vulnerability index to be designed and implemented to guide the flow of development resources. Fourthly, I believe that elevated attention needs to be placed on how the small island states of the Caribbean and indeed the Pacific can better harness the potential of their blue economy, whether it be aquaculture, ocean-based renewable energy, biotechnology, or blue carbon opportunities. The economic potential of the blue economy remains largely untapped or at best undertapped in all our countries. Finally, speaking from the perspective of a heavily forested country, attention needs to be paid to the question of ensuring that the global architecture is in place for countries who have preserved over generations vast standing forests, which now provide valuable climate services to the world, to ensure that such countries are adequately compensated, whether through market-based mechanisms or otherwise, for the very valuable climate services that their standing forests provide to the world at large. And Madam Chair, I will conclude, having raised these points, by pointing out that time is against us where these questions are concerned. We simply do not have the luxury of decades to contemplate them, as we have been doing for decades, as we've been doing with some of these questions for decades now. I thank you very much, and I look forward to us as a region and as a global community concluding our discussions on these critical and indeed existential issues that face our sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Singh. Very, very pleased to have the strong political support for the development of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. And indeed, I think we got very strong support for that in that recovery duration adjuster proposed by the president of the CDB yesterday. I think that this could actually be something that makes a difference to the development of this index. And I think it's also important for us to underscore the issue of diversification as a strategy for resilience building. I think that the blue and green industries emphasizing economic diversification as well as adaptation is an extremely important strategy for the Caribbean to bear in mind. I am going to take the indulgence of the panel to invite now the Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, who has a flight to catch. I'm going to invite Secretary General Rodolfo Sabonge to take the floor. He has a PowerPoint presentation. You have the floor.
Presentation. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished moderator, esteemed panelists, delegates all. Thank you for this opportunity to join you all to discuss this important topic of disaster risk reduction and climate change. Before I begin, I wish to lift a virtual toast to women and girls everywhere. Your resilience, courage, creativity, and generosity redeems our species daily. There is not a man here who has not been graced by your partnership in our lives. We salute you. Alicia Bárcena, although I know you're not here, You have been, are, and will always be the quintessential Caribbean woman. Thank you for being a part of our fight for the sustainable development of our region. Thank you for being a worthy ambassador to the world of the energy, intelligence, and passion of our women, for being the role model of our girls, our boys, and our people. Thank you. First, let me begin by making reference to the IPCC infographic from climate risk to climate resilient development, climate ecosystems, including biodiversity and human society as coupled systems. The risk propeller shows that the risk emerges from the overlap of climate hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. According to the Regional Risk Assessment Report for Latin America and the Caribbean, 1 of every 4 registered disasters occurs in Latin America and the Caribbean. 91% of them are of climate origin, which clearly indicates where we should direct our efforts. It is critical to convert our knowledge about risk and disasters into concrete actions by mainstreaming disaster risk management into national and regional public policy. Disasters are not natural. Rather, we face multiple threats that can translate into dangers when human populations do not have the skills and or the capacities to plan, prepare, and deal with them, or to recover effectively in a short period of time. It has been said already that the past cannot be our only point of reference. History has shown us that nothing is linear. So the best way to plan for the future is to reduce our vulnerabilities and be prepared for the worst case scenario. There is an urgent need for science and technology-based public policies focused on comprehensive risk management. These policies must be cross-cutting and have a transdisciplinary approach developed and implemented with multiple stakeholders and partners so that we can provide the necessary resources. In this, international cooperation is imperative. The Caribbean is not only in an asymmetrical position with respect to the impacts of climate change, but also in its ability to adapt to climate change. Due to its fragile economies, high debt to GDP ratios, and undiversified economies, the region lacks the capital to implement and support adaptation measures. There is also asymmetry, access to detailed and accurate information on current and future climate risks. Insurance companies, scientific institutions, and modeling agencies possess some of the most detailed and accurate information on climate risk, but this is not available to policymakers. The region also lacks sufficient technical capabilities and tools to model climate risks and manage their associated impacts. In addition, regional economies are dependent on environmental resources that are exposed to natural hazards. Adaptation within these sectors will require large capital investment. These asymmetries have a negative impact on the region's ability to achieve the sustainable development goals. So a greater focus on comprehensive disaster risk management is required to address the root causes of vulnerability to disasters and climate change in the Caribbean region. Increasing public awareness of climate change and its impacts and promoting changes in social behavior are critical. Greater collaboration among intergovernmental organizations, regional governments, the scientific community, business and communities is required to understand complex risk patterns and make informed risk management decisions. The continued development of market-based solutions, such as parametric insurance to protect against extreme weather events, and weather-related losses is also of paramount importance. Greater multilateral cooperation is required to finance climate adaptation and build adaptation capabilities in the region. This is not limited to grant financing, but could also include innovative mechanisms to improve debt repayment capacity. The transfer of an exchange of scientific knowledge and technology related to disaster risk reduction is also of fundamental importance. The ACS is committed to working with the countries of the region to reduce climate asymmetries and implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In our new 2022-2028 Action Plan, we seek to improve disaster risk assessment, increase adaptation capacities, and improve multi-hazard early systems. The ACS has the capability of bringing together the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean with our observer countries and organizations, development partners, and other intergovernmental agencies to build a stronger region where no one is left behind. One of these initiatives is the Caribbean Climate Mobility Initiative. It is recognized that forced mobility is emerging as the human face of the climate crisis. There is a global consensus that the looming climate crisis threatens sustainable development and people's livelihoods in many ways. The climate crisis is emerging as a key driver of forced displacement and migration. By 2050, it is estimated that more than 200 million people around the world will be forced to leave their homes for climate-related reasons. The ACS promotes the development of the Caribbean Climate Mobility Initiative in close collaboration with the United Nations and several universities in the United States. We just finished drafting our new Action Plan 2022-2028, where the top strategic objective is the achievement of sustainable development through its main components: trade, transport, and sustainable tourism, all through the preservation, conservation, and protection of ecosystems and biodiversity that will reduce the risk of disasters through adaptation, early warning systems, and helping to recover faster. An important takeaway from this meeting is that we have been able to meet with Dr. Leon of the Caribbean Development Bank, and we are willing now to commit the ACS to take to the next Ministerial Council the participation of the ACS with the PCD, a project concept document, to have a project to help in the recovery, duration, adjustment, and vulnerability and resilience framework that the CBD has been working on and that they presented earlier in this forum. Because taking action is enabled by governance, finance, knowledge, and capacity building and technology. I close with the observation that the asymmetries that characterize climate change and disaster in the Caribbean are mirrored by the asymmetrical and disproportionate effect that disasters and climate change have on the vulnerable and on women and on girls. As we seek to address these asymmetries, therefore, it is absolutely imperative that we implement measures that reduce their vulnerability and ensure their access to solutions in a way that reduces and ultimately eliminates disproportionality. The ACS is committed to planning and implementing cooperation to reduce disaster risk and counter climate change that is gender sensitive. I can assure you that the ACS will be steadfast in fulfilling this commitment and responsibility. And to close, I want to show my granddaughter, because we owe our commitment and work to the future generations, as I know that each and all of you have also daughters, granddaughters, or nieces who are deserving to have a better world. Thank you.
seeking to protect. Yeah, it wasn't working? Yes. Thank you also very much for the range of initiatives that the region, your regional organization is offering to the countries of the sub-region. I think that there is much scope for greater collaboration between the ACS, ECLAC, and the CARICOM. Look forward to that. It is now my pleasure to offer the floor to the Honorable Kisela Peter. She's the Minister of State with responsibility for foreign affairs and foreign trade in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First, let me take this opportunity to wish all of the wonderful, beautiful women here happy International Women's Day. We are indeed a phenomenal bunch. I wish to follow other delegations in conveying appreciation to the Republic of Costa Rica for hosting this meeting and the superb hospitality and warmth of its people. I also wish to thank Alicia Bacena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for extending an invitation to me to participate in this panel to discuss a very important topic. Now, in the context of the topic, natural disasters and the asymmetry of climate change in the Caribbean, my presentation will focus on three categories, the 3 R's as I call them. First, we look at the reality. Secondly, we look at re-evaluation. And thirdly, we look at resilience. The Caribbean has made tremendous strides in pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals and its regional development agenda. And yet, the inherent vulnerabilities of small island developing states, especially to climate change, has too often stalled, reversed, or discounted these gains. This is the reality. These inherent vulnerabilities of primarily coastal dwelling populations and settlements in highly hazardous zones exacerbates the impact of natural disasters. We cannot forget that climate change is an existential threat for us in the Caribbean. And so we must sustain our actions to hold major emitters accountable and push for change that is beneficial to all states, particularly those most affected. The reality in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is as such. My state is one of the more disaster-prone countries in the Eastern Caribbean. During the last decade, various tropical storms, hurricanes, and unseasonal weather conditions have affected St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Indeed, over the last 12 years, there has been an estimated cumulative loss of approximately 1.5 billion EC dollars. The agricultural sector is especially sensitive to extended periods of drought, high temperatures, unevenly distributed rainfall, and natural disasters. The health sector is affected by changing climate and has to manage the burden of climate-sensitive diseases such as vector-borne diseases, just to name a few. The water sector is also subject to negative effects of climate change since the country depends heavily on rainfall to supply its network of rivers and streams for water harvesting. In larger states, a natural disaster or a climate shock can be localized to particular areas. However, in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, any shock is a national one, impacting persons throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The impact of interconnectedness between natural disasters is evident when in SVG, Between 2010 and 2021, there have been numerous natural disasters that have been considered catalyzed by climate change. These disasters include hurricanes, tropical storms, and flooding. To provide some context, in October of 2010, Hurricane Thomas led to EC $133 million or 10.5% GDP in damage. 28% of the population was affected. Over 1,200 persons were in shelters. Forestry and agriculture was significantly impacted. Fast forward 3 years to December 2013, a trough system which claimed the lives of 12 persons affected 530 homes, 34 of which were destroyed, 118 were damaged, 299 were flooded, and 79 landslides were reported. There is significant damage to bridges and road networks as well. 50% of the population went without water for several days, and schools were disrupted for a week. The northern part of the island was isolated for several days on the north leeward and on the north windward side. The following year, in 2014, another trough system created a direct loss of 300,000 EC dollars from 48 associated landslides. Between 2015 and 2020, there were numerous weather occurrences which caused significant loss and damage and loss of life. 2021 was a record year for my country. We endured volcanic eruptions, a hurricane, and flooding. Notably, we endured 32 explosive eruptions from the LAC volcano. Now, to put that in context, Madam Moderator, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is comprised of 32 islands. So, ironically, there was an explosion for each island that comprises St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Moderator, I have hiked the LAC volcano twice in my lifetime, once as a child and once in adulthood. And the volcano is magnificently beautiful. But during 2021, she was beautifully terrifying. The culmination of this trend in natural disasters and climate change is evidenced in the destruction from Lahaz, and as a consequence of the LAC eruption, damage of $460 million was recorded, with damage to homes and vegetation. 23,000 persons were evacuated from the red and orange zones, and the entire population was affected by the eruption, either through damage suffered to their homes, water shortage, interruptions of power supply, loss of livelihoods, or food insecurity. So that is the reality. Now we go to the second R, which is the re-evaluation. Being cognizant of our reality, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has embarked on a re-evaluation of the climate change crisis by formulating national legislation, policies, and plans which are relevant to climate change. One of which is the National Climate Change Policy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which provides overarching guidance for building resilience and mainstreaming climate change into the national development agenda for low carbon and sustainable growth. It lays out an institutional framework for an integrated and coordinated response that engages all stakeholders for climate change adaptation and mitigation, and seeks to enable harmonization across sectoral policies and plans. One such plan is the National Adaptation Plan, the NAP, which was launched in 2018, and this key strategic framework for achieving the country's adaptation goals. The SVG NAP starts with a 12-year framework from 2018 to 2030 for national and sectorial action. In 2018, My colleague, the Honorable Camilo Gonsalves, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning and Information Technology, noted that adaptation costs are increasing. From 2010 to 2014, extreme weather events have resulted in loss exceeding 35% of our GDP. He also noted that a key step in the right direction is to integrate our NAP into all relevant domestic financing processes in line with the NAP support program. The NAP was produced through an exhaustive and comprehensive process of review of literature and stakeholders' consultations over the course of 1 year. During that time, multiple workshops were held targeting both technicians and decision makers, in which about 200 representatives from the public and private sectors, civil society, and the media were consulted in order to identify the gaps and needs as a starting point for the development of the plan. This takes us to the final R, resilience. Building resilience in small island developing states has always been a dollars and cents issue. The region's efforts to build resilience has been undermined by the slow progress of the international community to deliver on its outstanding $100 billion per annum commitment to counter climate change. Collective action through regional organizations will therefore increase effectiveness of resilience efforts in certain areas, and the international community should assist in this regard. For example, institutions such as the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CDEMA, has been instrumental in supporting and supplementing national efforts in countering natural disasters, which have become more frequent and more intense due to climate change throughout the Caribbean. These institutions further help to increase the state's ability to tackle more issues and access additional resources and expertise when required. I welcome the proposal by LAC to create a Caribbean Resilience Fund. I believe that the region can benefit tremendously through the fund's target areas. The effects of this climate crisis are quite evident in the Caribbean, and states have long begun ambitious adaptation efforts, which have often led to increased indebtedness. A debt swap initiative can help to reduce states' debt while encouraging investment in adaptation. This initiative, as stated above, should encourage the recognition and the use of a revolutionary multi-vulnerability index as proposed by the CDB president yesterday, who made an excellent presentation on the issue of resilience and recovery. This will help to improve the eligibility of states to access concessional financing and to reduce lending rates. It will indeed require states to develop portfolios of resilience building projects. I believe that whereas not all states may have projects already drafted, they will have information on the various areas needing attention and even project concepts. States with limited capacities may require assistance in transferring their collection of research and knowledge into actionable projects ready for implementation. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has implemented robust policies to ensure food security through investment in green and blue industries. There is a need for more public education in this regard to stimulate interest by the private sector in also moving in that direction. The LAC plan for food and nutrition security and the eradication of hunger by 2025 is also a key step in the pursuit of food security. Its objective is to contribute to achieving concrete results that translate into significant improvements in the quality of lives of our peoples. Aimed at the eradication of poverty, especially nutrition security, with a view to the eradication of hunger and the enjoyment of the right to food, especially by vulnerable sectors. A cooperative approach to debt for climate change swap is more viable option for countries like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, including partnering with LAC on its regional initiative. LAC is pursuing a program of debt for climate adaptation swaps for the Caribbean through leveraging resources from the Green Climate Fund to write down Caribbean public debt from multilateral and bilateral lenders and to buy back debt from private creditors at a steep discount. With the newly found fiscal space, Caribbean governments would then make payments into the Caribbean Resilience Fund. The fund is expected to provide financing for investment in climate resilience, growth, and structural transformation in the economies of the region. So to address the Caribbean's vulnerability, we suggest that there needs to be an enabling environment to facilitate the mainstreaming of climate change adaptation in the planning, budgeting, and implementation processes by strengthening the governance structures to enhance synergies between adaptation and disaster risk reduction, including the identification, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation and communication of adaptation actions. 2, we must improve the capacity for data and information collection, management and sharing determination of climatic risk, and access to technology and financing for adaptation. 3, we must implement for adaptation actions towards an increased resilience of the most vulnerable members of the population. Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, having heard about the challenges and the various efforts towards stronger resilience, I urge all diplomatic partners present here and those who are present virtually to continue to advocate for small island developing states. I implore you to advocate for our nationals, advocate for our development, and most importantly, advocate for our survival. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We have just been treated to a presentation of the textbook case of the challenges that small island states of the Caribbean face, of the costs and the impact on the governments and the economies, and the kind of strategies that are being valiantly implemented through national climate policy and strategies for mainstreaming resilience and climate, and at the same time recognizing that there is insufficient financing to invest in resilience. This is a real challenge. You've got all of it in this presentation. I allowed you to go on, Minister, because I thought that it was important for the meeting to hear this example of the challenge that small island states face. Thank you very much for that presentation. Without further ado, I would like to offer the floor now to Dr. Wayne Henry. He's Chairman, Director General. No, I'm sorry, go ahead. I missed the Secretary General of CARICOM, but if she is on the line, I will allow her to speak now. Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett, making her presentation virtually.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diane. Thanks for the invitation to participate in this forum. It is my pleasure to be here, particularly because you, my friend and colleague, are moderating. And as well, it gives me an opportunity to again pay tribute to Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena for being such a great friend of the Caribbean as she prepares to move on. The issue of climate change and natural disasters is primary to the development aspirations of this region. And without tangible actions to effectively address these twin scourges, our development will be rolled back or continue to elude many of us. Caribbean, small island, and low-lying coastal developing states, SIDS, are distinctly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And we heard the story of St. Vincent, which appropriately reflects the challenges that we face. The effects of climate change are greatest in the areas that sustain our economies and livelihoods, that is tourism, agriculture, and fishing. The heads of government of the Caribbean community in the Ambergris Key Declaration on COP26 outcomes and CARICOM expectations in the lead up to COP27, a pathway to action, which was declared on March 3rd during their meeting last week. They expressed that they remain particularly worried that despite being the least contributors to the climate emergency, member states of CARICOM face unsustainable and disproportionate debt burdens as they confront escalating climate impacts, and emphasize the need to increase near-term ambition to accelerate urgent climate action and increase and deliver timely support to developing countries in this decade. The latest IPCC report has been coined as a red code for humanity. For Caribbean nations, it spells an even more uncertain future, where sea level rise, changes in rain patterns and temperatures, and the increasing intensity of natural disasters pose a clear threat to our coastal infrastructure and populations who are already gripped by the long-standing development challenges. The State of the Caribbean Climate Report in 2020, spearheaded by the University of the West Indies, describes these challenges in detail. There is no getting around the science. The projections are bleak and only serve to contextualize the vulnerability of our countries and people. For instance, sea level rise is expected to reach or exceed 1 meter by the end of this century. Much of our coastlines are at or below sea level, and our ports, airports, and tourism products are on these very coasts. The cost of adaptation or for relocation, where that is even an option, would be immense. Air and sea surface temperatures are trending upwards, and global climate models suggest that the region may be up to 17% drier by the end of the century. Much of the Caribbean is reliant on rainwater harvesting. Similarly, these changes to temperature and rainfall will mean changes to growing patterns and crop productivity, with direct impacts on our food and water security. While no significant change in frequency of hurricanes has been projected, there is an expected shift towards stronger storms by the end of the century, with an anticipated 80%, that's 80%, increase in the frequency of Category 4 and 5 Atlantic hurricanes over the next 80 years. We know all too well the impacts of these major storms. Quite frequently, we do not fully recover before the next major storm bears down on us. As a result, we are caught in a difficult and unending cycle of reconstruction and rebuilding. The layering of crises is quite frequent in the Caribbean. Those in St. Vincent and the Grenadines were caught in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic when La Sofriera erupted, placing unprecedented demands on the national systems. While COVID infection seems to be reducing, the region continues to face an uphill struggle in vaccine hesitancy and availability. Further, the pandemic has forced governments to meet multiple demands within their limited fiscal space. Health systems were pushed to their breaking point, and resources intended for development projects were rerouted to guarantee social intervention. This is what we have to do in times of crises. But the region does not sit idly by while disaster unfolds. We have undertaken several initiatives to address the complexity of the impact of multiple hazards, including but not limited to the articulation of a comprehensive disaster management strategy as a vehicle for moving forward. The Comprehensive Disaster Management CDM strategy for 2014-2024 is the regional framework through which the Caribbean will develop a culture of resilience which addresses all hazards in all phases of the disaster cycle and includes all people. This strategy covers 4 priority areas of institutional strengthening, knowledge management, sector integration of comprehensive disaster management, and community resilience. Agriculture remains a major pillar of CARICOM member states' economies and has the potential to build economic resilience and drive inclusive socioeconomic development in the region. The region has a food import bill that is quickly moving towards $5 billion, which presents food insecurity and other challenges to regional economies. Heads of government have committed to reducing and are planning the way forward, reducing the region's large food import bill by 25% by 2025. The region has also advanced work to enhance and adapt the Caribbean Uniform Building Code, along with increased advocacy and enforcement around adherence to codes and their interpretation. In a space where challenges abound and resources are few, CARICOM has a unique opportunity to integrate a green post-COVID recovery path. Elements such as continuity, robust multi-hazard risk modeling, and the provision of adequate resources are critical to rebuilding efforts. The Hamburger's key declaration issued by last week's heads of government meeting in Belize asserts that securing a safe climate future for the Caribbean will remain under their close consideration, with a view to elaborating the regional roadmap from ambition to action. There is a decided focus on articulating regional needs and priorities, forging new partnerships across the whole of society, and strengthening CARICOM's political engagement in multilateral processes to advance regional priorities. On a more granular level, major investments in critical infrastructure are needed. CARICOM member states, like many other SIDS, find themselves in a peculiar position of being the most in need of concessional financing and seemingly having the most hurdles to qualify for development financing on fair terms. The call for a fair and equitable framework for accessing concessional financing needed by all SIDS to address the impact of climate change cannot be said too many times or too loudly. There must be frank discussions and targeted interventions with respect to the concessional financing and the capacity gaps of SIDS in submitting proposals to advance their resilience. There are no easy fixes and there can be no guarantee of a world free of disasters. So the CARICOM Secretariat works assiduously with all our member states on a range of issues across the Sustainable Development Goals. The Secretariat stands ready to work in partnership with those who share the region's values and interests. There is room for us to approach the asymmetry of impact and instill a comprehensive, resilient, gender and youth-sensitive approach that secures the development for all of us. The reality is that is the future that the Caribbean people expect from us, and that is the future that we must demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barnett. Such a pleasure to have you with us. And I have to say that the opportunity for closer collaboration with CARICOM, as you have assumed your position as the new Secretary General of this vital regional institution for the region, is something that we at ECLAC intend to pursue assiduously. Thank you very much for your leadership. There will be opportunity for us to discuss things like the disaster management strategy, along with CARICOM and CDEMA, ACS. There is quite, I think, a bit of work that we can do along with the CCD to provide critical support to the region in developing a comprehensive resilience building strategy for the region. It is now my pleasure to offer the floor to Dr. Wayne Henry, Chairman and Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. You have the floor, sir.
Ms. Diane Corliss, our moderator. Allow me to acknowledge Alicia Barcena and thank her for her sterling leadership for so many years at LAC and her strong support for the Caribbean. And let me also take the opportunity to wish happy International Women's Day to all our women and girls. I think I want to thank the organizers for the privilege of participating in the panel discussion merely months after Jamaica hosted the 7th Regional Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in the Americas. I recall that in his opening remarks, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, called upon all nations in the region and on participants of the regional platform to reflect upon the measures needed to address the impacts of disasters and build resilient economies in the Americas and the Caribbean. To set the context for my input, I present 4 incontestable facts. 1, the Caribbean is extremely vulnerable to natural disasters and climate change impacts, which bring with them high economic costs and the potential to derail and defer development. 2, the region is exposed to multiple hazards which have been exacerbated by climate change impacts. 3, in recent years, the region has experienced cascading and multiple climatic hazard events occurring simultaneously with biological and geographical hazards. A recent example you'd have heard is that of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, having had to manage the impacts of the eruption of the La Soufriere volcano while dealing with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as those of Hurricane Elsa. And 4, climate change has altered the pre-existing disaster profile of the Caribbean and is exacerbating vulnerabilities. This leads me to some of the asymmetries related to disasters in the region. I want to highlight 4 related primarily to climate change, namely geographical asymmetry and the adaptation effort, data and information and capacity asymmetry, economic impact asymmetry, and gender asymmetry. In terms of geographical asymmetry, at the adaptation effort, so named by Canuto in 2008. UN ECLAC notes that the Caribbean has historically made a very negligible contribution to climate change, accounting for only 0.3% of greenhouse gas emissions. Yet, as island states, by nature of their geographical location, size, and topography, Caribbean and other SIDS are the most highly vulnerable to climate change impacts: sea level rise, ocean acidification, marine ecosystem degradation, coastal erosion, floods, and drought. These have adversely affected lives, livelihoods, physical infrastructure, and the economy, and have stymied sustainable development in general. The negative impacts of disasters and climate change often require the implementation of costly rehabilitation, adaptation, and resilience financing measures, and lead to increased indebtedness. Importantly, effective adaptation also requires appropriate technology, and the region continues to lag behind in the wide-scale adoption and use of technology. In terms of the asymmetry of data and information and capacity, although there have been initiatives over the last 10 years to increase the availability and accessibility of climate-related information for the Caribbean, localized climate information and data to guide risk assessments and decision-making is still limited or unavailable and inaccessible to some countries in the region. The 2022 IPCC report highlights this challenge, indicating that the development of synthetic diagrams for small islands, Asia and Central and South America, were limited by the availability of adequately downscaled climate projections. With uncertainty in the direction of change, the diversity of climatologies, and socioeconomic contexts across countries within a region, and the resulting low number of impact and risk projections for different warming levels. In addition to this issue, the Caribbean also has limited capacity at the level of ministries, departments, and agencies of government to manipulate and analyze climate data to effectively inform business processes, planning, and decision-making at the sector level. 3, in terms of the economic impact asymmetry. According to UN ECLAC, one of the unique features of the Caribbean is that disasters may engulf an entire country and in relative terms be of a magnitude that outstrips that of any other region. Take the 2017 Atlantic hurricane season, for example. The total cost of destruction caused by Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria in the British Virgin Islands and St. Martin exceeding 100% of the GDP of these countries. Losses and damages are unequally distributed across systems, regions, and sectors. In many Caribbean states, infrastructure and other climate-sensitive sectors, such as agriculture and tourism, continue to be disproportionately impacted by hydromet disasters and climate hazards. 4, in terms of the gender asymmetry, a fourth asymmetry which in the past has been overlooked but is now being mainstreamed into DRR and CCA is that of the differential impact of disasters on men and women, and by extension, children and persons with disabilities. The gender dimensions of disaster risk and resilience report by the World Bank in 2021 indicates how disaster impacts often reflect and reinforce gender inequality. This, it states, happens because of the conditions driving impacts that are influenced by gender dynamics of society. The literature shows that as climate extremes continue, the burden on women and girls, especially in resource-dependent communities, also increases. The effect for girls includes that of limiting their opportunities for education. For women, disasters can limit income generation opportunities, increase dependence on males, and thereby increase exposure to violence, including sexual assault. Additional impacts arise from their role as caregiver for the young, elderly, and the sick, especially in the aftermath of disasters which also affect their livelihoods. And so in closing, I want to reiterate with urgency some of the conclusions of the 7th session of the Regional Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in the Americas and the Caribbean, hosted by the Government of Jamaica in November 2021. They include, 1, the need to understand that the human and financial cost of disasters is rapidly rising, trapping countries in a continuous cycle of emergency response and curtailing governments in their capacity to grow and develop. This context has a direct impact on the capacity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, disaster risk reduction must be integrated at the core of the political and technical sustainable development and climate agendas, as well as the new urban agenda. 2, the impacts of recent disasters in the Americas and the Caribbean, including the COVID-19 pandemic, and the specific challenges facing small island developing states of the Caribbean region require a concerted integration of disaster risk reduction into national and regional recovery plans and development planning. 3, climate and disaster resilience requires meaningful, transformative, and inclusive cooperation with consideration for a multitude of social and economic factors at all levels and with appropriate resourcing. This requires the input of all stakeholders, international development partners, governments, private sectors, community, and the individual, and has a potential to reduce some of the inequalities associated or arising from disasters. 4, it is important to increase knowledge about the systemic nature of risk and the cascading effects that can have primary and secondary degree impacts at multiple levels and across different sectors. This highlights the opportunities for collaboration, including strengthening data sharing at country level and across the region, as well as increased provision of technology and expertise to support evidence-based scientific research and analyses for decision-making. And 5, greater emphasis must be placed on the key role of women as leaders and key agents of change to build resilient development pathways. Youth are also critical to our collective efforts to reduce disaster risk and build resilience. And finally, I call on developed countries to be more ambitious and aggressive in reducing GHG emissions, to be more consistent in providing the means of implementation to support the SDGs, Sendai Framework, and the Paris Agreement, and to demonstrate through their actions that they recognize that the development agenda and the climate agenda are 2 faces of the same coin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm especially appreciative of the fact that you have highlighted some of those issues that we tend not to place sufficient emphasis on in these discussions on disasters and climate resilience. The issue of data, for example, absolutely critical, because without that data, we are unable really to make the right decisions in terms of evidence-based projections. You spoke about the risk projections, which is absolutely critical. I think it is also extremely important that you speak to the gender implications of climate on the populations. And both you and Minister Peters have spoken about the rising costs, both human and financial costs of the impacts of climate change on our countries. These are very, very important points to be made, and I very much appreciate the final appeal to the developed countries to be more considerate of the challenges posed by increased GHGs on small island states. Thank you very much for that contribution. It is now my pleasure to offer the floor to Ms. Lorna Lambert. She's Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Management of Montserrat, representing our associate member countries in ECLAC. You have the floor.
Colleagues, in the Caribbean, weather and climate events currently impact economic performance, productivity, livelihoods, and quality of life. The record-breaking 2017 hurricane season stands as one of several recent examples that strongly underscore the economic, physical, and social vulnerability of Caribbean nations to climate-related phenomena. Rising sea levels, more prolonged region-wide droughts, increased heavy rainfall and flooding events, and greater number of very hot days and nights a year. It is not just the magnitude of the change that has proven challenging. Example, the intensity of the rainfall events leading to flooding or the length of the droughts, but also the frequency of extreme event occurrence. The very climate that has for decades underpinned the economies of many Caribbean territories is now proving to be the greatest area of economic, physical, and social vulnerability. Weather and climate events persistently impact economic performance, productivity, livelihoods, and quality of life. The impact varies across the region, one which is heavily dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as tourism, agriculture, and fisheries, and is impacted by climate extremes even before it has managed to recover from another. Projections of future Caribbean climates indicate that changes already seen are likely to continue and further intensify, exposing the region to an increasing number of extreme climatic events. The Caribbean is therefore projected to keep facing the challenges that accompany the adjustment to climate change. The solution is embedded in the rate of recovery. How do we build resilience? How do we prepare our societies to absorb and recover from external shocks, while at the same time positively adapting and transforming to address long-term challenges and uncertainty? Sector-driven climate information hold great potential to inform complex decision-making across a wide range of climate-sensitive sectors in the Caribbean and the general public, thus reducing our vulnerability to these impacts. Arming climate-sensitive sectors in the Caribbean with specialized early warning information on climate extreme is now a priority for the Caribbean. The aim is to increasingly address the lack of localized, integrated empirical indices and models linking climate and sector-specific outcomes in a range of sectors. In order to capitalize on the potential benefits of improved preparedness through longer lead time and outlooks for pending hazards such as flooding, drought, dry spells, and heat waves, significant and sustained investment is needed. A recent comparative study of the climate information production capacity of 22 national meteorological and hydrological services in the Caribbean shows the need for investment that results in enhanced and specific climate and sectoral data collection, hazard monitoring and prediction systems, policies and plans to respond to the early warning information, expansion or shifting of institutional mandates, and education and outreach activities to allow the intended audience to respond to early warning information. Each of these capacity building strategies to contain technical components and rely on data and evidence-driven information. Building such capacity will require intensive engagement of a broad range of public and private sectoral stakeholders. To alleviate major bottlenecks in the provision of reliable, actionable early warning information services for climate extremes, critical investment needs are climate data, sufficient long-spanning, good quality, freely accessible, and exchangeable hazard-relevant climate data records. At the regional scale, a pragmatic approach to investment is likely needed as innovative techniques can be developed that reduce the time demand on human resources to generate monitoring information, example through automation. We have already agreed on the number of solutions exposed during the sessions yesterday, but for some, these are beyond our reach. While the overseas territories are part of the Caribbean islands and share the same vulnerabilities, the response solution is quite different among the independent countries, but even more so among the British overseas territories in the Caribbean. The focus on managing debt chokes the independent islands' ability to access or to invest in climate financing. And as our partner islands, Montserrat is in full support of creative solutions being proffered. And so we applaud the innovations such as the extension of the use of the multidimensional vulnerability index, the broader use of SDRs, and the finance for acting on climate in the Eastern Caribbean, currently being piloted in Antigua and Barbuda. But what instruments or solutions or policy initiatives can be made available to those islands who cannot directly benefit from these innovations? Montserrat, a British overseas territory, can usually boast of very low debt levels, having an annual balanced budget, and some level of comfort that funds may be made available to deal with natural disasters and climate change because of its constitutional relationship with the United Kingdom. But at what cost? There is a severe loss of autonomy in many spheres, and as a result, many crucial policies are externally driven and must be externally agreed. The level of funding provided is targeted at immediate recovery and not focused on building resilience in our economies, financial, institutional, among others, somewhat akin to the Peter Pan syndrome. It has been Montserrat's experience that donor funding is usually heavily prescribed towards their own agenda and lacks the flexibility to tackle evolving issues seen as a priority for the donor recipients. Funding is earmarked in many instances to meet international priorities. While some of these are also important to our countries, it would be far more beneficial if regional countries could allocate donor funds to issues deemed as immediately critical, such as climate change adaptation and resilience. Brexit has cost us access to the European Union and EDF funds, which not only offered additional financing, but more flexibility in their allocation. Like all of the British overseas territories, Montserrat will feel the loss and has yet to find an alternative source of funding to buffer that loss. As important as the loss of financing is the loss of our ability to network and push our regional OT's agenda at an international forum outside the mechanisms of the United Kingdom government. Collectively, OTs were able to discuss and advocate on our behalf directly to the EU, which allowed our regional priorities and initiatives to be heard by a major donor. This loss has further eroded Montserrat and the other OT's ability to build the economic, physical, and social infrastructure that will prove resilient against the increasing threat of natural disasters due to climate change. This pathway has narrowed, and Montserrat is now forced to look for less traditional and more innovative method of building this resilience. But how can we unlock access to concessionary financing and inhibitions to borrowing for those islands like Montserrat? How can we build resilient systems? Identification and exploitation of regional strengths and opportunities for integrated, interdisciplinary, and targeted research and development programs, along with climate products and services, must play a crucial role in decision-making. We must give consideration to the social and economic costs of inaction or delayed action against the value to be derived from resilient efforts. The lessons of the past indicate that we can no longer afford to wait until an event happens or is about to happen. Our efforts must be proactive and not stalled once the threat is deemed to have passed. We recognize that this conversation will be complex, it will be extended, and it will be involved. But we have proven time and again that we can find our own solutions, working together with one voice. We can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lambert. That was, again, another very telling presentation of the challenges that very small states face with the climate change. I think an important takeaway is the emphasis placed on hazard monitoring and early warning systems. The first time that we've had that mentioned, very important as a resilience building strategy. We have 15 minutes left. So I am going to have to ask my last two speakers to be nice and tight. I'm sorry to have to do that to you at the very end, but I have promised, we're already running very late. So let me ask Katia Aviles Vasquez. She's a representative of the Mechanism for Civil Society Participation in this forum. Katia, we spoke about this. You have the floor.
Bueno. Thank you. Representing multiple Caribbean island territories, and it is great to hear so much resonance with government representatives. However, as the only civil society member of one of the most impacted areas, I will continue reclaiming our time. I thank and recognize Tia Gaspar Taylor, president of Trinidad and Tobago's Network of Rural Women, who was supposed to be here, but emergency circumstances forced a last-minute change. And as such, I've been asked to present in English. I apologize beforehand then to all the wonderful interpreters. You guys have been doing an amazing job. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre.
Good afternoon, I'm Katia Aviles Vasquez.
Events whose extremes and severity, coupled with the government's inadequate preparation and aftermath, have shaped me as the person speaking in front of you today. As Caribbean islands, we share a common colonial history that created the extractive industries that dominate our economy. In the past 10 years alone, we have faced the worst drought in centuries, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, volcanoes, and pandemics. It is in this context that the disproportionate impact of climate change becomes a chain reaction rather than just points of an agenda. In spite of the beautiful words that have been spoken here today by everyone, when disaster hits, economic recovery is given priority over human life. As access to basic resources becomes scarce, human rights are the first to go out the window. With governments using the disaster as an excuse for militarization, the increasing threat to our earth defenders is no coincidence, as they present a direct threat to economic interests and government power grabs. Health and basic needs are unmet, and people die. I don't know if I've been disconnected. And people die from easily preventable diseases or infections from lack of sanitary access or lack of access to power that is compounded in women's bodies. Gender equality is not even given a place at the table. Women are expected to fulfill the reproductive and caring role to rebuild society, receiving the weight and responsibility of social reproduction with little resources and no benefits. Food access becomes even more difficult as land is lost, agriculture is ravaged by these extremes, and routes and infrastructure to access food are threatened by the very same climate events. Housing and land rights, particularly land with high agricultural, environmental, and cultural value, are eroded as people are displaced, and lands where their homes were at is either lost to the sea or sold to new investors. Access to water becomes impossible, while large-scale developments and land contamination are a continuous threat to valuable limited underground reservoirs on our islands. The use of disasters by the ultra-rich to further erode the political protections of our islands, such as the Barbuda Land Trust, lead to climate gentrification, collective displacement of historically marginalized people and poor communities, in the name of climate resilience or economic development. Environmental regulations completely disappear, and the power void is seen as a clean slate or tabula rasa for preferential investment projects that give further power to capitalist interests, both in the banks and the government. During this meeting, there has been a lot of talk of no one left behind, but if we are to include everyone, we must first be aware of who is missing. Who is here speaking for our water, our lands, our rivers, our children, for colonies and territories, not just nation states, for the alternate systems of living and alternative economies that live with rather than from the earth. Other forms of living with the earth are represented by the Garifunas, who were murdered in the Honduras Caribbean coast after ETA and IOTA, because not even the government represents them, or the fisher folk of the San Andres and Providence Islands of Colombia, forced to leave their livelihood by Colombian military forces. All of this also Caribbean territories. While those bearing the brunt of climate change are not even here speaking or at the table where those decisions are being made, the banks have been very well represented. The world's reaction to the pandemic has served as a litmus test of how they will react and continue to operate towards us. Apartheid and resource hoarding. We can only break that cycle through open borders, endogenous development, generating data that is locally applicable, technology, funds transfer, and capacity building. Some proposed solutions include shifting power resources and decision-making to the people, not to the governments or banks. It is not enough to have more women represented in a male-centered world. We have to recenter society around life. That includes valuing, truly valuing, rather than just monetizing our ecosystems, with actions such as halting the proliferation of new tourism development on coastal lands, which result in an increased risk of coastal erosion, degradation of the very marine ecosystems and natural barriers that protect us against the effects of hurricane and atmospheric events. Recommoning our lands, our seeds, and access to them, the privatization of life, land, and genetic material has to stop. We have to invest on our public infrastructure and have a proactive response capacity rather than public-private partnerships that all too often benefit only the private. creating new different indicators to economies to applicable scales according to our islands, rather than demand that farmers and fisherfolk in Caribbean islands compete with large-scale agriculture or mega fishing corporation projects for one-stop shop solutions, has to stop. We need to scale up and scale out agroecology as the answer that draws from science, justice, and ancestral practices. The demands to compete and subsidies from governments to large-scale projects of foreign corporations, including the false solutions in the Cornevia Accord and mega projects that further centralize operations and profit, just tighten the chains of empire around the Caribbean, further entrenching the causes of climate change, addressing only its superficial symptoms and leaving our population expendable. When we say bottom up, we have to mean it. With funding and strength of will, we have to go as far down as the earth itself. And we're not talking about changing the lending criteria. We're talking about changing the system, prioritizing infill rather than new development, building better, not building back. This is why we demand more countries to sign the Escazú Agreement recognition and approval of loss and damages, increased participation of local communities in the decision-making process. It is imperative to issue a climate fund of at least $500 billion in drawing rights for 20 years. I join the words of the minister saying annual funding for Caribbean countries and $10 trillion for climate change and the further establishment of a Caribbean resiliency fund that as has been mentioned, as well as hurricane clauses, which should become a more systemic feature of debt relief and particularly debt cancellation for island states, initiatives for those most impacted territories. Our collective future must be, by necessity, gear society around the land and its stewards, not administrators. Therefore, all Caribbean islands, irrespective of our political status, must be able to work, trade, travel with each other directly, prepare and recover together from major events. This will lead to true regional integration. My name is Katia Aviles Vasquez, but I am also Marisa, I'm Gia, I'm Annette, Barbara, Ian, Laura, Juliet, Maga, Jocelyn, Giovanna, Ruth. I am Atabey. Yes, we are shaped by the difficulties and crises we survive, but we are defined by what we choose to protect and live for. Let us be defined today by our actions here to center the alternatives and transformations we implement together. The Caribbean is owed as much, and our collective future demands no less. Gracias.
Thank you, Katia, for that powerful statement on behalf of the people. So much to unpack, and unfortunately, not enough time to speak to all of it. I have to ask Raul Salazar. He's the chief of the regional office for the Americas and the Caribbean for UNDRR. Please take the floor. We're out of whisper and the prayer. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diane, for inviting us to be part of this discussion and the distinguished panelists that are joining us today. I would like to personally address Mr. Wayne Henry, Chairman and Director of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Jamaica took the lead in bringing the building of resilient economies for the region, not only for the Caribbean, last November, when you host the regional platform for disaster risk reduction, where not only a ministerial declaration highlighting the needs of stressing the speed of the implementation of the central framework in the region was agreed, but also a very concrete plan of action at the regional, national, and local levels of what to do to accelerate the pace. So thank you very much, Mr. Henry, for that courage. I would like to start pointing out something that our colleague from the Caribbean Association of States mentioned. that disasters are not natural. And it's very true. And what is behind this statement, it's something very simple. The disasters not come from outside. It's something that we create ourselves in the process of development. And we create the solutions too, the solutions for building this resiliency, the decisions we are going to make for the future, for accelerating the pace for the sustainable development goals. The decisions that we make to invest, for example, the nearly 5 billion that states have allocated for the recovery of post-COVID-19, out of which only 4% have been allocated to what we would call sustainable solutions, sustainable initiatives. And this is a data coming from the United Nations program. The Sendai framework was very clear when countries adopted this framework, saying we need to stress or risks knowledge. We have to know better hazards. We have to know better the environment and the reality we're facing. And in that moment, in 2015, countries were coming also from the pandemics that affected Asian countries in 2006 and at the beginning of the year too. And they were very clear in that the hazards that we were facing were not only natural hazards. They were also including biological hazards, human-made hazards, and technological hazards. So this is what the Sendai framework is calling for. It's elevating the bar of what they are asking us. That was in 2015. In 2020, we had the pandemics. We have a new call for understanding risk, how we are going to understand better what elements do we have to capture the complexity of what we are living today. Do we have the elements? Do we have the information? Do we have the connectivity? Do we have the collaboration among the different institutions to capture that information to make informed decisions to protect us in the future for similar hazards? That's the question that is behind of what we're doing now, of what the Caribbean is leading. The decisions taken in the regional platform address directly these concerns. And I think that there is a way out towards that path. Governance is the second priority of the Sendai framework. How we're going to translate this knowledge in better risk governance institutions that really protect us and are apt to the task of this complexity that we're facing. And now we are talking about, for example, the systemic risks, how we're going to translate these capacities of governments to face risks that are interconnected, that address different sectors at the same time. Some of my colleagues have already mentioned this. Solutions at the regional level. We have one of the best examples of what COVID-19 meant in terms of regional collaboration in the Caribbean. At the beginning of the pandemics, how the association of states and the pooled funds allowed to get critical medical supplies for the initial stage of the pandemics. This is a world example of the best practice of how regional mechanisms can, working together intersectorally, address a common threat. At the national level, how we're going to break these silos of ministers working, Minister of Environment in the Caribbean, how we are going to move from the response from the NEMOs to incorporate, for example, the Ministers of Finance. I see in this table, Minister of Finance, Minister of Planning, discussing about disaster reduction. This is a huge step aside that we have ahead that we have not had in the last 10 years. We are breaking these silos. This is a step ahead, and I think the Caribbean is given one very good example of working together with planning, with Ministers of Finance, the decision makers at the national level, building this resilience using information of every government. This is a type of collaboration that this complexity calls for. Multi-sectoral approaches to addressing the hazards. And one important issue on the third priority of the Sendai framework, which is resilient investment. How we're going to build our infrastructure, how we're going to make for the future decisions towards 2030 in order to protect them against this complex environment. How we're going to integrate, for example, this knowledge in decision making, not only from the governments, but also from the private sector. It is a general number that we use in the region that, for example, small and medium enterprises, only 60% of small and medium enterprises have contingency plans. And this is the simplest level of protection. How I'm going to operate after a disaster strikes. I'm not thinking about how I'm going to protect the investments, larger corporations, where I'm going to allocate my investment in order to, what information I have to allocate my investment in order to be sure that the decisions I'm taking today are going to be protected for the future. How this information is taken and incorporated in this, at the core, let's say, of the financial decision making. Are we going to use incentives? Are we going to use regulations? Are we going to have or develop metrics for assessing this type of decision making in the finance sectors? There are some advances in developing taxonomies for finance, disaster reduction, criteria that orient the private sector in where to invest better and in a sustainable way. This is going in a very good direction, particularly in the insurance companies. And it's a very interesting possibility to look what is happening in the insurance sector and how we make decisions in order to channel these capital assets in sustainable decision making. And this is something that is very much of interest of the Caribbean. In order to protect our infrastructure, are we going to apply, for example, resilience rating? Are we going to enforce regulation capacities? Are we going to develop stress testing? All these are instruments that are at hand already. This is not something that needs to be developed. This is already at hand. But the decision to apply this in our future decision needs interconnection of sectors. I would like to just finish my intervention. I'm already 1 minute over time. Just to mention, the countries are going to start a process of reviewing the Sendai framework. How much we have gone into in the implementation of Sendai framework, what do we need to do to accelerate the pace? This is called a midterm review, and some of the countries in the Caribbean have assumed the challenge of making this assessment. So we're encouraged to continue in this path. I think that very good conclusions might come from this midterm review. And I think that based on what the ECLAC is supporting now, different possibilities of bringing to the Caribbeans finance for disaster risk reduction, this is what is needed, Diane. This is what is needed. And this is also needed to have into consideration that all these decisions need to be based on building resilience, also based on prospective analysis of what might happen, not only to address, for example, mechanisms to support countries after the disaster has happened, which are also very important, but how we can integrate these decisions in the financial decisions in order to avoid disasters to happen. So again, thank you very much for this invitation. And I think that it's very interesting what is going to be discussed, the composition of the table. And I think, again, that the Caribbean is based in many areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raul. And our final presentation for this panel will be a pre-recorded message from Yannick Dumarek. He's the Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund. Has been a friend and collaborator with the Caribbean in terms of climate finance.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friend, thank you for the invitation to address this ECLAC Forum on Sustainable Development hosted by Costa Rica. I applaud President Carlos Alvarado for his leadership and thank him for his strong support for the Green Climate Fund. GCF is invested almost a third of its total portfolio in the region, including $400 million funding for 5 major projects in the Caribbean. As we are all too aware, Caribbean seas are particularly prone to weather disasters, as shown by the record-breaking number of storms swamping the Atlantic Basin in 2020, and the IPCC finding they are experiencing above average temperature rises. Our partner, the the IDB predicts the Caribbean could face annual losses from climate change damage equivalent to about 10% of the current regional economy by 2050. And the Caribbean is now also reeling from the economic shocks of COVID-19. Please allow me to briefly outline GCF approach to support green resilient recovery from COVID-19 in the Caribbean. First, we are helping to establish a supportive environment for climate action. For example, our Readiness Program supports Caribbean nations in crafting green recovery plan to stimulate sustainable jobs and green growth. Second, we catalyze climate innovation. Here we are developing financial innovation to increase Caribbean countries' access to finance without increasing their debt burden. For instance, we are supporting Antigua and Barbuda establish financial and institutional mechanisms to facilitate debt for climate swaps. Third, we are de-risking transformative projects to crowd in private finance. One example is our first lost equity investment in the Global Subnational Climate Fund. This innovative program will finance subnational adaptation and mitigation infrastructure projects in 42 countries, including the Bahamas, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Jamaica. And fourth, we are helping align finance with sustainable development. As an illustration, we are supporting Jamaica to establish the first Caribbean exchange for green bonds. I look forward to hearing more from this forum on how GCF can take further steps to support climate action in the Caribbean and the rest of Latin America. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. We have been given a little time to receive a few comments or questions from the floor. And so I shall open the floor immediately for contributions. I think I see the representative of Mexico, is that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking briefly to take the floor to acknowledge the increase and the severity of the climate crisis and make a call to all the countries in our region, which hopefully those delegations who are not in the room are following virtually, to demand at the next UN Climate Change Conference, COP27, for specific financial resources for loss and damage. As we have heard, Caribbean countries are facing extreme natural disasters with devastating consequences for entire communities. And even if humanitarian aid flows to those communities, it only flows for a few weeks until the next news makes headlines. And then if we talk about accessing resources from green funds, we are talking about an entrenched bureaucracy that takes years and with no guarantee of success. So we must present a united front at COP27 for loss and damage. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much, Mexico. We look forward to that solidarity. I recognize the representative of Guatemala.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We speak of natural disasters and asymmetry of climate change in the Caribbean, but we also have to refer to the Central America region. And here we have Central America. In mathematics, we say that the asymmetry with respect to the axes and asymmetry is a deformation. When we're not able to recognize what the original portion of that asymmetry is, creates a disagreement. Today, from what's been expressed, I would share the following. The president of Mexico, Dr. Alejandro Yamatei, in his speech before the Assembly of the United Nations called for comprehension and solidarity of industrialized or developed countries, which are in large part, responsible for climate change and the negative effects of this in the region, when Latin America only contributes 0.37% to greenhouse gas emissions. However, Central America contributes to the absorbing carbon discharges thanks to its forests. Guatemala is known globally as one of the countries with the greatest vulnerability to climate change, the impacts of climate change, situated amongst the 10 foremost countries with a great threats facing them and the impacts of climate change. For my country, the effects are going to be loss of crops, displacement of production areas, lack of water, greater transmission of disease transmitted through vectors, reduction in production potential, and loss of critical ecosystems, amongst others. This is what we face in the next 30 years. And that's why the minister in his speech at COP16 requested that Guatemala be considered as a highly endangered region because of this, facing quick and quality climate change funding. It's important that actions be undertaken oriented towards recovery and cooperation with friendly states as well as with the international community. We must transform ourselves and to have the principle enforced that everyone stand together and that no one be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guatemala, and rest assured that the Caribbean embraces Central America within the context of the challenge that we face in terms of vulnerability and the need for special concessions. I was unaware of the degree of vulnerability of Guatemala, and perhaps there should in fact be more regular collaboration between Central America and the Caribbean in addressing these issues. Certainly something to look forward to, and certainly we would definitely look forward to the continued leadership of Costa Rica in promoting this collaboration. I recognize the representative of Cuba.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Diane. It's a pleasure to take part in this panel and to exchange and share with our friends and colleagues from the Caribbean. Initially, from the beginning, we know that Cuba has ratified its full commitment with the sustainable development of the Caribbean, and our support for Caribbean First of ECLAC that supports the debate and regional efforts for implementation of Agenda 2030 in Caribbean countries, on the line of not leaving anyone behind. For SIDS and middle-income countries, here we have the unjust dichotomy of being the area that is making the greatest efforts, that's suffering the effects of climate change, and who are the least contributors to it. We underscore the importance of continuing to see the needs and specific challenges that face our countries according to the principle of common responsibilities, but differentiated. In the recent International Conference for Financing for the Reconstruction of the South Peninsula of Haiti, Miguel Díaz-Canel, of the president of Cuba, spoke of the moral responsibility of the international community to the definitive transformation of the people of Haiti. Amongst other elements, he pointed to the importance of providing substantial and uninterested cooperation, not just for the reconstruction of certain zones, but also to foster comprehensively sustainable development of that country. We make your call extensive to all countries, or its call to all countries. Their transformation will require double efforts and international support of other countries of the region, so as to overcome the gaps and to strengthen their resiliency capacities in the view of the exogenous shocks resulting from the pandemic. Cuba would like to reiterate its commitment to continue to support its Caribbean brothers and sisters, sharing what we have and through triangular and south-south cooperation and north-south cooperation. Given the health crisis in the region, we will continue to provide medical cooperation and support for vaccines in the Caribbean region against COVID through advice and the provision of Agdala 02 Sovereign 1 and 2 to the region, as we told the Secretary General of CARICOM last month and the Eastern Caribbean States Organization, to whom we have donated some of these vaccines. Now, with the effects of climate change, Cuba has placed its modest capacities and resources at the disposal, primarily in disaster risk reduction within the framework of cooperation for the United Nations for 2024 and our National Economic and Social Development Plan. An example of this is the cooperation agreement between the Civil Defense of Cuba and Management of Disasters in the Caribbean, signed in 2019, and through which Cuba committed to share knowledge and experiences in disaster risk management with a preventative focus and an inclusive focus, and to use early prevention warning systems for climate, technical training of national teams, and the transfer of toolkits for early warning systems that we have in Cuba, amongst other cooperation actions. The transforming action for resilient future, including the Caribbean, is vital, and it can no longer wait. With Cuba, you can continue to count, and we hope that we will see contributions to our call so that our brothers and sisters in the region can understand the urgency of these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the offer of continued support. I can say for certain that the support of the vaccinations has been extremely valued and appreciated. And of course, what you consider to be modest capacity is for the rest of the Caribbean actually quite awesome. Thank you for that continued support. I offer the floor to Colombia.
Thank you very much. Respected panelists, delegates, in November 2020, Colombia experienced for the first time in its history, and since we have records, the impact of a Category 5 hurricane in San Andres and Santa Catalina. This fact is proof positive that climate change will continue to have an effect on the amount and the intensity of environmental events, seen through droughts, hurricanes, floods, increases in temperature, which will continue to have a huge impact in areas that are as vulnerable as Latin America and the Caribbean. As has been said in the panel today, the cost of not acting go way beyond the effects that these events will have on our territories and populations. These risks of a natural origin must be dealt with from a multilateral perspective, given their nature and their dimensions. And that is why we recognize the importance of the ECLAC's initiative for establishing the Resilience Fund as a tool to increase the capacity for recovery in view of these events. In addition, we would like to underscore that these initiatives need to be accompanied by the inclusion of climate change statistics and natural disaster statistics within the national statistics systems. It's essential to have the support of international organizations, regional commissions, and other key sectors so as to include data and statistics as a priority, and financing to continue to promote cooperation amongst national statistics offices and other relevant international organizations through South-South and triangular cooperation mechanisms. And in this vein, it's also important to state or to refer to the efforts that are being undertaken internationally through the Commission and the Statistical Division of the UN, the IMF, and the World Bank to establish indicators and measures under international standards that make it possible to measure the degree of vulnerability of countries and their possibility to adapt and to meet the requirements of international agendas such as the Sendai framework for reduction of disaster risks or country agreements. These international organizations must continue their efforts so as to build capacity in Latin America and the Caribbean for their adaptation to national statistical systems, and as well as integration of data systems such as administrative records and geospatial information. Finally, we would like to underscore that in Colombia, the role of interinstitutionality is very important. As was mentioned previously, risk reduction requires a multilateral view, but we also need to look at it from the different sectors of government and from the different levels of national and subnational levels. It's important to continue to create institutional sectors so as to address these problems from the perspective of prevention, mitigation, and adaptation that has the preservation of ecosystems and mankind, or humankind rather, at its heart. Thank you very much.
Just checking whether there are any other requests for the floor. Then we have arrived at the end of our panel. I thank very much the interpreters for the added accommodation in order for us to complete this discussion. Has been an extremely important, revealing, and valuable one. Just a few takeaways. I think it is very clear that the financing of adaptation, the financing of investment in resilience is the most critical strategy for strengthening the adaptation of the region of the Caribbean as well as Central America to climate change. We had mention of parametric insurance. We had mention of the need for compensation for damage, hurricane clauses, introduction of the SDRs, and all these other. I think there was a mention of green bonds or Caribbean. There was, I think it is the GCF that's doing green bonds in Jamaica. That's fascinating, and it is very important for this resilience financing to be the lead in all of the resilience strategies, because without the financing, all of the other activities founder. There was much emphasis on mainstreaming climate change and adaptation policies, on advancing and enhancing the enabling environment, the issue of data. We talked about geospatial data, as well as statistical information that allows for more effective evidence-based decision-making in terms of risk reduction, planning, forecasting. We will not do it without effective data. And this is an area in which the regional institutions can provide the technical and the technological support for ensuring that the countries are on the right track, that they're making a good progress. I think it is also important for us to bear in mind some of those critical points that have been made both by Dr. Henry and by Katia in respect of ensuring that we have the most vulnerable on board. Leave no one behind. Reference to the need for gender balance, gender sensitivity in the responses. There was mention of protection of cultural heritage. Important to ensure that there is strong participation against the private sector, NGO community, because it is important to have a popular approach, a participatory approach to building resilience. Without that, we don't get the full buy-in in moving things forward. Fundamentally, and most importantly, the issue of climate finance, and this is where there has been quite a bit of reference to the Caribbean Resilience Fund that we are establishing. It is we're in talks with CDB, hopefully, that we will actually have the launch of the Resilience Fund this year in our 3 pilot countries, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It will have 3 windows, one that focuses on resilience building, one that speaks to resuscitation and investment in growth, which is critical for the region, and then one that addresses debt reduction. And these 3 windows will speak to essential aspects of durable, long-term, sustainable development, grounded in adaptation and resilience building. We're hoping that we will be able, by the time we meet at the forum next year, we'll be able to celebrate with you the launch of this Resilience Fund, and it will be something that is homegrown within the Caribbean, so we help ourselves. I want to thank you all for sticking with us through the launch period, and for your offers of support, for solidarity, for support. I hand the floor over to the Ambassador of Costa Rica, and to thank again Costa Rica for your leadership in this entire process this week. You have the floor.
Bueno.
Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge our moderator and panelists for placing the Caribbean first at the heart and shedding light on what many of our countries are subject to with regards to climate change and natural disasters. So thank you once again. Continue. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So with this, we conclude our 3rd panel, and we are going to ask the next panel to please come up to the stage. It's conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity for sustainable recovery, challenges and opportunities for Latin America and the Caribbean. So can you please approach the main panel? We're going to request that the delegates and meeting participants, we're going to request that you just bear with us for a little bit. It's the last panel before we conclude this afternoon. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
We think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived, like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of
Por favor, pedimos a las delegaciones que tengan la...
We request that the delegations please take your seat. We will begin the fourth panel. It's the last session of work today. Our main panel is already up on the stage and ready.
Perfecto. Vamos a dar inicio entonces a la cuarta.
So, as I said, it's the fourth and last panel based on yesterday's program, and we're going to discuss conservation, sustainable use of biodiversity for sustainable recovery, challenges and opportunities in Latin America and the Caribbean. Adriana Solano Laclay, Ambassador and Director of Foreign Policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, will head the panel. Ms. Solano, thank you. I'm sure you're all tired, and feel free to get up and grab a cup of coffee. But what brings us here is very important, and it's wonderful to be able to introduce this panel, Conservation, Sustainable Use of Biodiversity for Sustainable Recovery, Challenges and Opportunities for
Recording
Latin
in
America
progress.
and the Caribbean. It's one of the central topics of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and Costa Rica, as you're well aware, has been very active in discussions on this topic. Accelerated loss of biodiversity in this region requires urgent action, and it should be imbued within our politics. Janet Sanchez, who is Secretary of LAC, she will be Costa Rica as pro tempore chair, is very happy to introduce Janet. You have the floor. She's director of ECLAC's Natural Resources Division. Okay. So I'm going to just try to speak a little bit louder so you can all wake up. Distinguished chair, good afternoon, dear delegates, government representatives, distinguished representatives of the civil sector, agencies and multilateral agencies and organizations, and academia. Good afternoon. So we'll begin. First, we need to understand that we live in a very specific, we're facing very specific circumstances. We're dealing with a profound crisis that's still unresolved. It's a health crisis, the pandemic. We face an environmental crisis that has been on the rise for the past few years now. And recently, the very precarious situation in Russia that we're dealing with, Russia and the Ukraine, and that we're all watching on the news. So why are these crises, why can we consider that they have a common theme? Well, they've made us think about the fact that our own survival as a civilization, as human beings, is at stake here. So discussions that lead to our discovering and finding, mechanisms to be able to ensure different sorts of securities that life, to the extent possible, is important. And that's why biodiversity plays a preponderant role here, since it is the basis of our nutrition of ecosystem services. And it allows us to exist. It is the basis of our livelihood. So biodiversity is also a characteristic that we are proud of in the region. More than half with regards to the world, more than half of the amphibian species that are known, 41% of birds, 1/3 of all fish species, 1/4 of mangroves and forests, and 1/3 of mega diverse countries are here. It can be found here in our region. 30% of farmlands, again, have their origins in our region. Governments, on the other hand, have a positive outlook with regards to nature that we have to commend, but they also have negative stances. For example, lack of coordination in the long term, which is what we need to address. From a perspective of the civil society and the private sector, there are many best practices, but we also believe that there are harsh lessons learned that we still haven't learned from, and that continue to be repeated, and that create greater poverty and instability and little productive diversification. Overexploitation of marine life, pollution, acidification, and lack of multilateral commitment and strength of our sources of these threats. So we have to applaud the efforts, these positive initiatives of some countries that recently declared a corridor of protected marine area, the Eastern Tropical Marine Coastland, that is comprised by Colombia, Costa Rica, Panama, and Panama. And at a regional level, target 14.5 has been attained of the 2030 agenda, but we need to emphasize that 23 countries in the region still have less of 10% or less than 10% of certain countries' territories is still unprotected. Their marine territories or seas are unprotected. So we have 8 out of 20 countries that have the largest deforestation rate are unfortunately located in our region.
Our region also presents the greatest reduction of the Live Planet Index, particularly given the change in land use and overexploitation of species. In general terms, there is no appropriate implementation of the various goals that we have in the 2030 agenda and the goals in IT. Finding reasons for this, there are at least three that are present in the majority of cases. On the one hand, we have insufficient resources devoted to the environment and biodiversity. There is also a weak institutionality, much of which is very recent in the framework of institutionality and the general institutional architecture of the countries in this region. As a result, we also have the existence of a weak governance in the majority of countries. Environmental institutionality has not been completed in all of its spheres. For instance, a quarter of countries barely have environmental justice courts. There are points of progress, of course, and here our panelists will tell us about those things. But we also know that that progress is not sufficient. This panel is going to debate from the experiences of governments, of agencies, and the private sector, as well as the social sector, how we can find opportunities, how we can face the challenges, and help us to discuss and deal with these topics that are of absolute importance. Of course, and in honor of the title and the topic to be dealt with of biodiversity, at this time we are accompanied by diverse panelists, 9 from different countries, different public, private and civil society instances, as well as from the business world. They will share their points of view from in person. I have 4 panelists here, and some panelists will also be joining us virtually. I shall now proceed to ask some questions to try to channel the discussion and to tell you that we will have 5 minutes each. Please stay within that time frame because there are several panelists. After that, we will have interventions from the panelists, and finally, we will finish with conclusions that will be a very rich debate amongst the different panelists and the different governors. José Luis Samaniego will actually close this discussion, the director of the Division for Sustainable Development and Human Settlements of ECLAC. I would give the floor to Franklin Paniagua Alfaro, who's Vice President of the Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. And Franklin, we will start by asking you how we can avoid that during the economic recovery from COVID-19, which we all seek, that we do not overexploit the natural resources and further damage their already evident vulnerability. What will be the role of the Ministries of Agriculture, Finance, Transportation in supporting conservation and the sustainable use of biodiversity? Franklin, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here and to be representing my country and my boss, Minister Andrea Mesa, as well as to be in company of such distinguished panelists today. I would like to answer the question by specifying 3 aspects that in which I would like to give examples of what we've achieved in what we face here in Costa Rica. The first is that it's essential to know whether that economic recovery is being undertaken green enough and sustainable enough, generating and maintaining green accounts, natural accounts. We have a system of national accounts that is based on an activist paradigm, a depleted paradigm in terms of the needs of our countries and the role that natural capital plays within that system. The first thing of setting out or laying a path from an economic point of view is essential, of having green accounts and that they serve to be included in the allocation of resources for insurance and for exploitation, particularly energy. The second aspect is the need to develop territorial information and to do so in a more precise manner. In tropical areas where there's trade and negotiation of carbon loans because of our forests, the opportunity lays in our capability of managing the accounts of our territories and the condition of our forests. And in this sense, what we've learned in territorial management in that sense, particularly with development of Emoku, a tool that we have that follows up on the development of commodities, palm, livestock, and pineapple. We've had additional side effect, if you will, benefits. For instance, the production of oil palm in Costa Rica is free of any effect on deforestation. It is a product that is premium. It goes into the international market at a value that it did not have previously. And this capability comes from the development of tools, measurement tools and follow-up tools for change of land use of our territory. This is the second key element for me. Number three, and perhaps the most important, the most difficult one, is institutional reform. An institutional reform that is aimed at integration and breaking down the sectoral barriers that have generated the institutionality that we've had, that difference between the Ministry of the Environment and Energy and the Ministry of the Environment and of Worship, and the distance of planning and finance ministries. That's where we have to break down what we've had in the past. We have seen what the light is there on the line of work so as to be able to implement the decarbonization plan that was referred to by Carlos Manuel Rodriguez at this table. Why is it important? Well, it's important because there are problems that go through the different sectors. For instance, the problems that we have with pesticides in the field, how it affects the health and the agriculture, the environment ministries. And this was an issue that had not been dealt with for 25 years. And in this administration, we have finally been able to walk forward on this, the use of technologies that recover that delay of 25 years. Other things such as pesticides and territorial planning. Perhaps you know about the system of national parks that we're very proud about. But we have areas that are very close to our national parks where development has been undertaken in a very unorderly manner. We have first-rate, top-rate parks with points of ingress and development and sensitivity that are terrible, not just because of different factors, but because territorial development and population settlements have been undertaken in an unorderly fashion. and there you would have my comments. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Franklin.
Franklin, thank you very much. We would now ask for someone in Colombia, someone very important, Brigitte Baptiste, to take the floor. She is the Dean of the University of Colombia, and she will be joining us virtually. Let's see if we can connect with Brigitte.
Aquí estoy.
I'm here. Hi, Brigitte. Good afternoon. How are you? We wanted to ask you a question so that you can answer us. Here, we're waiting for your response in Costa Rica. The question would be, what measures can be taken to address the challenges that we are now facing in food without degrading our ecosystems? What can politically be done so that society and decision makers appropriately consider the value of biodiversity for human well-being? Brigitte, you have the floor. You did not hear my question. You did not hear us. Can you hear us? Now I can, yes. Where did you hear any part of the question? If the question is the same question that was shown to me on my screens a little while ago about agriculture, then yes, it is. Then go ahead, please. Well, thank you so very much for the invitation, and my most cordial regards to all delegations, and particularly to the women joining us today from all Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe that the challenges of food go through the challenges that my colleague from Costa Rica mentioned, that is soil use under the criteria of the vulnerability and climate change together with the advance or the progress of science. That is to say, how much do we depend on ecosystems and biodiversity? Temporary or seasonal agriculture needs to be much more sensitive to the changing conditions of the land, and as a result, it's essential that the ministries and institutions associated with the production of food to assume ecological knowledge based on people and the knowledge itself on the basis of sustainable development. It is urgent that we develop regenerative agricultural agendas, not just an expansion of agricultural frontiers that pollute with the overexploitation practices of our resources, which are recognized challenges for quite some time, but rather through our renewed contact with the land, with ecosystems, that we reintroduce and give greater potential to biodiversity that we've been displacing. And its absence has been noted we've seen it in the risks the insects and pests, resilience in terms of the soil's absorption of carbon, fertility, and here a parenthesis, to what extent vulnerability with the imports of rubber is placing production of agri-food in our continent at risk. And I close my parenthesis here. The ecosystems that produce food need to be redesigned there institutionally, and I think it's a giant challenge for all of us. Another element that I would underscore is trade. How trade and the exchange of food in Latin America and the Caribbean needs to be a priority to share what each one has the ability to offer and to have networks of food security that are continental. Because if, as the president at the beginning of this session of the ECLAC's report said, we cannot close the borders nor be enclosed in ourselves in any level, because it's complementarity that's going to help us. There are also other complementary elements that have to do with financial investments in the field, redesign of the systems, and the institutionality is going to require money, and as well for carbon and its effect, but also another way of understanding relations between the public and private sectors. I work for a private university that is devoted to developing sustainable entrepreneurial work, inviting actors, that is to say, to incorporate or to have a new vision of business that we've seen in multilateral fora and academia, but so that there's no risk that these investments be lost because of climate risk or other risks, and that will enable us to guarantee the persistence of the productive systems for agro-food production on the long term. Obviously, this has to do with innovation. We must make great efforts in science and technology, education, decolonization of education, because biodiversity needs to be seen separately from production. And that is notably seen rather in this region, and we cannot no longer see it this way because they go hand in hand. The biodiversity is part of the production of agri-food. Eventually, someone will speak of the elimination of the perverse agro-system subsidies and financing of those systems. It creates inequity that is terrible. We need to redirect them in that sense. And finally, I agree with my Costa Rican colleague in delving deeper in the coordination and co-action of energy, water management, and soil management so that we can be much more extensive in our field of action. Thank you very much.
Gracias a ti, Brigitte.
Thank you, Brigitte. We're also going to hear from Amelia Regui virtually. She's online. Well, she's a representative from Women for Biodiversity. Are you there? Yes, I'm here. Great. Amelia, what have we learned as a result of the IT goals, targets, to support a new global framework on biodiversity to simultaneously promote improvements in biodiversity in our economic sectors and be agents of change, such as women, youngsters, indigenous communities, and local organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean? You have the floor to answer. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Well, to respond to your questions, on behalf of young women's groups of the United Nations on biodiversity, there are many answers for the question you're asking. But we've learned from the IT targets is that the decision makers do not know about the Convention on Biodiversity on biological diversity. And in various surveys after IT, people don't know what biodiversity truly is. And given this context, we think that youngsters in the LAC region have to take action. And given this new framework, biodiversity framework, is the urgent need to educate in a transformative sense, education for all individuals, especially for decision makers. And we need them to understand that biodiversity should be at the center of public policy of development. And in this regards, we need to be able to undertake recovery policies as a result. Another lesson learned from the Aichi biodiversity targets that is the importance of including a human rights focus. Specifically, biodiversity policies have to acknowledge the one's human rights and a human being's rights to a clean environment and a healthy one as well. And since today is the International Women's Day, we want to emphasize gender equality and empower women and girls and ensure intergenerational equity and effective participation of youth. We also need to change the discourse and not only focus on these groups as they have been seen as vulnerable and acknowledging us as citizens that are able and knowledgeable and that can take part in democracy and biodiversity. And it's another lesson learned from Aichi, the need to invest in more skills training, in scientific and technical cooperation, and more communication to disseminate to society in general what biodiversity is, why it's important, and decision makers, not only at the national government level, but private sector leaders, university leaders. All of these areas are at a risk because of loss of biodiversity, and it's going to impact their sustainable development. And another lesson learned, as the previous speaker mentioned, funding. From Aichi, we learned that we need resources for execution of biodiversity at a political level. So we need to have a comprehensive, holistic policy where national resources are mobilized, international cooperation, and those perverse subsidies that were mentioned. I dare say, as representative of youngsters, we are very concerned about the large amount of resources that countries are using for arming themselves to protect us from insecurity, but they're not thinking about conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you, Amelia. Let's continue with Costa Rica. Esther Camac Ramirez. She's leader of the organization Continental Linkage of Indigenous Women in the Americas. I'm going to ask you the following. What should we do, politically speaking, for society and decision makers appropriately consider the value of biodiversity for human well-being? How do we reinforce the role of local communities in sustainable management of ecosystems? Esther? Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a privilege to be able to share this panel with such a distinguished group. Madam Chair, thank you so much for inviting me. And dear moderator, thank you as well. Society and decision makers must have greater awareness that life, nature, biodiversity, and our environment are at risk, real risk, and it makes itself more noticeable throughout the region because we have intensified heat and more frequent natural disasters, extinction of species, and loss of forest. To attain this awareness, we need to raise awareness, educate the population overall, and to coherently develop tangible actions to prevent risk and damages, and that way safeguard the environment. So this entails financial, political agreements to the extent that they would be able to address the problem, and instead of just discourses and agreements. I mentioned this because the Aichi biodiversity targets have not been met by governments, and reading national reports, they do acknowledge that they have not been able to meet the Convention on Biological Diversity. So too, global decisions that are adopted and policies for sustainable development plans must acknowledge the important role of indigenous communities, Afro-descendants, and women, as well as the civil sector that is committed to conservation, protection of natural resources, and sustainable practices. Their participation must be ensured in the decision-making process as well as execution of these policies by creating effective, true mechanisms that are measurable to reflect their effective and full participation. As communities, women, and organized civil sectors, we are attempting to create impact for the 2030 agenda to include our interests, our contexts, and proposals to be able to meet the SDGs by leaving no one behind. Climate change impacts everyone disproportionately. It was mentioned a lot at the last panel, and we're all aware of that. Degradation of marine resources, our oceans, and land ecosystems is the result of unmeasured use of our development system and overuse of Mother Earth. The capitalist system consumes our land, flora, and fauna without considering deleterious long and short-term effects. The worsening of our climate change and individuals will be hungry, will have less healthy lives. This is evident in the role of refugees, of migrants, especially with agricultural salinization, desertification, contamination, and water scarcity, just amongst some problems. Many of the most devastating meteorological effects impacted the poorest countries. In 2021, natural disasters surpassed $55 million in losses. And this requires us to ask more funding from the first world to appease these effects. But there are other aggravators. We speak about the new green accounts, the Green New Deal. But in the majority of cases, this has to do with green bonds, with carbon stocks, more exploitation of lithium or green hydrogen. And far from being a solution, new catastrophes are envisioned. Climate actions must be fostered by a fair transition of sustainable societies and economies to ensure an inclusive focus, sustainable solutions in government inaction and continuity of business practices will undoubtedly lead more people to the brink of poverty. When we systematized we performed a systematization exercise with our Indigenous Forum. We spoke about the mining industry. 4 out of 10,000 or so territorial conflicts have been caused by mining. And this has been responded to with arrests and criminalization. Also, oil production. 132 defenders of green forests were killed, or green champions were killed between 2015 2019. So 4 out of approximately an average of 4 indigenous nature leaders are killed in Latin America every month. So that's why we emphasize the importance of the agreement on public participation, access to justice with regards to environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Escazú Agreement, the only environmental agreement and that upholds human rights in Latin America and the Caribbean, in view of the Rio Plus Summit, that ensures the protection of individuals and organizations that uphold human rights and rights of biodiversity and nature. So we need to execute another development model that places life and socio-environmental justice at the heart. It's not about just changing energy sources. Transition isn't only about production of more energy, but better using energy, creation of decent work, and that fair transition that the global southern countries require, and better use of water and use of biomass and rationalization of consumption and transportation. We must foster a model of relationships to share experiences that contribute to commercializing nature and not only strengthen what belongs to the public, but what belongs to the community. So decentralization and lack of common goods and production and consumption. We appeal that Afro-descendants, indigenous communities, vulnerable groups, farmers, rural dwellers have full rights over their territories. So it's unavoidable to be able to address this. We need to empower these stakeholders because they're strategic in caring for and oversight of our land. And the impact of climate change causes us to requires better planning of our forests, of our water reservoirs. We need to encourage better production associations as well. So we must also make sure have economic offsets as a result of loss of policies and damage, and to replace displacement of women and children when measures that include a gender perspective come into play, when they contribute and include the development of more resilience in the most impacted communities, as well as restoration of damaged ecosystems, damaged from political activities that damage or that destroy indigenous communities and destroy their livelihoods and traditions. Sanctions, companies that contaminate land must be punished, but they must be able to develop also. But instead of extraction, they should focus on nature and receive enough political backing to be able to fulfill their roles. Companies from Foreign companies that operate in our region must be accountable on the actions that impact diversity, the environment, and human rights. We call for the declarations to be heard that are meant to protect our Mother Earth and that ensure the right of communities to live in peace, and especially on the land, savannas, Amazon mountains, etc. Free, informed consultations on the need to consult with communities if their lands are going to be impacted must be mandatory for companies and governments when they decide to perform any sort of project where extraction is going to take place. So extortion, fake consultation processes need to stop, and any other practice that does not ensure this right should not be tolerated. Government needs to acknowledge and understand the importance of indigenous communities with regards to the conservation of the environment, biodiversity. They need to work with communities to design and implement mitigation, national mitigation and local adaptation plans through intercultural and dialogue of respect and intercultural nuances. And women leaders require technical and economic support for their own initiatives having to do with the response and reduction of climate change risks. We need to promote institutionalization and cross-cutting issues, intercultural topics, and ensure that individual and collective rights are upheld at the state level. To raise awareness and to teach others, to teach the government as well, teachers, and ensure that specific budgets are earmarked for this purpose. So to conclude, as we concluded at our organization, the Permanent Forum for Indigenous Communities, the 2030 Agenda is an opportunity for Indigenous communities to continue to work for the attainment of their own development models and the effective realization of their collective rights. But it also has shortcomings because it does not shed light on problems, on Indigenous problems. That is, some SDGs even are threatening for these communities. If the Indigenous communities are not tangibly included specifically in the implementation of the agenda, they will be left behind as they always have been. Indigenous communities are key agents given our history, our tradition, ancestral knowledge that's important and that's also required as for humanity. The Convention on Biological Diversity is the only international instrument which acknowledges the role of Indigenous communities and women. Through that agreement, we have been key agents and are considered as our point of view are considered, our proposals, our dreams are included, and we're thankful for that, to continue to care for Mother Earth through that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Esther.
Thank you very much, Esther. We will now give the floor and recognize a voice from the business world. This is a woman, Eva Sabe. She's the executive director of Business for Nature. And we will ask Eva the next question. She will be joining us virtually. Are you there, Eva?
Yes, hello.
Yes, I'm here. Eva. Eva, how to better give incentives to decisions that go beyond short-term earnings, how to better make the most of the financial and agricultural sector in biodiversity conservation in the area of Latin America and the Caribbean, and what are the major challenges for implementing that in concert with the World Biodiversity Framework to 2020. You have the floor, Eva.
Muchas gracias y buenas tardes y buenas noches de Ginebra, Suiza.
Thank you very much, and good evening and good morning to you all from Geneva. I'm going to speak in English.
In incredibly tough times for our species. All our foundations, everything we relied on, foundations of peace, of human rights, respect for each other, respect for our shared planet, are all being stress tested, one after the other. And we all have to understand that the systems we depend on and impact are interconnected, the social systems, planetary system, health, climate, but also our financial systems. And so, just as in the previous panel, the need for us to focus now on securing the resilience of our systems is essential, not only focusing on efficiency. So with that, it really is such a real pleasure to be with all of you virtually. At Business for Nature, we are incredibly proud to have partners in 9 different Latin American countries in our coalition, from Costa Rica, Brazil, Argentina, Honduras, Mexico, Chile, Peru, Guatemala, and Colombia. And all of these partners are working with businesses to increase nature positive action. So thank you again for this very kind invitation. So to answer your questions, I would recap in 3 key messages today. Number 1, we need to transform the economic and financial system to recognize performance beyond just financial returns. And that means we need to understand the true value of nature and people. And this is linked to the need for strength and accountability, as just the last speaker said. Number 2 is business action is increasing, but not at the scale and speed that is necessary. And number 3, we need policy ambition. And the Global Biodiversity Framework is our unique opportunity to set the common goal for the world, for all people in society to rally behind. We've never seen as many companies engage in the nature and biodiversity agenda than over the past 1.5 years, including in the final negotiation meetings taking place here in Geneva starting next week, where we have more than 35 companies are joining us. So just to briefly expand, I know we don't have long, we need to make the economic imperative even stronger, that protecting, restoring, and sustainably using nature becomes the default business decision because it also makes economic sense. And that means, as I said before, we need to transform the economic and financial system and redefine performance. That means we need the information in our whole accountability system through mandatory measurement and disclosure of impacts and dependencies by companies. But we also need to think of those big financial flows that need to be redirected, like the recent report that we were part of releasing with the B team mid-February that shows that $1.8 trillion of per year, unfortunately and unintentionally, are going to environmentally harmful subsidies. And so there is a huge opportunity there. I said nature is going up the business agenda. And today, thousands of companies are already making commitments and taking action. We're seeing many companies in Latin America as well. They understand how rich and biodiverse these countries are, but they also can share with the world, and they understand how central indigenous peoples and local communities are who are the real custodians of biodiversity, and we have so much to learn on how to protect and restore and respect nature. I have a few examples very quickly. Susano is committed to connect through ecological corridors 500,000 hectares of the Cerrado Atlantic Forest and Amazon forests, and Natura & Co. have a commitment to life that aims to have zero deforestation in the Amazon, and they work a lot with indigenous communities. But these examples, even if we have thousands of them, are not going to be enough. They are not enough. We need political leadership and policy ambition now, because the political certainty will drive business innovation and investment. And so you asked, what does business need to engage in the global biodiversity framework? And if I had to just end on three things, one is businesses need to understand that nature loss is material to their business. It is a material risk, but it's also an opportunity. Number two, they need to have ways to engage with the process. It's quite complex, and they need to have hooks and realize that they are also responsible for the successful implementation of the framework, even if, of course, parties are the owners of it. And for example, Target 15 on business is a really helpful hook, and we really welcome even strengthening that target. And finally, companies need to have the confidence that the global biodiversity framework will be impactful and translate into national legislation that actually levels the playing field. So the leading businesses that are happy to engage and want that ambition will then drive all businesses towards a nature positive economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eva, for contribution. Bueno, ahora vamos a pasar nuevamente a Costa Rica.
We will go back to Costa Rica. We have at the table today Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, who's the Executive Director and President of the World Environment Fund. Carlos, we'd like to ask you, from the experience of your institution, how can we foster integration of biodiversity in cooperation, policies, strategies, and practices of public and private actors that impact or depend upon biodiversity in the countries of the region? What would be the role of the ministries of agriculture, finance, transportation in biodiversity conservation? You have the floor, Carlos.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Jeanette, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to share this experience with you. I have the pleasure and the honor of being the CEO of the World Fund for the Environment, which has invested $121 billion over the past 30 years, $121 billion in placement of direct and indirect funds to 53 beneficiary countries, 53 beneficiary countries, rather, over the past 30 years as part of the negotiations of Rio 92, where developed and developing countries agreed not just on the content of the environmental and multilateral conventions, but on cooperation mechanisms for those multilateral conventions. You have perhaps heard about the Green Climate Fund. It's a sister fund. It's interesting that the GEF, or the World Environment Fund, work on these 6 international conventions, amongst which biodiversity is one of those 6. $121 billion is a considerable amount of money, undoubtedly. But if you look at it throughout 30 years and in over 150 countries, it's a allocation that's relatively small in the majority of countries. And even though the fund is the most important in terms of biodiversity, we invest approximately $500 million yearly in developing countries. In the OECD countries, OECD countries, we're investing in Uruguay, Colombia, Chile. And we don't distinguish between allocation of funds with respect to per capita income or the state of human development, because otherwise we would be asked to graduate this allocation of funds to donations for a good number of the countries according to the OECD rating. We work in Costa Rica, Uruguay, Chile, etc., because we are a vital fund. We're not a human development fund. If you look at the criteria for it, the criteria for receiving funds is environment. So from a scientific or a technical point of view, there is no country that has exceeded its environmental challenges successfully or that is in a graduation position, the ODS, Mariana, etc. We have been told how far we are from achieving that objective of sustainability. Possibly the country in Latin America and the Caribbean that has a combination of a high human development and sustainability is Cuba. And many countries aspire to be at that midpoint in terms of human development and environmental sustainability. Many Caribbean countries are much better than Central America and Latin America, although high-income countries in the Caribbean are tremendously vulnerable to climate change. If we don't invest in them, their standing will fall quickly. So the GEF is the fund that you all have for availability of investment in actions that respond to international conventions. There is no other fund or financial instruments that is more flexible than the GEF. We still, or the GEF, we still have a great task ahead of us so that countries become completely empowered by the GEF funds. Those resources are used, as I said previously, by governments, primarily by the environment ministries. And even despite that, we have a great challenge so that the environment ministers define the country priorities. Often it's other political or actors, politicians or non-state actors that are determining the priorities in the use of GEF resources. Second, in the best of cases, when a minister is strategically investing GEF resources, what is reflected are the priorities of an environment ministry that are not the priorities of the executive branch of government, nor are they the priorities of a country, which is the convergence of a vision of different public and private actors. So we have a great amount of work to do ahead of us. The GEF supports and contributes to Latin American countries on topics of conservation of biodiversity. And we see that there's a tremendous amount of challenges associated to the work ahead of us related to the objectives of the Convention on Biodiversity as well as climate change objectives. One The great majority of Latin American countries continue to have deforestation and land use change that are very, very high over the past 20 years. 80% of Latin American countries have lost between 20 and 25% of their forests. And when I talk about forests, you shouldn't be thinking about trees, but the natural capital that is as important as the cultural, financial, and human capital of those same countries. If we today in this panel we're able to show you that these countries have lost 25% of the health of their human capital or 25% of their cultural capital, the reaction would possibly vary different from when we tell you that you've lost 25% of your natural capital so far. That means that you have compromised the future of your countries, the future of your citizens, and the future of your economies. So it's tremendously frustrating for funds that are at your disposal, such as the GEF, are not used strategically enough. So what are the important elements here? One important element that I would like to share with you today is that even though the GEF funds are incredibly flexible and they can be strategic funds, they will never be enough to be able to bridge the financial gaps that exist in the countries to achieve their climate and environmental goals. And in that sense, the GEF fund has to be used for other sense, for substantive and priority projects. One, helping countries to generate a public policy that is much more consistent, coherent with the environmental commitments and sustainable development. Because the great problem that all countries have, and here I'm not exempting of guilt or responsibility of any country, I'm speaking of developed and developing countries. No country has been able to overcome the huge the challenge of political coherence. So public policy, the system of planning and allocation of public budgets continues to promote and invest public-private investment that generates and mobilizes more financial resources than things that contribute to climate change and to the loss of biodiversity than what governments are allocating in their budgets to protecting biodiversity and in mitigating and adapting to climate change. On average, governments, and pay attention to this that I'm going to tell you, on average, governments invest from 50 to 150 more times in financial resources in the public policy system in activities that contribute to climate change and the loss of biodiversity than what they invest in mitigating and adapting to climate change and in protecting biodiversity. We invest much more in destroying the planet and our economy and our future of our citizens than I think what we're investing in protecting it today. GEF seeks to work hand in hand with countries so as to continue to move forward toward a public policy framework that generates greater consistency and political long-term consistency and coherence, because we are eating away at the natural capital that is the life insurance policy, the insurance policy for the health of our citizens and our countries. And the second point that I think is enormously important, where GEF is going to work closely with countries, is mobilization of financial resources to make them more efficient. All countries here today undertake an important allocation of public resources to protect biodiversity and mitigate and adapt to climate change. But if you look at the breakdown of the efficiency of that mobilization, the impact of the mobilization of domestic financial resources, it's very inefficient. And being able to work on that is very important. Let me give you an example. I can take any country randomly of all of you here, and I can ask a question of the Minister of Finance or the Environment, and I can say, tell me how many public resources in your national budget are allocated to conservation of biodiversity? The question might be total silence from the Minister of Finance and from the Minister of the Environment. If in our countries we do not have a mechanism for managing budgets, public budgets, where we don't have exact information on the investment and protection of our natural capital, let's not be surprised when we fall into a circumstance such as that where we find ourselves, in which all countries in one way or another are losing their natural capital. And here I include Costa Rica, that is famous for its environmental achievements, but I also include Suriname and Guyana that have deforestation, or Belize, or other Caribbean countries. No country is exempt from this huge challenge. And even when we could, through political agreements, mobilize financial resources from north to south, such as never before in the past, it will still not be enough to be able to bridge the gap of environmental financing the world over and in each of these countries. And here the important part is that all of the countries have to understand that it is in their own best interest to do a better and more efficient mobilization of financial resources and up to public policies that generate a final product that is consistent and coherent with public policy, where the incentives frameworks is aligned with private public investments and incentives in agreement with the Paris Agreement. So let's not be surprised that in an afternoon such as today, we have a representative such as Doña Esther of the private sector, who is asking us about the irrationality of this model that we have.
And perhaps we are seeing with certain disdain the context of indigenous communities and other grassroots communities that Esther mentioned. They're very minute communities, but what draws attention is very important. Values, efficiency with regards to our economic systems and our economic model. Now, I'm a believer in capitalism. I'm a liberal by nature. I've been Minister of Environment in Costa Rica 3 times, but I can say in all truth that this capitalistic model that seeks unlimited growth at all costs without acknowledging planetary limits are going to take us to the tipping point where social upheaval is going to grow, and where our democratic systems may be toppled, yes, because of the environment. So as a final message, I ask you urgently from the heart that if there's a representative from a rural community and indigenous communities, and they say there's an environmental leader that's been assassinated every week, 4 every month, as we heard, or when we speak about extraction industries as a problem that's an intrinsic part of our system, let's not minimize that appeal. Let's pay heed to that individual, because science and technology is telling us that our model is leading us towards collapse and failure of our civilization. If we continue to pollute the air, the environment, and our oceans, and we continue to undermine our ecosystem, I ensure that no amount of money will save us from the terrible problem that lies ahead. So you need to take the environment very seriously as you do human development, economic growth, management of finances. Natural resources must be managed as human capital is, as financial capital is. The Global Environmental Facility, GEF, will always be there, ready to support governments in their environmental priorities. Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Excellent comments. The conclusion will be hard. I'm taking note of what's been said, but it's a wonderful discussion that we've had up until now. We're going to now hear our next speaker, online speaker, Luis Miguel Aparicio. He's head of sustainable landscapes for Latin America and the Caribbean from the Global Green Growth Institute. Are you connected, Luis Miguel? I am. Good afternoon. Great. Good afternoon. So we're going to give you the floor, but first let me ask the question. Considering social, economic, and ecosystem heterogeneity in the region, and that regional efforts have not been sufficient to attain the SDGs 14 and 15 of the 2030 agenda, what effective biodiversity policies or priority policies do you believe can allow the region to be able to respond and meet these the SDGs and continue to grow? How do we foster better decisions that go beyond short-term gain and just mere thought about economic growth? You have the floor, Miguel. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, the meeting organizers, and I would like to also send our general director's salutations to all of you. So, political priorities that will allow us to respond to these challenges of meeting targets 14 and 15 of the SDGs, we need to work on various fronts beyond command and control mechanisms and deal with more promotional issues, garnering the public and the restoration of systems. So I'm going to mention three efforts: arrangements, the legal side, and private participation, and sustainable financing or funding. When I speak about institutional architecture, we have to speak about overlap of efforts and government institutions, which is commonplace in our countries. So national, local organizations at a government level must dedicated to biodiversity, to adaptation plans, need to be strengthened and coordinate in a better fashion to carry out better planning and land organization and better organize protected areas so that the least represented ecosystems are also included within the government protection areas. It's also important for national authorities see that there's a direct incentive for conservation, and it needs to be offset. In other parts of the world, for example, there are ecological tax reimbursements that have to do with positive ecosystem, positive results in our ecosystems that include restoration of the landscape and ecosystems and protection thereof. Well, the private sector, we need more incentives for the private sector to join conservation and restoration efforts of our ecosystems, especially key ecosystems that render important services that are sources of water, of sources of individuals' economic livelihoods, for example. So we need to promote the participation of the private sector, SMEs. For SMEs, we need to emphasize better capacity building at a local level. Local communities, most of the time, lack financial planning mechanisms or business knowledge about the market and how to leverage on entrepreneurial opportunities and value chains or business plans for the bioeconomy. So the governments in the region need to establish accelerators of green or incubators of green businesses and develop business models that are proven, that are proof of concepts, and then provide seed capital to be able to execute those business plans and provide support during the initial implementation phase. And we need economic incentives as well. For example, tax incentives. They need to strengthen the benefits, how the private sector can benefit from greater social, corporate, environmental responsibility. But, mechanisms that will quantify private investment in ecosystems and that gain. And funding for conservation, that is also important. The the world needs to work together with local governments, with national governments, and provide resources for execution of these goals and redirect public and private investments with a long-term vision. We need funding mechanisms to ensure that public-private partnerships in the environment are better channeled and have a positive effect on biodiversity and conservation and restoration. So, important things that we need to work on. Well, we need to politically support more budget, a higher budget, support governments that will reward conservation and ecosystem protection. We need to develop green economic recovery plans and legal frameworks that measure performance and money transfers. And we need to tie these funds to collaborative efforts for natural restoration. We need to strengthen mechanisms to be able to appraise ecosystem services and strengthen environmental services. There are many that are good. The Vietnam one is from exemplified in Vietnam, and there are options where we develop also where we support frameworks for the emission of certain types of green bonds, sustainable conservation bonds, and performance bonds. Those types of investments are what we need, investment in natural capital. When these bonds are issued, despite that they're sustainable and green, capital is investment is generally focused on infrastructure, energy, and transportation. Thank you.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Luis Miguel. We go once again back to Costa Rica, and we're going to hear from Ana Maria Hernandez Salgar. She's chair of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES. Ana Maria, my question for you is, what have we learned from the Aichi biodiversity targets that can be useful to support a new world framework on biodiversity that will improve biodiversity and economic sectors in Latin America and the Caribbean? Could you give us examples of initiatives that could serve as innovation models to promote synergies between the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Convention on Climate Change and the fight against desertification? These are very big questions, but you have 5 minutes for that. Thank you. It's kind of being having the right to voice my Twitter comments. Well, I want to pay tribute to women and girls who are scientists, who take part in STEM, who are involved in technology transfer, who are leaders, and who are decision makers at different levels, given for nature and sustainable development. Many times they are always at the forefront, but they're criticized, but they're making a better world for us nonetheless. So why were the IT biodiversity targets elaborated? Well, I'm not sure if you all know, countries met every 10 years within the framework, the Convention on Biological Diversity, to negotiate a work program to be able to reduce the loss of biodiversity. Why? Because if we continue to lose biodiversity, then human beings will no longer exist. Economic well-being will no longer exist, or culture or well-being in general. So politicians, government leaders, environmental leaders, they meet to negotiate these targets. The goals, the IT targets defined, well, between 2020 and 2021, they defined what was going to be done during that period of time. The platform that I represent, IPBES, well, presented in 2019 a global assessment on biodiversity and ecosystem services, the first one of its kind at that level. And we were all just really surprised. We could say we knew what was happening, but 75% of the surface of land surfaces were degraded. 66% of the sea highly degraded as well. 85% of our wetlands have been lost in the last 100 years. 33% of our coral reefs are at risk of extinction for different causes, including climate change. 1 million species are on the risk of extinction in the next decades. These are the figures that this assessment shed light on, based on the research of 55 experts, scientific experts from all over the world. And there's still 1 year for the CBD to be drafted. Well, in 2020, we all agreed that biodiversity was facing imminent danger. And the Convention on Biological Diversity emphasized that the IT targets were not met. But the IT targets, well, only 4 met a middle line performance level. But this is important also for the SDGs, which is what brings us here, and which is going to take us to another high political forum, this one in New York, in the middle of the year. So what are we doing in addition to just sitting here and speaking about the importance of sustainable development? Why aren't we meeting the objectives, diversity and sustainable development objectives? What we've learned is that we have to be honest and be self-critical. Let's see what we're doing right, what we're not. And I think we have to address something that is generally something that is kept under wraps. People are reticent when they address it, but it's part of science. Now, we said, and Secretary Barcena mentioned yesterday, the 5 direct reasons for loss of biodiversity at a global level, and we addressed this at the IPBES, and the LAC report mentions it. That was mentioned yesterday, which is change of land use and land use in ocean floor loss, change in species or loss of species, and loss of invasive exotic species. But behind that, there are root causes behind that. There are indirect causes that are triggering that transformation. Those are rooted in our social behaviors and values. We can say that they're rooted on our ever-growing capacity to accumulate, for example, wealth. So we are living in a world where it's harder to speak about sustainability on our planet when we're at the same time competing individually for resources. We can't afford this luxury. We can't continue to think about what we have to do because we're losing biodiversity and we're losing human well-being as well. Pollinators, for example, pollinators. 75% of crops, of fruit and vegetable crops depend on pollinators. And species that are facing dire extinction are the pollinators. So our first global assessment was done on pollinators. There was an urgent need to do that.
We also produce a report on pandemics and health with a workshop of experts because clearly diseases, zoonotic diseases, come from an inappropriate interaction between natural environment and humankind. So we're seeing that in economics and health, in all areas, there's an effect that is associated directly to biodiversity. So I would invite you that when your negotiations are negotiating at the climate change or biodiversity or desertification or the Migratory Species Convention, that you coordinate amongst yourselves so that you have very clear messages. It's very difficult, and I know this because you're my bosses, you're my superiors. There are 138 member countries, and many of you in Latin America and the Caribbean, in the IPES, many of you are also members of the IPES, and you, as my superiors, give me orders at the plenaries. Now in November, I'll have the 9th plenary where I will expect all of you to be there. So when we speak about biodiversity and climate change, and you tell me to work with the IPCC, I want you to go to the IPCC and tell the IPCC that needs to work with the IPES. We need to work together because in that joint work, in that forging of links and permanent dialogue, we will be able to find mechanisms to establish a global biodiversity framework that's coherent. And biodiversity is not just biodiversity. Biodiversity also is associated to climate, to desertification, to pollution, etc. But it's also associated to problems of poverty, development, education, health. So we cannot negotiate biodiversity objectives if we don't take development objectives into account. And that's why it's so very important that today you get together and go to those biodiversity fields from technology, science, practice, policy. Let's listen to our indigenous and local communities because they've got the practice and the experience, because conflicts are born on the ground, but they are also fixed on the ground. And that's why people with different levels of knowledge, of decision-making ability, that's why we need to work jointly. Thank you so very much to the LAC and the government of Costa Rica for hosting us and sheltering us in this meeting that is so very important. Modern science in dialogue with the ancestral knowledge understands that this is the basis for understanding and prioritizing what we are. Political decision, this is the fundamental tool for making transformation action. We need to transform ourselves. Latin America and the Caribbean have a voice for transformation and change. Society is the heart and the driving motor of sustainability. So if we work together from different scenarios, that is the cornerstone of sustainability. And we in the ILPES are there to help you in those efforts. Thank you very much. Ana Maria, excellent. Thank you so very much. Now, and finally, but not least importantly, we have Piedad Martin. She will be with us virtually. She's the regional or the deputy regional director of the United Nations Program for the Environment for Latin America and the Caribbean. Piedad, are you there? Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me well. Perfect. All right. Let's go directly for the question to round off this magnificent panel. How to achieve a better balance in addressing and complying with the 3 CDB objectives: conservation, sustainable use, and fair and equitable participation in the benefits in national policies and in the countries of Latin America. You have the floor, Piedad. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this panel. For the UN EP, it's an honor to be here at the Sustainable Development Forum, and I would like give you the greetings of our director who was in Nairobi and following up of the results of the meeting on the World Environment Meeting. They expressed a very important problems and concerns at that meeting, and they're going to be discussed at the Forum of the Ministers of the Environment that was also held in Costa Rica in January. And it also reports to the Sustainable Forum that brings us together again today. Broad-based recognition of the natural wealth in these regional and international fora. However, the risks today are many. The consequences of the different crises that you have mentioned and that we're facing are leading to the environmental deterioration of the region. In January 2021, this ministerial forum approved a plan of action for ecosystems, and we are in its implementation, and it includes all of those actions, and it aims to generate a generation of restoration. Janet, you're asking me what can we do so that conservation, sustainable use, and equitable access are achievable. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez mentioned that it's necessary to work on the coherence, consistency of policies. And one of the things that we don't talk about enough is goal 17.4. In the UNEP, we've formulated this indicator, and that it has many aspects, from a long-term vision, from allocating budgets, effective participation of sectors, and we need to guide the efforts so that the achievements of all of the goals of the 2030 agenda, as Ana Maria was saying, reducing poverty, doing away with hunger, etc. It's all related. And the tool, the mechanism that we have for making it compatible is the consistency of policies. I'm very, very pleased that today that all of these concerns are very tied into the concerns of young people, that women who are dressing in green. Last year, we recognized this as a cornerstone, as a milestone. However, we've lost almost 25% of the world's natural stock, including 10 million hectares yearly of forests, twice the surface area of Costa Rica. The crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, plus the increase of food prices and oil prices is going to make those losses even worse, so as to have short-term and unsustainable gains. In terms of the data of our COVID tracker, it has measured fiscal measures announced by the 33 countries of the region. The measures amount to $421 billion, 8% of Latin American and Caribbean GDP, but only 1% of that is environmentally sustainable, $4.8 billion. whereas the average expenditure in media 6 times greater. And the analyses suggest that the volume of expenditure is potentially damaging to biodiversity is greater than the expense to conserve it. We've seen that many countries have had to weaken environmental actions. The booth apologizes. Audio has broken up.
Pérdida de biodiversidad y desalinearnos de la mayor coherencia de las políticas y la acción gubernamental. El panel anterior tocaba en las 3/4 partes de las enfermedades infecciosas.
3/4 of the diseases seen originate in animals, and this increases the risk because of loss of environmental biodiversity. In addition, with this relationship, we've seen the effect at the global level in business, society, economy, education. So investing in conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of nature will reduce that risk. Half of the GDP of the world depends on biodiversity, but our well-being depends totally on nature. We can't live without it. And the loss of biodiversity, together with the pollution and biodiversity crises, will affect attainment of 80% of the SDGs. 3 proposals. The first, ensure that investments do not compromise biodiversity. We have to look at existing relations and the ex ante and ex post monitoring investments. Here, local communities have a very key role to play. We must go beyond the focus of not damaging and focused actions and rather seek coherence of development goals, well-being, equality, all with a human rights focus. For instance, we need to reform the negative subsidies on nature and generate greater incentives for sustainability. The financial flows, but also increase participatory information with justice so that we're consistent at the local level. The second proposal is to use measures beyond GDP so that they're sustainable, because economic growth is not helping the true value of nature. Develop value chains that are focused on biodiversity, creating jobs, rural income, for instance, in areas that depend on tourism that have suffered recently in the past 2 years. They can have products free of deforestation, fair and sustainable trade, go to a bioeconomy, and why not a restoration of biosystems as a business? We haven't seen it yet, but it can be. Finally, I think we need to take into account very seriously what's being called the land squeeze, competition for the resources, which is the land for production of food, fibers, fuel, housing. We need to recognize that the planet Earth is a limited resource. In our culture, we didn't recognize that. So as we to take more coherent decisions on how to use it, make it more efficient, and how to restore it and reduce the consumption of land. This will help us from a productive and environmental point of view, territorially, with a human rights focus that can be done in a viable and sustainable way for so as to have better consequences for our planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Piedad.
Piedad, thank you very much. And with this, we have beautifully closed this panel. We've had wonderful panelists. Thus, I think that we saw concerns from countries, and thus at this time, I'm going to give the floor to the chair of this panel so as to bring about the new stage of this session, which are the interventions of government delegations. Adriana, Pardon me, you have the floor. Jeanette, thank you. I think that Guatemala, yes, go ahead, Guatemala. You've asked for the floor. Yes, thank you very much. In Guatemala, we've always used the green agenda, emphasizing on sustainability for national development to not leave anyone behind. We have a national adaptation plan to climate change, which has been prioritized in the national budget to thus offset the cost of losses and damages that we've experienced over the past 10 years. Guatemala is considered one of the most mega diverse, more than 30% of its territory is protected. MDS 6 is care for water and having sewage for everyone. But achievement of a great deal of the SDGs will come from the territories, from the local governments. Madam Chair, often Guatemala has said that having strong municipalities means having a strong country. And that's why the strategy for implementation of water and sewerage offices at the municipal level is essential in the sustainable use of biodiversity. And we've done this with cultural pertinence. The formulation of a master plan for water and sewerage will be essential for management of the land and caring for the environment, of water replenishment areas, ecology areas, watersheds, and appropriate use of land for agricultural uses and citizen participation. Land management will be essential to have territories that are resilient to climate change and have good risk management. Green territories with conservation of its trees and forests, adding in intelligent management of water, particularly competitive territories that bring in investment, that generate job opportunities, that become poles of development, avoiding forced migration, fostering diversity and prosperity in our peoples. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Guatemala por sus aportes.
Thank you very much to Guatemala. I see that Mexico's asked for the floor. You have the floor, Mexico. Good afternoon to the high-level authorities and representatives of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that are joining us today. We are so very pleased for the hosting of this panel. Biological diversity is a priority for Mexico. We value the appropriate management of biodiversity as an indispensable tool in reducing poverty and in moving forward on a just, sustained, and inclusive progress. Dealing with diversity in the productive sectors will enable decision makers and policy developers to consider the true value of biodiversity for the well-being of humankind. Mexico promoted this vision during its presence at the COP13, and Egypt continued it during COP14. Environmental preservation will not on its own delay or stop the degradation of the land. We need the commitment of all sectors, including the private sector. We need synergies amongst the three connections of Rio: diversity, biodiversity, climate change, and desertification. We need to create alliances and projects amongst those agendas through solutions based on nature with a focus on ecosystems. A sustainable, resilient, fair reconstruction will be possible by executing projects that address the needs, such as recovery and conservation of biodiversity, restoration of lands, and with it, the recovery of the soil, as well, of course, of implementation of mitigation and adaptation to climate change measures. One example of this are agriculture in the grasslands and pasture lands. Different initiatives have been promoted internationally to position a new dynamic of green economy, an inclusive economy. A fundamental part of this is the circular economy. In Mexico, for instance, through our national vision of zero waste, we will be seeking to transform the traditional scheme for managing waste into a circular program that makes the most of natural resource use. It's important to look at the use of biodiversity. We must address this as a cross-cutting matter and avoid the impacts on nature, as well as dependence on its ecosystemic services, so as to value it, generate financial mechanisms to generate conservation. According to the Intergovernmental Platform, Scientific and Standards on Ecosystemic and Biodiversity, there are different concepts of different values of nature. As a result, there are different ways of measuring it, and there will be times when a monetary appraisal will not be appropriate. Another relevant aspect of this report is the broad-based traditional knowledge of the peoples and indigenous peoples that converts them into the true stewards of nature. Mexico has the responsibility to contribute to safeguarding biocultural areas and the safeguarding of local communities and indigenous peoples, in addition to safeguarding the principle of non-abuse of these areas. We would like to see an avoidance of the degradation of land, promoting restoration of land and ecosystems, reducing droughts of water sources, favoring mitigation through the capture and storage of carbon.
These systems are also important for plant quality, food security, improvement of livestock, and avoids pollution of bodies of water by also providing health opportunities for communities. We thank Costa Rica for promoting this as a priority issue, and we invite all of you to work together towards a sustainable future and find common solutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Would another delegation like to take the floor? Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. After hearing the speakers, who I congratulate, and the ensuing comments, after hearing the speakers, who I congratulate, and just to reiterate, I wanted to add to the general overview of this global problem that is impacted by conservation of the environment and the climate, and international cooperation agencies and government agencies, as well as civil sectors and international organizations are all interlinked in this effort to address this. Important efforts have been made recently in Nairobi. I just wanted to draw your attention on something that I deem is very important. It's rather specific. It's growing dysfunctionality between agreements and international consensuses of our own countries, and political positions that are almost against the adoption of these agreements. Well, Peru is one of the most mega diverse countries of the world. In addition, vertically or geographically speaking, we have different ecological, we can say, levels. We're the second country in the Americas that houses the Amazon. So there are some policies that I think have to truly be considered, my own country's policies. So we cannot support companies that deal with logging and that rely on wood, on trees from the forest. Illegal logging, for example, that continues to progress, especially in the Amazon. Most of South America's countries, some Central American ones, also include mining as a central part of their economies. Well, in Latin America, beyond transitory development and productive development that we've been discussing for 30 or 40 years now, it's a region that, with the exception of certain regions, it is a primarily exporter. Its economy is based on exports, and a large part of that on mining. And there's a disparity between mining and conservation of the environment in different realms, stemming from water conservation to environmental pollution, contamination, and the deleterious effects of unregulated mining. Also, the same occurs with our oceans. We all signed important agreements to save our oceans. But for example, we have trawl fishing. We have to include in our political agendas conservation of the environment and climate change impact. We have to make sure that sectoral policies, industrial policies, are all which are the main contaminators who contribute to desertification. We have to address international agreements and make sure that country by country there may be a platform to identify the different problems and create a sort of cooperational attitude that will help us look inwards, and that way we can resolve problems and prevent the region from facing precarious situations and contradict its international agreements. Not the and I'm speaking here about true models that are the basis for the economies of the majority of the countries in our region, and which include our own aspirations to be a country that will make the planet a better place and contribute to climate change and to make it a better place for future generations. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. Does anyone else want to take the floor? Another delegation? I believe that we don't have any more individuals that want to take the floor. Mr. Samaniego is going to conclude today's session. This was an excellent session dealing with important issues, and they will definitely help us think about the policies that we enact and the decisions that we take as governments, as civil sector, and be more fair and work towards equity. Mr. Samaniego. Oh, thank you. This is a very enriching panel, and there's no way I can do it justice, but there are some aspects I think we need to emphasize. This panel had a different sort of approach. It was aimed or it focused on questions. And instead of allowing the speakers, the panelists, to make everything their own, they were able to respond to concrete questions. And also what Mexico and Guatemala just mentioned, in Peru as well, shows us that they have a will to change. They're considering change, but we're not experiencing change. Mexico says that agro-silvopastoral systems have advantages at all levels. They're more productive, they provide employment, they regenerate nature. But why are these systems relegated to the back burner? Why don't they dominate within our public policies? So there isn't any coherence. And Carlos Manuel said, if I speak with the Minister of the Treasury, he probably won't, or she probably won't know what problems are representative of nature. And Franklin, and other speakers, we are not adhering to a coherent policy. We are all fragmented, politically speaking, and the values that should prevail and cause a quicker change, as our Geneva speaker said, is not being adhered to quickly enough. So many aspects of this diagnostic is important. Migration, for example, as Kama said, not displaced persons, migrations, no, but homicides, assassinations. People lose their land, their natural assets in defending nature. What are the incentives? Are there incentives to deter this? Well, how biodiversity destruction is in the forefront by mining monocrops and our national expense that contributes to destruction. 6 times, Piedad said, 6 times. Every time someone invests on nature, someone will invest 6 times against nature and governments. So we won't have the Global Environmental Facility or green growth or revert this if public funds are not aligned and offer alternatives such as a silvopastoral system and other schemes that we're grouping together under ECLAC, which is a big a manner to foster a big push towards sustainability to contribute to the 2030 agenda. They are low in imports, they are low in, they're intense in employment and low on carbon footprints. So silvopastoral systems, sustainable fishing, they could all be different alternatives for our economy. In addition, or aside from this negative feeling of destruction of our natural capital, yes, we're not doing well. The report card does not look good, and this is of great concern. But the good thing is that there's an interesting menu of options within our different policies that address problems such as awareness raising, education, changing incentives, and measuring, counting well. Our GDP isn't leading us to a good place. It has to be reformed, perhaps as Mexico does, the only one in Latin America and the Caribbean that measures their ecological net P. They already accounted for depletion of natural capital. No other company does that except Mexico. If we could count well, and we could measure effectiveness of the change of incentives that have to be reflected in decisions made by the private market, and let us guide us and gauge if we're doing well or not. But we have no idea how we're doing. We just know that we're not doing well. So also, solutions shouldn't lead to newer problems. Solutions need to be sustainable. Effective engagement of the decision makers and contributors are included. Then we need to know what's good and what's bad for human capital well-being. What's the net environmental expense that's being invested in our economy? We need to account for the different. We need to be accountable for at a community level. The next group of policies including national or incorporating mainstreaming international agendas with national government policies. So mainstreaming communities, local agendas, where there's a powerful democratic agenda that Esther mentioned very vehemently and very clearly. The Escazú Agreement is an effective instrument for that purpose. And Brigitte mentioned something that's very similar to what was said about silvopastoral systems. She said we had to redesign systems so that they can regenerate themselves. But redesigning systems means redesigning incentives for private investment to be attracted to that and bet on eschew destruction. So we need country strategies. If there's integration, there should be national responses, not only from the environmental sectors. And we need an agenda for our imagination. Many speakers said we have to create incentives and what's going to serve as what's not going to be an incentive. So we spoke about destructive measures, but we need to measure, and we have to develop systems for payment for ecosystem services, but there has to be a cost for destruction, or a cost or some sort of a penalty for destroying. And that has to do with how profitability is accounted for in investments, or how it's. And if we're going to depend only on regulations and policies, it's hard to do so where the regulatory institutions do not. So we have to consider these other aspects. So there are issues that I think are important and that we need to further develop, in addition to incentives and lack of incentives for the private sector. We have to think about national targets and deadlines that go beyond the IT targets. What land surface do we think need to be regenerated, which need to be organized within these national conservation systems? And this allows governments to better plan, shows the community and other sectors that all of these actions are working together on behalf of nature. So this was an excellent panel, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much, Mr. Samanigo.
Creo que has hecho un excelente resumen. Nosotros aquí en Costa Rica hemos venido promoviendo la idea de que debemos avanzar hacia una nueva visión de desarrollo, incluso una recuperación económica que sea mucho más verde. Agregaría además lo azul, porque lo hemos mencionado también, el tema de los océanos, por ejemplo, que sea también un desarrollo justo e inclusivo. Agregaríamos también con transferencia tecnológica y digital, que es parte del mundo que nos rodea, y que por supuesto nos permita paliar o detener la destrucción de los ecosistemas y la pérdida de la biodiversidad, en una perspectiva, por supuesto, de desarrollo sostenible de largo plazo. Y para eso se requiere, sin lugar a dudas, la participación de múltiples actores. En esto creo que todos hemos tenido coincidencia en que están, por ejemplo, como el GEF, los organismos internacionales, este diálogo entre lo nacional y lo internacional, el sector privado, por supuesto, la población civil, pero también tomando en cuenta la ciencia. Y me gustó mucho una frase que se dijo acá, que fue en diálogo con el conocimiento de las poblaciones ancestrales. Creemos que debemos avanzar definitivamente en el diseño de políticas más visionarias, programáticas también, y también creo que lo mencionaron con una especial atención a los territorios y comunidades locales, a partir de la necesidad de lo real, no solamente de lo conceptual. Creo que para ello es muy importante, y lo tuvimos ayer en una discusión muy amplia, tenemos que tener también mayor acceso a recursos financieros internacionales, mayor acceso también a la cooperación internacional, así que la discusión sobre el PIB per cápita definitivamente está obsoleto y tenemos que avanzar hacia nuevas formas de medición y también de medidas que nos permitan justificar el por qué tenemos también derecho a tener estos accesos a financiamientos y recursos frescos. Así que, bueno, yo creo que con esto nos damos por servidos. Creo que fue una discusión sumamente rica. Agradecemos a todos, a los panelistas, por supuesto, y a todos ustedes que finalmente son los que toman decisiones en esta materia y que, bueno, esperamos que este tipo de discusiones no se queden en vaso hueco, sino que más bien podamos llevárnoslo, pensarlo y ver de qué manera podemos mejorar nuestra calidad de vida y nuestro desarrollo a largo plazo. Quería externarles también una invitación para que mañana vengamos con entusiasmo. Tienen algunos paneles muy interesantes también que yo creo que complementan justamente esta dimensión, el tema de género, el tema de educación, que se suman a estos temas de este eje, digamos, más ambiental, social, económico, que conforma la idea de un desarrollo sostenible en sus tres dimensiones. Les deseamos muy buena tarde y muchísimas gracias.
The interpreter apologizes. The microphone was off, but have a wonderful afternoon, and we expect you